everything what we planned. We have some quality there, and now my job is to try to find the balance between our spine from last year, championship players with new players. We need a little more time, which is normal for adaptation, for this togetherness and chemistry. And also it's very important that as soon as possible that we stick together and that we are on the same page. And it's a great market for them because you are not here, and I can just get you a chance to express yourself on the pitch, and this is everything that is very important for them.
How does the squad look right now compared to what you had planned in your mind for what it should look like at this stage?
We had a lot of plans with some players. We spent a lot of time on a lot of players who didn't came to us, and now we have other solutions. So also we need some time. It's not easy to get them in, but I can speak just about these players who are with us. They are trying very hard every day. So we did very good tactical session this week. So we try to show that. I hope we will bring more, especially offensive players, because we need better competition and also quality.
I think I know by now, having got to know you over the last year, you're not a man who fears anything. So what feeling comes to mind when you're facing Manchester United in the opening game of the Premier League?
Well, of course, they are favourite. They are the top 5 club in the world, and also I'm expecting them this season to fight for the best positions, because Kerry Green brought something not new, I can say old DNA from Man United, that players are now they realizing that which club they are playing, and you have to show the best performance to win every game. It's pressure, of course, but they have quality for that, a lot of quality, and also for us try to make this game difficult. And we will see. I think the players are ready, of course. We will do our maximum to show the best what we have, and we will see if it will be enough or not.
Sergei Kirovic talking to Mike White. Back to Swanee and Mike shortly. We'll hear from some of the fans who are arriving at the MKM Stadium as well. Let's go across to the Bescot Stadium. That's the scene for Grimsby Town this afternoon at Walsall. Let's check in with your commentary team of James McEwen, the former Grimsby Town goalkeeper, and Matt Dean. Afternoon to you. Morning, James.
Morning, everyone.
Morning to you. Yeah, I went into default setting there. It's not afternoon for another 10 minutes.
Don't wish your life away.
Quick reminder of the team needs, Matt, this afternoon.
Town are unchanged after that 1-0 victory against Exeter at Blundell Park last weekend. The only changes, James, come amongst the substitutes. There is no Jamie Walker or Josh Andrews today. So Sam Lavelle and the youngster who impressed quite a few people during the pre-season, Christian Catchpole, amongst the substitutes today. Let me give you the full Mariners lineup. Christy Pym in goal. A back four of Harvey Rogers, Maldini, Katsuri, Cameron McJanet and Jaden Sweeney. Gaisa David Torrey, the holder. Then Justin Amonasaw, Kieran Green, Kean Doyle and Charles Vernham across midfield, and Andy Cook, the former Walsall player, in attack. On the Mariners bench, Seb Orton, Sam Lavelle, Christian Catchpole, Ewan Morgan, Joe Fox, the former Walsall youngster, Riley Reynolds and Henry Brown completing that substitutes bench.
As we have a former goalkeeper sitting in front of you, we'll ask about the debate around Christy Pym. Before I do, Matt, I get the feeling the players are most certainly rallying around Christy, aren't they? And when there's been negative sort of views about him, Harvey Rogers particularly supportive of him last week. But James, have you ever been in that situation where you feel more under the spotlight from supporters than others?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just saying to Matt up there that the year we got promoted, I'd been out pre-season, I had meningitis, and we'd gone and beaten in pre-season, and we came back and I had a nightmare. We played Kidderminster first day, and we got to the point we played Macclesfield at home, and the fans were cheering me when I was catching across. It was awful, but I think the difference I was saying to Matt that I had a manager at that point who backed me and he was going to stick by me. Obviously, Christy's situation is different, where they've obviously brought in Harvey to play. Christy's still on the transfer list, and obviously he said the other day that if there's better out there, they'll bring him in. So he's in a really difficult position, because obviously
his confidence is going to be affected because he's a human being and he's getting a lot of stick on top of that. It's not like, no matter how he does, he's not going to be British Town's number one for a very long time. So I really feel for it. It's a horrible situation. It's a unique situation. Ultimately, I think he has to play for himself a little bit. You know, as much as we all love Grimsby and we want him to do well, he has to play for himself. He has to be thinking, if I play well, I'll get a move. Because that's what he's playing for. He's not playing to stay here. It's pretty evident that he's not going to stay for many reasons. So he has to play for himself. But it doesn't make it any easier. And let's be completely honest, his confidence is going to be shot to pieces.
Matt, just very quickly, Kean Doyle, a lot of fans very positive about him last Saturday. How did you feel he did in his league debut?
Yeah, look, I think he looked bright, James, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more of the kind of positive runs deep inside the opposition half that he I think will bring to the team. So yeah, I think he complements what they've got in there. They've got sort of decent competition in that area, and Mark Shelton is the name that's been doing the rounds this week, the York City midfielder. Looks like a deal could be quite close for him, although not over the line yet, but there is definite interest there, and we'll have to wait and see what happens in the coming days on that one. That's an interesting one, isn't it, given that he's only just signed for York City. But yeah, David Artell, big admirer of Mark Shelton. Yeah, we'll ask the manager the question after the game as to where that one is at. I'm not so sure he'll be too forthcoming with his answer, but we can at least ask and see if it's moved forward a little bit.
His manager at York City, Scott Lindsay, on the, I know it's been shared around by Grimsby Town fans from our colleagues at BBC Radio York, was hardly committal on his long-term future at York City either. We'll be back with you shortly here on BBC Radio Humberside with a recap of the team news. Let's head across to 10 Acres in Eastleigh. That's the home of Eastleigh FC, who welcomes Scunthorpe United this afternoon, and that's the home certainly for the next couple of hours for Steve Tolby and Nathan Alban, and you'll find the commentary on BBC Sport online and on the BBC Sport app and website. Good morning to both of you. Got it right this time?
Good morning.
Morning.
I've got to remember with Premier League and everything else, the chances of me saying good morning are increased as opposed to good afternoon these days and various different kick-off times. Quick reminder of the team news, Nathan, and a return for Danny Butterfield. I should probably, like I did at the top of the programme, work out how many Prime Ministers we've had since Danny Butterfield last started for the Iron in a competitive league game. He's in this afternoon.
Yeah, Jacob Butterfield is returning to the starting 11. He did play in the National League Cup on Tuesday, but this is his first league start since returning from his 2 years at Gateshead, so he is one of 3 changes that Andy Butler has made. Also, Joe Starbuck making his first league appearance since suffering an ankle injury back in March, and Joe Rowley also restored to the starting 11. He came off the bench last weekend. The 3 to drop out: Regan Ogle, Jordan Richards and James Gale. So running through the starting 11, we're reliably informed it looks like it could be a back 3. So Lewis Jones in goal, Callum Howell, Will Evans, Brandon Horton across the back, Joe Starbuck, Joe Rowley, Jacob Butterfield and Pat Jones across the midfield, with Alfie Beeston and Luke Brennan supporting Declan Howe up front.
I said Danny Butterfield. I mean, he's played for Grimsby Town and Crystal Palace. I don't think he's playing this afternoon. Well, certainly Jacob Butterfield. Too many Butterfields in football. Let's bring in Steve Tolby. We know where we are with Steve. Steve, another game and a different right back once again. How much of it do you feel is Andy Butler reflecting his trying to find best system? How much is just reflective of the fact that he's gone to a potential back 3 and Joe Starbuck may act more as a wing back?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think he's got players who can play there. Brandon Horton, I think he played arguably his best game as a left-sided centre half. And then you've got both wing backs who've got the energy. Pat Jones, we know what he started the season really well, really bright, and loads of energy from them too. So I think he's just trying to find a formula. And he did this last season. He did mix his systems and his formations up a little bit. And Jacob Butterfield coming in, just that kind of calmness and trying to get the team to play probably a little bit more. Has been a bit kind of fiery and a bit hectic over the last 2 games. Just sort of last it could have gone either way that game, and I think Southend it was a pretty poor game from some perspective. And then really the front 3, I think it's trying after a big target player in this league. Definitely worked his steps up and works really hard, but I think they're lacking that number 9, so I think as soon as Danny Whitey can get on the pitch, I think they've got him on the pitch as soon as possible.
They've had a couple of big strikers training with them this week. Admittedly, Andy Butler said to Ollie in the week that it was partly down to doing a favour because they both kind of live in the area, but they're both connected, I think, to the PFA camp, as you are, Levi Sutton being one of them. It's an odd one, isn't it, when you're crying out for a big target man? You've got two training with the club, but neither look like they've been signed at the moment.
Yeah, I heard Andy Butler's interview, and I've been working with him on the campos recently, especially Levi. He's done his worst with a really good goal. I think it was against Coventry, I can't really remember. But he looks bright, and they both did. But I think what they're doing, trying to do, Andy, he's playing his cards quite close in his budget as well. So depending on if they get fixed up, if they don't, as that time ticks along, I wouldn't say desperate, but they need to make a decision. They want to stay in the professional game, then they need to sign for somebody and get some game time. So maybe he's just waiting and biding his time, as the players are as well. But yeah, you also got Hugh Parker, who signed from Hull, who's the biggest target player as well. So he's got some options, and especially off the bench in that central forward role.
Indeed, and actually Hugh Parker scored for Scunthorpe United in the week in the National League Cup on his debut as a starter as well, so that will come into the thinking. We'll be back at 10 acres shortly. We'll recap the team news on the way here on BBC Radio Humberside. Steve Jordan, the stadium announcer, has gone with a nice clean, crisp blazer for the Premier League and a new pair of pumps. Either that or he's stuck it in the wash last night. He's looking Premier League trim today, as the Hull City players are warming up in their new training gear with a new supplier this season as well. The two goalkeepers, Dylan Phillips and Konstantinos Zalakis, warming up to our left-hand side as well. We are just about half an hour away from kick-off here on BBC Radio Humberside. Humberside Sport Live with 3 big match commentaries and the Rugby League later on.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Humberside.
and on your radio.
The sound of Northern Lincolnshire and East Yorkshire is
BBC Radio Humberside.
At midday with the latest, I'm Amelia O'Reilly. 3 of our local MPs, along with dozens of others, have signed a letter to the government calling for greater regulation of the funeral sector. It's after Hull funeral director Robert Bush was sentenced to 20 years in prison earlier this month for a total of 67 charges, including the prevention of unlawful and indecent burial, fraud and fraudulent trading. Martin Vickers, Melanie On and Alicia Cairns have signed the letter, which says the government needs to act now to make sure this is the last case of its kind in the country. The government said previously it's got urgent plans to crack down on rogue operators and ensure better protection for bereaved families. Elsewhere, kick-off is just half an hour away. Hull City returns to the Premier League at 12:30 with a home match against Manchester United. Fans are excited and local businesses like pubs are hoping to be busy. Evie McCoy works at the Irish bar Paddy Mummins.
We've bought more of the draft beer, a lot more Guinness than we usually would. We're expecting to be very busy. All of the staff are prepared. It will be a big deal. Obviously, it's the local pubs, the local club, and we're expecting a lot of fans.
The NHS in England says hot temperatures this summer have led to a surge in the number of people reporting insect bites and stings. Figures suggest there were more than 1,200 hospital visits in May, more than double the previous month. The family and friends of a nurse from Hull are climbing the Yorkshire Three Peaks today in her memory. Pauline Thornton worked for Hull University Teaching Hospitals for 42 years until she died from a brain hemorrhage in February this year. Her daughter Claire says they're raising money for 2 charities.
It's a cliche, but she was literally the best one. But we're doing it to fundraise for money to raise for NHS organ donation and Hull Help to Refugees, which is the charity that Mum volunteered with. I think we've hit our target of £3,000 now.
The family of a Lincolnshire girl who died 2 years ago will be dropping off toys for children at Grimsby Hospital today. It's in memory of Kibby Wade, whose family raises awareness about online bullying. Michelle Gardner is Kibby's stepmother.
She never wanted to see people upset, so if we can bring a bit of smile to ill young people in hospital, then brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
We've been hearing all about the finalists in the Animal Award category of this year's BBC Radio Humberside Make a Difference Awards. East Hall Community Farm brings together animals, adults with additional needs, families and school children in a way that benefits everyone. Michelle is the farm's community facilitator.
The farm's never, up until this year, has never been notified for what it does. It's always been something in the background that not everybody knows about. We need to shout and be proud of what we've got.
BBC weather, plenty of cloud today with sunny glimpses and local drizzle and highs of 19 degrees. At the latest, it's easy to listen to us on your smart speaker. Just say play BBC Radio Humberside.
Minutes and 45 seconds before the Premier League returns for Hull City. A gap of 9 years since the Tigers played Spurs here at the MKM Stadium. Wasn't even called that back 9 years ago. Maybe not talk about the result that afternoon because the Premier League is back. Manchester United, the 13 times champions in town, and it's on digital radio and FM watched by Swanee and my wives.
11 new signings so far, more to come. 3 of them make starts in the starting 11 this afternoon. 4 are on the bench. City have 8 of the starting side from Wembley in today's team as well. Jalakis in goal, Ajayi, Egan and Mendy, the 3 centre-halves. Coyle and Giles, the 2 wing-backs. Balumi, Crooks, Slater and Stroud supporting McBurney, with Phillips, Miller, Yertadal, McNair, Brame, Harrington, Target, Dowell and Gordon Duat on the bench. As for Manchester United, not a bad side. Lamenting goal, Nazraoui, Maguire, Heaven and Shaw, Santos and Tielemans, the 2 sitters, and Bumo, Fernandes and Dorgu. Cunha leads the line. On the bench, former City keeper Dallo, Lacey.
They are at Walsall, a certain test early in the season of League 2 credential. Watch this afternoon at the Bescott Stadium on Freeview Channel 713 by former townkeeper James McEwen and Matt D.
Well, David Artell keeps pace with the same side that beat Exeter City 1-0 a week ago. The 2 changes come amongst the substitutes, with Walker and Andrews dropping off the bench for Lavelle and Catchpole. No reason given at this time as to the omissions of those 2 players that I mentioned. Grimsby line up with Christie in goal, a defence of Harvey Rogers, Maldini, Kapsori, Cameron McJanet and Jaden Sweeney. Gayser David Torrey in front of that back 4. Then Justin Amonasor, Kieran Green, Kean Doyle and Charles Vernon strung across midfield. Andy Cook, the former Walsall striker, in attack. On the Mariners bench, Seb Alton, Sam Lavelle, Christian Catchpole, Ewan Morgan, Joe Folks, the former Walsall youngster, Riley Reynolds and Henry Brown.
And Scunthorpe United fans had a heck of a start this morning. Early alarm calls from North Lincolnshire for Iron fans. That's because they're at Eastleigh. And thanks to the National League, it's an early kick-off as well. The Iron watched by former striker Steve Torpey and Nathan Alban on BBC Sport Online.
And Andy Butler makes 3 changes from last weekend's defeat at Southend as Scunthorpe United look for their first National League win of the season. Ogle, Richards and Gale all drop out. Starbuck, Butterfield and Rowley all come in. So Jones in goal, the back 3 of Howe, Evans and Horton. Starbuck, Rowley, Butterfield and Jones across the midfield, with Beeston and Brennan supporting Declan Howe up top. The subs bench for Scunthorpe: Mason Campbell, Regan Ogle, Jordan Richards, James Gale, Kyle Hurst, Danny Whitehall and Hugh Parker.
Getting you closer to your club. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Just a little bit of colour and context really to what the Premier League brings. Simon tells me that he's out in Hull City Centre at the moment. He's been having his breakfast at McCoy's, and he said that they put a sign up saying it's full inside just even after a first few minutes of opening. Lots of City fans have been around the city centre and in there for their pre-match brunch stop. He was sitting outside, no room outside as well. Lots of City fans around in shirts around the marina as well. Plenty passing by as he was people watching. I think that just shows, doesn't it, the interest in this, and the fact it's a sellout crowd here, and it's been a sellout for several weeks now. It's probably illustrative of what it means. We heard from the managers of Paddy Mangan's in town in the news with Amelia, and that again shows more than usual orders for liquid refreshment for pre and post match at that city centre bar. Let's hear from some of the fans who are entering the MKM Stadium to see their Premier League football club. Mike White has been speaking to a few outside of the MKM Stadium.
Debbie, let's start with you. How excited are you? Premier League football back at the MKM Stadium in Hull City.
I am absolutely buzzing. Woke up even before my alarm this morning, got ready, got my City shirt on, got the music on, and met everybody buzzing.
You confident?
Yes, why not? Definitely, yeah. We've got nothing to lose, no pressure on City today, it's all on Man United. So let's hope we just give them a game and come out on the first game and have a go.
Dave, I'll come to you in a second. Harry, how are you feeling about this?
Yeah, it's good, because I've never seen in the Premier League before, and it's good.
Yeah, so how old are you?
14.
14, so you would have been too young when they were there last time, 9 years ago. So you'll have seen the big names, you'll have seen the big teams on TV, you'll have watched it on Match of the Day, etc. So to see them in the flesh, but against your team, you're wearing the Hull City t-shirt, very much a Tigers fan. What's that going to be like, seeing Manchester United and your team going up against them today?
Well, yeah, there's no pressure on us, it's all Man United, really. So it don't matter what the score is.
So you feel nice and confident, just take the pressure off, just go and see what we can get out of a game like this?
Yeah, well, we're expected to lose, so yeah, it don't matter.
If City do win, who's going to be the match winner today then for you?
Well, McBurney.
Easy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Dave, are you as confident?
Nervously excited. I'll leave it at that. I've tried to keep the same routine going. I have the same routine coming to every game. I've woke up at the same time, eating the right things, breakfast, and I just try and keep everything routine, but it's anything but routine. This is where we deserve to be, Premier League.
And it's not the first time. You guys have experienced this before. Harry hasn't. What's that like from a family perspective, being able to share this and bring Harry into this moment, this dream for the football club?
It's brilliant. It's what every family wants, and the best thing is, and we just spotted Brian Robson. He stopped for a selfie. We just spotted Nick Barmby. He stopped for a selfie. I still remember the commentary when we beat Watford, when he bundled the ball over the net, and it's just everything we've dreamed for. Premier League again. Come on.
Can I just say, Mike, when Anton, our owner, says one family, one dream, I'd just like to say, like, Harry's my grandson, Dave's my brother, my dad's over there, I was 84, and it is just a family of get together and give it a go and let's have some fun.
Perfect, well said. Are we going to get a pick up the Tigers to finish with?
Come on, the Tigers!
I'm Glenn, Hull City fan.
Joe, Hull City fan. Fellas, we're not far off now, back in the Premier League. Glenn, how are you feeling?
Oh, nervous, but do you know something? Whatever, I'm here, stream well. This is fantastic, you know. Never thought in my lifetime I'd be sitting at the MKM watching United against Hull. So yeah, really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. You know, if we can get a draw today, fantastic as well.
What does this mean to you?
Crazy. I've been brought up in Hull City. I don't live in Hull myself.
You're here from the outside?
Yeah, but with my granddad and my dad supported Hull since they were born, and both being born in Hull, I've followed them since. So I've been born in this dream come true, being in the Premier League again. I remember when I was a bit younger and seeing them last time in the Premier League with Robertson, Maguire and stuff, and now we're back here again, and we're season ticket holders now. And so yeah, it's crazy.
From little games, so we come up every single week, 170 miles there and back. But I think that's we'll miss it. We'll not miss it. I mean, we've come in, you know, cold winter nights playing different teams, but you know, this is fantastic. This is great. So can't wait. You know, doesn't matter what the road's going to be, just can't wait.
To be honest with you, there is a cold winter's night, misty night coming up for Hull City fans on Tuesday night in the League Cup at Stoke City. Let's hear from one of Grimsby Town's new signings ahead of commentary for the Mariners at 12:30 on Freeview Channel 713. Joe Folks, not in the starting lineup, but he is back at the club where he spent 13 years from a boy to a man before being released by Walsall a couple of seasons ago. Having been at the Best Cup Stadium for all of that time, how did he feel when he was finally let go?
Probably a little bit of anger, but you know, it's normal. I think being such a young kid at the time, I was a little bit naive, and I thought, you know, maybe this is it, and I've made it. But you know, football can change so fast, and things can be thrown at you in all different directions. So you just got to be ready for when it comes.
Anger at who in particular? Anyone?
I'd probably say anger at myself more than anything. Could I have done this? Could I have done that better? Could I have performed in this game physically better? So yeah, nobody but myself.
How much of a kick up the backside was it for you? Did you need it?
Yeah, I definitely needed it. As a young lad, I think it was probably one of the best things that could ever happen to me. Because I did probably take that, casual approach at the time, and now I know firsthand that, you can be off it in 1 or 2 games, and that's what stays with everybody.
How are you a better player now, would you say, compared to then?
I'd say just in terms of nous and the little things, I'd say I'm still the energetic player that I was back then. But obviously, the more that you play and the more you're exposed to little things, the more you take from it and the more you learn. And I'll definitely be taking that into this season.
And we hope to see plenty of you this season, but with Harvey Rodgers in front of you, how do you see the challenge of forcing your way in?
It's a challenge that I'll embrace. He's a quality player. He's a top player, and it's proven by his League 2 team this season last year, being involved in that. He's obviously started the season on fire as well. Scoring 2 goals, and even without the goals, he's been our best player, I'd say. I'm just excited to work with him, learn from him, take advice when needed, and then just go from there.
How patient are you?
Very, very patient. Yeah, I've had to be patient. With my time at Walsall, it was obviously a little bit of a frustrating scenario not being in the team, and that's kind of what I mean now. I've got a lot more patience, a lot more nous, and I understand football a little bit better, and I understand the ins and outs of it, not just what's happening on the pitch.
What sort of right back are you then, for those that haven't seen you play?
An energetic, I definitely prefer the in possession side of the game, which is obviously works well with me here, as we are a ball playing team, and we'll obviously look to score goals by playing through teams, and building our way up from the back. But yeah, a lot of energy, but composure at the same time on the ball.
There's some good coaches here at this football club. How confident are you that you'll become a much better player by being at Grimsby?
Undoubtedly I will. I think everybody has their piece to offer in terms of the staff, and they already in the first, I think it's been 7 weeks now, I've learned so much. The timings of things, and like I say, the little details more than anything. Those are the things that help you and make you become a better player.
That's Joe Folks. He actually starts on the bench against his former club for Grimsby Town this afternoon. Now, there's been some soul searching for Scunthorpe United supporters from the club's winless start to the National League. They did get a victory, though, in the week in the National League Cup. That's not something Iron manager Andy Butler's putting too much stock into right now, ahead of talking about today's game at Eastleigh to Ollie Turner.
I think that puts perspective. We're playing Yeovil Town's budget's far greater than ours. We're playing Southend budget was far greater than ours. We've had a slow start this season. We've picked 1 from 6, that's all it is. There's no sort of recruitment. I'm really happy with recruitment. I mean, I've got to be, I picked them, so people want to come at me and say, well, should we play the same area? Well, I've done that for a reason. There's people that are playing in all positions. So I think people get away from the fact that we're 2 games into the season. There's no doom and gloom. Performance against Southend wasn't great. We lost narrowly 1-0. If we play badly and lose 1-0 against a team that's tipped for the title, then it's not a bad break. Yeah, it could be more, but wasn't. Southend are going to be sides left, right, centre. So we did the treble over them last year, and we didn't get put over. So what's to say that they do the treble over us this year and they end up married? I think I was disappointed with the performance, but in terms of bigger picture, I'm happy with the squad we've got. I think we saw a performance on Tuesday, which was more like us. Kind of only against Stoke in the 21, but they're still not decent. They're still a decent outfit. They're still got players that are going to play really high in their careers. But yeah, I think a lot of overreaction happened, and I can voice my opinion that I wasn't happy with the performance, and we've spoke about it as a squad. But now we've done with it. There's no feeling sorry for ourselves. There's no feeling like I've not done the right recruitment, because I know what players we've brought in, I know what we can achieve. And like I said, we've not started well, but the other team around us have not started well, so there's no
there's no ripping it all up and starting again. Without that.
I suppose one of the other less so criticism, perhaps more questions that's being asked is this team's identity. Now that you've not got the outball of Callum Roberts, so to speak, does this team need a style of play to latch on to?
Say to people, I'm pragmatic in my approach. It doesn't take away the fact that I know I want football team to play, I know I want it to operate. We've not quite got it right yet, but I don't want people to think that it's going to every game and go, right, this is how we're not going to play this brand of football, we are going to do it. That's not the case. People at the football club know what expected from them. People who are playing it know. Can't always be the way to play. There's different ways. You've got to go to opposition which is stronger in certain areas. So I have an identity of what I want. I said, I'm pragmatic and I want to win football games, but yeah, I'm not naive to say that. I'm just go out there and go win this game because we're playing this way. There's a certain style I want the football team to play, and yeah, I believe we'll get that when not away from the fact that it's been 2 years so far that we've been excellent. Yeah, we've had 1-2 games where we've not performed. Like I said, both those teams should be up there. The Oval got a draw at home against Carlisle in 90 minutes. So does that mean that Carlisle not get promoted now? They'll probably be in the room. So there's teams that have won a couple of games. We've not won a game in the league yet, but there's a game coming up where I hope we can get that.
For those that are still asking the question, what is the style that you want the team to play?
An energetic football team that wants to keep possession of the ball in certain areas. A team that prides itself on being resolute and strong. A team that wants to win football matches. But I'm not going to sit here and go out, look, my pattern of play is goalkeeper to centre back to full back to 6 to 8 to wide player. There's always different plays. So yeah, I know people question it, fair enough, but I know what I've asked my team to do, I know what as a staff want us to do, and players will understand it, especially from the meeting on Monday where we readdress things and pick the bones out of performance.
I'll ask about the meeting on Monday because Alfie Beeston made some interesting comments to me afterwards. One of them was he just said something along the lines of something needs to change. That was the message from the group after you came back in following the defeat at Southend. How was that addressed on Monday?
Yeah, we had a good meeting, right? Good meeting on where we can improve, where we can get better in certain situations. But I give credit to Southend because they're a good side, very good side. Kieran's done a great job here. But yeah, we had an open discussion. Obviously, there's ways that I want this to be done and ways that staff want it done, and players take on board that. Yeah, there's a few new players into the group which haven't seen us in National League football as of yet, or how we want it. So they're still adjusting to it, and they'll come good. Play it out. It's not. I say for me, it's not a doom and gloom. It's more of a right. We've learned from that. Let's move on.
Andy Butler talking to Ollie Turner. The Premier League banners are about to be put back onto the playing surface. DJ Eddie Richards whipping up both sets of supporters in a packed house here at the MKM Stadium with only a few minutes from the Tigers' return to the biggest stage in football. Welcome back to the Premier League of City.
It's been controlled because the manager in the best league in the world.
Oh, he's finished it! He's got the goal! This is quite remarkable! And Hull City have come back to 4-3 at Old Trafford.
I've only got 2 season tickets since I've gone 7 live, so
The Man United?
yeah.
Oh my god, who are you going to support?
Me, I hope.
The Premier League's a whole different level. I can imagine again it'll be my first time here. But yeah, the lads are obviously excited. We're very, very positive going into the season. We've got that momentum and we need to get off to a good start. We know that.
Giovanni, the Brazilian goes himself, looks to line one up, lines up a shot, cracks one. That is a wonder goal. Superb stuff at the Emirates.
Every prediction is against us.
Obviously, it's a huge club that we're playing against. Give yourself the best chance going into the season. We've got the league no score on 10. Unbelievable to be able to play that type of game.
really.
We are less than 10 minutes from kickoff. Hear the atmosphere. Feel the atmosphere. The flags around the MKM Stadium, at least, apart from one corner of the northeast stand, are waving from side to side in circular motions. The Hull City fans to our left-hand side in the West Stand upper, all to their feet, waving their black and amber flags around that say Dare to Dream and Premier League on them. What an atmosphere it is at a sellout MKM Stadium. The man who guided Hull City the last time to the Premier League, he wasn't around to manage them in the Premier League, but Steve Bruce, who's on our row of desks as well, he's here as well to see his former club return to the biggest stage in football. It's one of 3 games here on BBC Radio Humberside Sport Live.
BBC Radio Humberside Sport.
Well, I hope we are capturing the emotion, the pride, the passion and the noise here at the MKM Stadium. A venue that's often criticised for its lack of atmosphere. Somehow this afternoon so far, it's certainly living up to the billing. Mike White and Swanee bring you full match commentary back in the Premier League of the Tigers against Manchester United on FM and digital radio.
3 months ago, what a day at Wembley, and it leads Hull City to this point, back in the Premier League for the first time in 9 years, 10 years since they kicked off a Premier League season. When they upset the odds, they beat the then defending champions Leicester City on that opening day. Can they do something special against the Giants of Manchester United? 8 of the starting side from Wembley line up in the starting team today. 3 new signings in there. They are Stroud, Mendy and the keeper, Zalakis. We're waiting for the teams to come out. The atmosphere is building. Smiles on the faces, and rightly so, as the Tigers get ready to face Manchester United on the opening day of the Premier League season.
And that is one of 3 big match commentaries for you on Humberside Sport Live. We've got Rugby League later on. Meanwhile, on Freeview Channel 713, Grimsby Town are at Walsall, watched by James McEwen and Matt Dean.
And the sunshine is beating down on the Bestcott here in the West Midlands this afternoon, James. The Mariners looking for back-to-back wins at the start of an EFL season today for the first time in 25 years since the 01-02 season under Lenny Lawrence, when Town eventually went top of the Championship, September 2001. Town are unchanged here at Walsall today. Just a couple of changes on the bench. Walker and Andrews drop off the substitutes bench. Lavelle and Catchpole are added to the matchday squad. We're underway at 12:30. Commentary to come on Freeview 713 with me, James McEwen.
And as for Scunthorpe United, they've made that long trip to Eastleigh, and you'll find that one on the BBC Sport website and app, watched by Steve Torpey and Nathan Alban.
As Scunthorpe United continue their search for their first National League win of the season, they've come all the way to the south coast, where it's Eastleigh overlooking the port city of Southampton, with Scunny still yet to properly set sail in the National League. A draw and a defeat so far, but victory in the Cup on Tuesday night has brought with it hope that the Iron can get 3 points on the board here at 10 Acres.
Getting you closer to your club. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
So, if you're looking for commentary of Grimsby Town and also Scunthorpe United, you need Freeview Channel 713 for the Mariners and the BBC Sport app and website for the Iron. Make your commentary decision now. And on 95.9 FM and digital radio, it's commentary of Manchester United. The flags and the banners are coming out across the MKM Stadium. I can see MUFC, the Red Army, Swanee. What an atmosphere. If you were a player coming out to this, how would it feel?
If you're bouncing, you won't care unless you get the game kicked off quick enough for yourself. This atmosphere is amazing. It's what I've been waiting for. I said to pull this game out of the bag, the first game of the season. Just give everybody that lift and light. that we're looking for. So yeah, I'd absolutely buzzing.
What about Louis Coyle? There has never been a full-blown captain lead out his team in the Premier League.
No,
how will
so
he
proud.
feel for his late dad and his family?
Yeah, so proud. Like I say, I've been on Louis' journey from when I was 5, 6 years old when my son played with my league. And like I say, people like you just follow and like I say, see how they're going. To get to where he is now, like I say, it's a dream come true. He'd say that himself. Like I say, his hometown club, captain in the Premier League, it don't get much better, does it?
No, not at all. No, absolutely. The teams are out. They've gone through all of the pre-match routines, all of the stuff they have to do for the corporate side of the game. The match isn't long away from kicking off. The young mascots and the 2 team captains are posing for the pictures in the centre circles. The 2 sets of players, including players who've been at the World Cup this year, at one end of the pitch, and Hull City's many of them Wembley heroes at the other side of the pitch. Let's bring you full match commentary of the Tigers' return to the Premier League. It's Hull City against Manchester United, watched by former record signing Swanee and Mike Lance.
James, thank you. This promises to be quite the afternoon. Can Hull City, up against it anyway as one of the promoted sides, against the Giants of Manchester United, do the unthinkable and start the Premier League season with a victory to kick things off here at the MKM Stadium? Steve Jordan just warming up the crowd. Manchester United players to our right-hand side, the south stand side of the pitch, in a huddle. So too those Tigers players in those black and amber shirts in a huddle. Just one final word. A bit of inspiration, a bit of encouragement, a moment of leadership for the Holborn captain Louis Coyle and his Tigers teammates to try and create another bit of Hull City history. And we've got it all here for you on BBC Radio Humberside. As always, thanks for being with us, thanks for making us your choice of listening for what should be a special ride. 38 Cup finals, Swanee described it as, he's not wrong, and they don't come much bigger than Manchester United on the opening day of the season. City, as I said, in those black and amber shirts, the fans in fine voice. City will wait for Manchester United to get us underway. And Manchester United do start this game, the opening game of the Premier League season 2026-27. And what a way to start, as a ball is played long forward by Lamens, headed away by Ajayi, and it's picked up quickly by Cunha as it's worked to this left-hand side to Luke Shaw, the England international left-back, inside to Heaven, who plays it to the former Tiger, Harry Maguire. Just inside the centre circle, he'll sweep it to this left, picks out Shaw, who controls it, dinks it down the left in towards Dorgu. He's beaten to it by Ajayi, then the ball runs loose for the flagged up offside. On the far side of the field, just in front of that east stand, and it will be an early City free kick, just 36 seconds in. The smoke from the pyro that's gone off still just clearing, create a slight mist across the MKM Stadium. You can catch the stench of it as it hits the back of the nostrils as well, but it will be a free kick to City, which will be taken. First touch of the game for the new signing, Greece international Konstantinos Chalakis. Launches it downfield, that one's headed away by Heaven, it'll be picked up by Cunha, and then played away to that right-hand side to Mazraoui. He'll send it long up towards Mbumo, who's got a bit of space. He'll hook a high one up into the air. Should be Chalakis to collect. No problems on that one. And an easy ball for the City keeper, who lines up in goal as one of 3 new signings in this starting side. A back 3 of Ajayi, Egan and Mendy as one of the other new signings. Coyle and Giles are the wing-backs, with Crooks and Slater in the centre of midfield. Balumi and Stroud supporting Ollie McBurney up front. And let's not forget, the reason we are here is because of Ollie McBurney, that dramatic late winner at Wembley, almost 3 months ago, I should say, to the day.
It doesn't seem that long, Mark.
No, it's not that long. 3 months tomorrow it'll be, believe it or not. What a day, and a chance, Swanee, to create another special day for Hull City. How are you doing? Good to be back with you.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Like I say, the excitement and everything that comes with it. Like I say, there's on your house standing up there when they come out and the flags are flying, and saw the manager sitting in the dugout, a big grin on his face. He knows how hard it's going to be, but he deserves to get in this position to challenge himself against the best. So, like I say, we don't know what's going to happen, do we? We know we're up against it week in, week out, but let's give it a good go and enjoy it.
Let's see, Manchester United line up in a 4-2-3-1. Michael Carrick going with Lamens in goal, Mazraoui, Maguire, Heaven and Shaw the back four, Santos and Tielemans the two sitting midfielders with Mbumo, Fernandes and Dorgu, along with Cunha up front. Give me the two benches in a second. There's a long ball from City's going to roll through to Lamens, who's in more of a sort of lime green colour, mint green maybe, and Shalakis in the, well, City have gone old school. They've gone back to the 70s for their kit with the thick black and amber stripes, and Shalakis in very traditional Forest goalkeeper green. As United will pick the ball up at halfway. It's just worked in field by Santos, played forward up towards Fernandes. Early danger here for the Tigers to deal with. Ball might run loose, but Shalakis quick to react to it. They're dangerous. Fernandes is going to love to get into those little pockets of space one easily and cause problems for this Tigers defence.
Yeah, and you just saw Tielemans there, who's got the man that's what they brought him in for. His can open defences up there, and he just waited for Fernandes to make the run. Played it between the two centre half. It was a back touch, got made by in the end by Fernandes, and it got the other side of him. Back touch, brought him back this side, and we got ourselves away with that one.
First time I've commentated on a game with him in. I've been wondering whether I'd go with the proper pronunciation, the way he pronounces it, of Fernandes, and some commentators do. But I saw a video with him, and he says people still don't get it right when they try. Fernandes is fine if you want to anglicize it. So he said it's fine. We'll go with the Fernandes.
Let's not talk about him, eh?
Hopefully not. But he is a threat, isn't he? A real danger in this side, captain of the team as well. As the ball is played out to this right-hand side to Crooks, getting his opportunity in the Premier League. McBurney back in the Premier League and plays in Balumi, in behind Heaven. Danger here maybe for Manchester United, a City. To Coyle, gets across it towards the back, chance, and McBurney was close to it, but Mazraoui got the head on it first of all. You could see McBurney just curling in at the back post, but Mazraoui read it and got the ball away, and Manchester United have a throw-in.
They're the times I was saying you've got to enjoy, because it was a great little play there, Balumi and Coyle down the right side, great overlap and run. I say a fantastic ball whipped in by Coyle there, and I say looking at the far post, McBurney, it peeled out but could defend in the end, got the clearance on it. But that's the excitement, that's supposed to be the fans read. I say that's what already got in the first 4 minutes.
Oh, Shalakis with a bit of a wild ball away. Shaw read that one, but City will get it back at halfway. Here's Balumi. Balumi, the Premier League stage seems set up for him, Swanee, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's not got to try too much. That first 4 minutes I've seen there, he's sort of player that could light it up, to be fair. He's one of the players that could go to that next level, but not to try too hard, do things that come natural to him.
Ajayi's going to try and set Stroud free. He might just not have the legs to get there. It'll run away from him. Nice idea from Ajayi. He spotted the little gap in that left channel, didn't he? But just couldn't quite get the pace and the weight right on it, and it runs away from the Swedish World Cup start. Played in this summer's tournament. Chatted to him on Thursday. Lovely lad. We'll hear more from him in the build-up to Tuesday's game in the EFL Cup, Elliot Stroud. But 0-0 here. They've certainly not started reserves, City, have they?
No, far from it. Far from it.
Sergei Kurovic down there, he's got the jacket on and the jeans, just looking hands in pockets. Michael Carrick, similar sort of attire. It's that kind of cool Saturday afternoon, isn't it? Opening day of the Premier League season. Thanks for being with us. Mike and Swanee, James Hogarth alongside us as well. BBC Radio Humberside in the Premier League again. As Tielemans just skips away from a couple of challenges. Crooks sticks a foot in and brings Tielemans down. Free kick at halfway.
Crooks, Slater and McBurney with all that holding hands there, I think. Just closed in on him and he was going nowhere.
Free kick taken to this near left side. Manchester United in their third kit, it's a sort of off-white, isn't it? Almost as if like it's been washed, the whites that have been washed too many times. Black shorts and black and white socks, as it's played by Heaven. Now Santos, who comes deep for it, Andre Santos, just on the cusp of the centre circle, inside it, then plays it away to Tielemans, who's got a bit of room to work in. Now out to Mbumo. Boos coming from the either boos from the City fans or boom from the Man United fans, one or the other. Is Heaven again. Andre Heaven, under 20 international. The West Ham and Arsenal youngster, just still in possession, watched by McBurney, who's in no real rush to try and close him down too much, just letting him know he's got a man in attention as Charles tries to close down quickly there over on that far side. Got in the face of Cunha. And it's floated by Maguire out to Mbumo. Ball is kept in as he heads it down. Again for Cunha to try to get there. And he's out for a throw-in. Manchester United ball. 7.5 minutes in. It's a bit of an overcast afternoon. There's a slight breeze. No rain as we had the other day. Been after it. The dry one as this throw-in's going to be taken. On high up in the air. Bounces awkwardly in the penalty area, but Egan is first to react. It's going to drop down right on the edge of the penalty area. Bruno was able to flick it backwards. Tielemans gets it back to Maguire, who just manages to release it under the attention of McBurney, and City have won it back maybe. And Stroud can get in, and Maguire's caught Stroud there. Referee's going to say play on. The two players stay down. Stroud, I think, has copped the worst of that one. And Manchester United have it back. Swanee?
Yeah, I think Maguire got Stroud, then Maguire thought he might be in trouble, so he goes to the ground. Now they're both up.
And Maguire's claiming he thought he was fouled as Manchester United have space with Cunha. Ball into the box, a bit of a scuff one. Egan side foots that one away. McBurney goes down, free kick to the Tigers. The City fans with some ironic cheers, feeling like, oh, we actually got a decision against the big boys.
That's what we'll be saying, morning. Seeing it again here, just like a little click in there. Nothing really much in it. No. His foot was only in Maguire's, and I said Stroud run through it, and I said that's what caught them both on the feet and fine. The
City bench, of course, Jack Butland is injured out until around December with that serious arm injury that required an operation, picked up in training a couple of weeks ago. Dylan Phillips is the sub-keeper. Liam Miller, Yenja Tadal, Paddy McNair, Cody Drame, Lucas Harrington, the Australian World Cup international, just 18 years of age, soon to be 19, Matt Targett, Kieran Dowell and Lucas Gorner-Duaf. I'll give you the United bench in a second as Ajayi's inside United's half as Shaw wins it back from Balumi. Flicked inside towards Santos, turns it back to Maguire, who's got over whatever he thought was causing him a problem from that Stroud challenge. That flick on there from Mbumo. Can't find Cunha though, who's drifting here, there and everywhere at the moment, Cunha, isn't he? Just trying to find a space to pull City away.
Yeah, and as soon as we lose possession, we're dropping deep, we're going 5 at the back, so we are making it harder. Another bank of 3 right in front of them, protecting them. So we're making it hard for them. I say if they're going to try and break, I think it's going to be actually from I say the play, everything's coming straight down the middle. To be fair with them, I say we're like funneling me down there, so we'll feel safer that way.
Cole's made a good run that Ajayi again has tried to pick out, similar to the one on the left-hand side. This time down the right touch line. Cole's just taking a little nudge to the back there from Luke Shaw, who's always a stocky individual, isn't he, Luke Shaw?
Good way of putting it.
Yeah.
When I'm up sofa, I say it different.
Yeah. So I'm not asking you to repeat how you describe it. No, I'll leave it at that. 10 minutes in, I'm already having to keep him in check. We have had 10 minutes of the opening Premier League game of the season, the first in 9 years for the Tigers, and it's Hull City 0, Manchester United 0, and Swanee's back. Ball for United, flick down the right side. Coyle's gone over to that left side at the moment, just a bit of cover there. It runs to Giles, now Egan, side foots it forward up towards Stroud. He tried to release it away, it was a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Just looking at Mendy. Over on that side, he looks as though he's just moving a bit awkwardly at the moment. He's taking a whack.
I was just going to say, looks an athletics there after me as well.
Not now, he doesn't.
No.
Keep an eye on that one. As Heaven plays it forward to Mendes and flick that one up towards the City penalty area. Dortmund was close, but it runs through to Jalakis. The United bench, Carl Darlow, the former Hull City lone keeper. Dallo, Lacey, Mainu Martinez, Rashford's on the bench, Yoro, Xerxes, and Shesko. There's too many shus in there. Xerxes and Shesko. Thank you. The red half. I've had messages over the summer with the signings coming in going, pray for Swanee. Darren England is Barnsley is the referee for this one. Of course, we've got VAR as well. Michael Salisbury, the VAR official. Fourth official's Chris Kavanagh, who took charge of the FA Cup final last season. Shalakis just side foots one up towards Stroud. It was
Stroud looked like he got a bit of pace as well.
Yeah.
How he opened his legs there.
Yeah, he certainly did, but that one just away from him as we hit 12 minutes. Still goalless. City very much in the game. They've had a couple of moments in advanced positions. That one big moment when the cross came in from the right But McBurney almost got on the end of, but Shaw's got some space down the left in the City half. But curl ball in. Jalakis a bit of indecision there. Mendy left it. Shot comes in from Mbumo. And still not cleared yet. Mbumo out on the right hand side. That was the first real hesitation from City. Fernandes, ball into the box, in towards Tielemans. Can't control it. Runs out for a goal kick. But that's got to be a moment where they switch on, Swanee.
That's the keeper. He can see the ball coming there. He's got to make a decision there. There's nobody in front of him. The ball's up in the air. He's got to come and take that, or he's got to get clear as Mendy lets it go. And it just gives it a clean strike. I think it was Giles that come back and ducked as well to let that go past him. So two players there on the left hand side of the defence got to take more responsibility. I think the keeper can see it all there, and he can talk and tell them what he's expecting from them in front of him. But yeah, to be fair, good strike and a good save in the end.
It was the first time they'd looked nervous, isn't it? There was a bit of indecision, and
it's not as though they've opened us up, is it?
No,
it's a mistake by itself.
Definitely, but as you said, Jalakis, he's got to make the call there. He's got to be the sort of firm one, hasn't he? City throwing, right side. Coyle tries to dink it down the right, just a little bit directionless, and goes out for a United throw-in. As United have never lost a top flight opener against a promoted side. First meeting where they had one was against Newcastle when Newcastle came back up in 2010. Is Mazraoui going to play a ball up to the edge of the box? Maybe a chance on the left foot for Cunha. It's a simple, scuffed left-footed shot that Jalakis just smothers. And City have the ball. And it's BBC Radio Humberside. 14 minutes gone. Hull City 0. Manchester United 0.
Yeah, it's another ball that's coming from the wide area, but it's coming narrow. Like I said, trying to go straight down the middle, to be fair. Like I say, Dogu's coming in.
Well, that's good work from Stroud, who heads the ball in good strength to give it to McBurney. McBurney out to Giles on the left. Cross ball comes in towards McBurney. Saved. Pushed away by the keeper. I thought that was the moment. The men's got there. Probably comfortable really for him in the end, but he made the keeper work. That's fine football from the Tigers. Good build-up play. Giles with the quality cross in, and McBurney found the header. He made the keeper dive, but Lemens pushes it away, and it remains 0-0.
It's that partnership, Giles and McBurney, we saw a lot last year, didn't we? Like I said, the build-up playing goals and assists. It's a great ball in. McBurney timed it with perfection. You don't need to be even quick there. He's just getting the time in the first 2 yards, gets across the defender, got the power on the header, but just a bit too close to the keeper. But everything nearly perfect there. Decent save as well.
Throwing comes in from the left-hand side. United deal with that. It might bounce, and good strength shown there by Stroud. That's going to come off him last. But Stroud showed excellent strength in the build-up to it. Knocked it down for McBurney. Quick ball out to Giles, and we've seen the quality that Giles can deliver from that side of the field.
And he did. Like I said, McBurney's time to perfection. Probably in his head, probably tried. Well, he did everything right. Hit the target, kept the ball down, and probably tried to keep it just a bit further away from the keeper. But yeah, got the fans at the edge of the seats again.
Absolutely. Positive start for the Tigers. Quarter of an hour into the game.
Well, I wouldn't say you look at this team as a Man United to be scared about it. You'd be 15 minutes in, the manager would look and think, yeah, created two of probably the best chances.
Yeah.
And on its chance there, that is a mistake by itself.
City have themselves a throw-in though. Coyle right in front of Michael Carey. Send on towards McBurney, heads it inside. Crooks comes in with a solid challenge. Then McBurney flicks it to Ballumi. Turns it inside to Crooks. Tries to work it out towards Giles. And Slater nips it. Intercepts it. Opportunity. Slater nutmegs the man. Left hand side. Giles. Steep cross in and tipped over by Lemens. And City are going at it. They're going right in the faces of Manchester United and saying, "Water writers off. Let's show you what we're made of." City 0, Manchester United 0, corner to come.
Yeah, brilliant first 15 minutes of the game in the Premier League. Like I say, another great build-up play from the left-hand side. Great whip ball in by Giles. Keeper decent on it, but like I say, it's something that you're going forward with. Opportunities keep coming.
City corner in front of the southeast corner of the MKM Stadium. It's Slater, right-footed, little flick across the area. McBurney turns it back. Chance, and City lead in the only game of the Premier League. And it's Shemi Ajayi who finishes from close range to give the Tigers the opener goal against Manchester United. McBurney was in there. That was saved by Lemens. But Ajayi didn't mess around. Just tapped it home. And the Tigers are in front. They've been written off. They've been ridiculed. They've been put down. But they've gone right at it against
Yeah, his eyes must have lit up there when he saw the ball, like I say, sat in front of him 3 yards out on the volley. Nobody there to beat. The keeper's on the floor. Like I say, we deserve that. Like I say, we've had the best opportunities. We're definitely on that left-hand side. And when that goal ball whipped in, Egan got a little flick on it. McBurney made the run round the back. Got a little tug back on him, but he got a good strike on it. Keeper pushed it onto the post. And as it lands there, the giant eyes lit up. You could see him from here thinking, this is it. This is it. Bounce back off the post into the roof of the net at bat.
He was waiting for it, wasn't he? Absolutely waiting for it.
Wow.
And the City fans just letting Manchester United fans know and the team that they're in a game. What a start. On his second goal for the Tigers, Shemi Ajayi, but perhaps one of the most important goals he'll score in his career. Early days yet, but City have the lead against Manchester United.
Say that again.
City have the lead against Manchester United.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
On the opening day of the Premier League season. Wow.
But like I say, you look, they're not really, I was just saying a couple of minutes ago, don't look like they're scared. Yeah, they've got the players out there, we all know that, but it's allowing them to do it.
Look at Manchester United, they're trying to find a quick response. Tielemans, midway inside the City half, flicks it low towards that right side. Maybe an opportunity here for Mazraoui, cross ball in, Egan gets a foot on it. It's going to come out, Tielemans with a shot, takes a deflection, runs to Zolakis. Egan's getting on everything. He's picked up where he left off at Wembley, Swanee. I mean, they were all superb, but Egan was one of the absolute standouts. Nothing got by him, did it?
No, today playing from in the middle of the three, he can control that and not really get himself when he can get opened up to pace, because he knows he's not got the pace, so he doesn't want a foot race with any of the players. But like I say, his timing and reading of the ball and his heading ability, he wouldn't have got the flick on when the corner came in.
City get a free kick, Heaven with a push on McBurney. John Egan, one of the players in this City side who does have Premier League experience, 73 games in the top flight. Shemi Ajayi, this is his 34th Premier League game. Last played back in May 2021 for West Bromwich Albion. He was an unused sub for Arsenal when he was younger, when City played them back in 2014, a 2-2 draw at the Emirates. And he's made his mark this afternoon. 20 minutes gone here. BBC Radio Humberside on FM and digital. Hull City 1, Manchester United 0. It's the Tigers free kick sent forward by Coyle. Going to take a touch off the head of a Manchester United player. Stroud will keep it in. Wants to get the ball back into the box in towards McBurney. Might come out to Balloumi, who balloons that one high, wide, and not very handsome.
Again, his eyes are low, set up perfect for the volley on the edge of the box there. His technique slightly wrong. Goes underneath it to always make the ball rise and go over the crossbar. And again, it's another decent ball in from that left-hand side. And I say McBurney very close to getting his head on it as well.
And Sergei Yakirovich down there, and Dean Holden is at the moment. Fourth official just going to make him come back. Dean Holden is reality TV star these days on the YouTube show Holding It Together with him and his family. It's quite an entertaining watch. He'll be enjoying it as well. We'll chat to him next week ahead of the Stoke game. He'll be put up for cup games. It will always be Sergei ahead of Premier League games. That's the Premier League rules. And Premier League.
I wonder what Sergei's thinking now. He's telling me it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
He told me this was going to be hard, this Premier League thing.
And he'll come out with something like that afterwards, you know he will.
Yeah.
As it looks on, City having to do some defending here, but Manchester United still only a third of the way inside the Tigers' half at the moment, as we're not far off the midway point of the first half. Tigers leading 1-0. Shemi Ajayi opening the scoring, but nothing that they didn't deserve either. Certainly not a backs to the wall job before getting the lead, as Slater's just had a little clip there.
I think the build-up to the play is when Slater nipped him.
Yes,
nipped him,
it was.
Up the ball, like I said. That's just being alert and bright, like I said, and that's important. That's when you play teams like this. You've got to be on the ball, you've got to try and read things quicker, and Slater saw that so quick, nipped him, got the ball at left-hand side, which was always in the corner.
Man United see the space, though. Look how quickly that's moved forward. Cross is going to come in from the left. Zolakis gets there, he gets clattered by Dorgu, and the referee's going to give it as a free kick, and he'll have felt that one, Swanee. That'll need a bit of icing at half-time.
No, I think he's all right.
Dorgu certainly came in Yeah, I mean, he had every right to go for it, didn't he?
Yeah,
But he's not done anything wrong. Yeah.
They'll both be alright.
I say he's not done anything wrong. The referee's given it as a free kick. But
It's not really caught him, to be fair. I think
has he not?
Stoker has got a good punch on the head.
Okay, fair enough.
Just having a breather.
Yeah. Konstantinos Zalakis, 23-year-old Greek international, non-capped for his country so far. Signed from Olympiacos. It's a 5-year deal. He was the original new club record signing at just over 20 million, and then that was quickly eclipsed by
Just pinched
Mendy.
10 yards there.
Get what you can. Here's Balloumi, skips away from a couple of challenges, does well, holds it up, tried to play. That was never going to find a man. The deflections actually helped him. And then Mendy works into Giles. Giles with a low crossing, whips it in, fast and hard, comes out after being cleared away by United. Giles and Slater. Slater just steps into space, 35 yards out, floats it out to this right side. Coyle just too much on it. Coyle can't get there, and it goes out for a Manchester United throw. We passed the midway point of the first half. And it is Hull City 1, Manchester United 0.
And looking at our two midfield players, Crooks and Slater, like I said, up against Tielemans and Santos, you're thinking it's a mismatch. It is a mismatch today, yeah. They're on top of him.
Look at John Egan just orchestrating everything. His experience is going to be vital in this, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot in there with the likes of Ajayi and Crooks, but I just think Egan's got that calm head about him, hasn't he? Headed out by Matt Crooks. Good to see him getting his Premier League opportunity as well. The career he's had, but never played in the top flight.
Brilliant, that's it, all of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
There's Wycombe United, but a space opening up for Mazraoui. City going to have to get across and cover this. Stroud quickly closes him down, out towards Mbeumo, looking to try and take on Giles. Steps in on his left foot. Now Tielemans drops the shoulder, goes round the outside of Stroud. Stroud gets a foot in and wins the ball. Good work from the Swede.
Brilliant work. So that's the other side of the game. Oops, missed it.
Nearly given away by Giles, but thankfully McBurney covers, and then Manchester United get it back. Loose ball might drop in here to Dorgu. Dorgu tries to turn it back, and that one goes out for a goal kick. And a City ball.
Yeah, there's pieces really, little bits, and there's nothing really clear cut for Man United really to have a striker goal, apart from that one that came at the back. But apart from that, kept 2-10, haven't they?
Yeah. Last time City opened a Premier League season 10 years ago, it was that win against Leicester, who were then champions, don't forget. I mean, what a day that was. Especially going into the season with so much uncertainty and the disruption and turmoil around Steve Bruce leaving and the lack of recruitment, but beat Leicester and then Swansea, and only narrowly losing against Manchester United with a late Marcus Rashford goal. Imagine, I mean, if that had been 7 points from those first 3 games back then, Swanee, it was already a good start 10 years ago. What a start it would be to get 3 points from the off here. A trip to Coventry a week from today, and then Aston Villa back here for the first game in September. They played Chelsea and Newcastle before that extended 3-week international break. It's not bad, is it?
It is, isn't it?
It doesn't feel that long ago. Swanee's going, now we're going back to Plymouth again.
Sit behind that post. Came again. Don't even want to be there.
Oh, Portsmouth. The Portsmouth. Oh, Plymouth. Yeah. I thought you meant Portsmouth and the lack of vision with the gantry. We're in our new press position here at the MKM Stadium, slightly further forward for those of us who used to spot us at the top of the West Stand upper.
They've realised we're getting older and his eyesight's going. Well, that's what they thought listening to us.
A few years' time will be where Sergei is. It's the only way we'll be able to call the game. Here's Tielemans, just holds it up. City have been far from second best in this game, and that goal was not against the run of play. They've taken it to the favourites in this game. Manchester United going in. City have been ridiculed and written off, as I said, the likes of Joe Cole and Carlton Cole, not just dismissing their chances in the Premier League, but mocking the City of Hull, and it's wound a lot of people up as well. But maybe the podcast that they're on, they got what they wanted. They got the attention from it, Swanee, didn't they?
Yeah, very much so.
But here's Balloumi. Nice bit of footwork there to get away from Shaw. It's won back by Manchester United as Santos comes in to clean up. Here's Dorgu trying to link up with Fernandes, who, to say it quietly, he's not really been much of a factor so far, Swanee, has he?
No, not been on the ball. We're not allowed him to get on, have we?
No.
Good body check there by Coyle on Dorgu.
I was hesitant to say, because the minute I say something like that, they usually pop up with a worldie or something, but
He's going
it's
to
the
play.
facts.
He's going to play some part of the game, isn't he?
Possible. Yeah. There's Tielemans, watched by Mendy. He's not had loads to do so far, but on his Premier League debut, his City debut as well. Manchester United. There's Cunha on the right side. Cross ball in. Egan's there again. No messing. Just swipes that one away with his right foot and out for a United throwing on that far side in front of the East Stand, who are not having to deal with bright sunshine on the opening day. It's warm. There's a warmth in the air, isn't there? But it's overcast more than anything else.
It's normally red hot first game, isn't
As usually. Here's a Mbumo. Now Mazraoui steps in and back out to the right side towards Cunha, who's come deep a few times. He's going looking for the ball, Swannies, and he's not getting the service into the box that he wants, so he just keeps drifting in, trying to pull City out of position, draw some of those defenders away. Now it's Maguire. Maguire curls across in, dangerous ball into the box, and he got a touch off a Manchester United player last and goes wide and out for a goal kick. I think United thought it was going to be a corner. Fernandes is arguing it. I wasn't sure, Swanee. We might see it here on the replay. It was a teasing ball in from Maguire, wasn't it?
Ball in by Maguire.
No, that came off Dorgu last, didn't it?
Dorgu, a touch on it.
We'll see it on this one.
I don't think he knew much about it.
Yeah,
Left foot.
Yeah. Coyle was just in behind him, but it was off the United man. Patrick Dorgu, Danish international. Signed from Italian side Lecce a couple of years ago. So that one's up towards McBurney. Crooks just goes into the back of Santos, who made use of the contact to go down like he'd been shot, and then pops up quickly when he knows he's got the free kick.
There was a tree that hit him.
Fair point. Harry Maguire just steps out in that familiar style of his, just rolls it forward up towards Fernandes, leaves it for Mbuemo, who can't get to it, and Maguire will turn it back. Harry Maguire, who played 75 times for the Tigers, 32 of those in the Premier League, 3 goals in amongst that as well. Signed for Leicester for about 17 million before joining Manchester United for 80 million, and nice work there from Ajayi to make Manchester United look daft. McBurney could have shown a better touch there. He had a chance. Stroud's got an opportunity. That will come off Stroud last and goes out for a throw-in. Bit of a better option there, Swanee, and City were in.
There was a couple of moves, like I said, Man United going forward. Player jumped out of challenge and let the ball go through, and then similarly the South really did the exact same thing. Whether it was good play and they could see people around them, but jumping out of challenges they didn't fancy.
United throw-in from that far side. Just a reminder, of course, no reason for it or need for it yet, but VAR is in action in the Premier League. Let's get used to that as the season progresses. Here's Shaw, going to play on into Tielemans, who's made a bit of an advantage run. It's probably as far as Tielemans has got in this game so far. Swanee just outside the box. He's one of the throw-in for his side on this near left touchline where Liam Miller's warming up amongst others down there. Conor Duath, one of the others. Jurgen Dahl, the Norwegian, chatted to him last week after the friendly draw against Nice. Looking to join the likes of Haaland and Odegaard as players from Norway to make a big impact as the throw-in comes in. McBurney tries to get rid. They have it, and United have it inside the box. Santos in towards Cunha, defended away, and goes down in the area.
United players rolling around in the box.
Yeah. Heaven not claiming anything. Cross comes back in again. There's a flicked header. Easy for Zalakis to get to. Just had to scramble across, but made sure he did. And then from the ground, rolls it out to get Coyle on his way. He's got support with Balumi. Balumi turns it back inside to Crooks, who just had to check his run slightly. Now Coyle back to Balumi once more. Crooks works it away quickly to Slater. Slater's going to float one. Picks out perfectly Ryan Giles on that left touchline. Nice play from City.
Some more legs could have been there. Great football.
I think we've got a couple actually. Trying it. There we go. Crooks. There we go.
Good for you coming.
Ajayi. City 1-0 up. 32 minutes gone here at the MKM Stadium. And yes, it's the opening day of the Premier League season. Egan back to Zalakis. City will just rebuild again here and then drifted forward out to his right touchline to Coyle. Took a challenge from Shaw. Balumi trying to win it back. Looks to take it away from Santos. Had a tug of the arm as well. The referee Darren England just spotted it. sort of the shirt in the end, I think, was the one that did it.
And the referee there, and no wrestle going on, I think they'd let that play on with the rest of it. Because McBurney come and took the ball away from him. He blew up.
Yeah, Maguire's going to try and pick out Shaw, and does so. Good control, and then it bounced off his shin. Lays it back to Dorgu, edge of the area, tries to drive into the box. Coyle gets it off him and played away by Ajayi. United get it back though in those off-white shirts. Shaw back to halfway to heaven. There's a frustration about United at the moment.
Yeah, you can feel it, can't you? With the fans, yeah.
Now Maguire.
I think it's just that we're so organised that
yeah.
That's a decision making for Man United. That's where Fernandes comes in, but we're getting tight with him and stopping him making decisions and stopping him getting on the ball.
Dorgu to heaven. Inside to Maguire, just in the centre circle, steps across halfway, slips it forward to Dorgu, escapes the attention of Slater, now slides it square to Mazraoui, who played all 5 games for Morocco in the World Cup, and Bumo, one of the players who was in that Manchester United side that lost to Grimsby Town last season in that remarkable League Cup win. Might not like coming to this part of the world, Manchester United, at this rate. The City get themselves a free kick, a bit of a challenge there on Crooks. And it's a City ball midway inside the Tigers' half. 1-0 they lead.
Well, things in change. Football's not changed. There's been still a lot of players rolling around today, aren't there?
You're not happy with it, are you?
There's a booking already. Calvin King's also
Who gets booked? The first yellow card of the game comes 34 minutes in. Sergei Kirovic has got to be absolutely delighted with what he's seen so far, Swanee.
They won't say that yet. They'll want more from his team.
How have they done it?
Organisation. How to break down, working out, concentration, staying with the runners, not letting players get run past, and a lot of communication, like you said earlier in the game there, Egan being the one that's orchestrating all of the back.
Yeah. We often talk about sort of midfield as being that quarterback as it gets used now, but Egan's playing that role as one of the 3 centre halves, isn't it?
And when you go forward, sometimes you get that final third, play what you see.
Yeah. One ball away by Manchester United for Umbumo, trying to take on Mendy. Umbumo with a cross in towards Cunha, heading clear again by Egan, comes out to Tielemans, fancies lining up a shot, but the space was closed down, out to Shaw on the left, cross ball in towards the back. Umbumo's fancy Nick goes for the bicycle kick, and it hits the City player and away for a Manchester United corner. 10 minutes to the break.
Just as you were asking the question there, he's the man there, Egan comes out, wins the header, doesn't just win the header, straight away his arms are out wide, pulling his team up with him, so they're squeezing him, and I say not giving them space to work in.
Corner for Manchester United, in front of their own fans in that far corner, the northeast corner of the stadium. And City with some defending to do here, but they have that 1-goal lead. Shemi Ajayi putting the Tigers in front on 17 minutes. Corner comes in, right side, hung up towards the back. Chalakis is there, picks it out under his crossbar. Comfortable for the big Greek.
It's always great to see a big, tall keeper, isn't it?
Oh, look at this, space opens up. Manchester United has switched off. Giles comes forward, good spot by Chalakis. Gives it to Stroud on the left side, 25 yards out. Looking for some support, needs it now. Giles has gone and he has to turn it back inside to Crooks. Manchester United have now got everyone in the final third behind the ball. Slater sweeps it to Coyle, looking to get a good cross in, curls it in towards McBurney. Maguire's the first to it, out to Slater, controls it on his chest. Now Balumi on his favoured left foot, dinks it with that left foot to Giles. Cross coming in, ball into the box, and it just goes in behind McBurney, headed out by Maguire.
Look how far he stood off for Giles.
Yeah.
It's to say, go across it, you're not a danger, but I think that could change in the second half.
Balumi flicks it past Tielemans, gets a cheap free kick, a justified free kick. Tielemans looks to the sky in frustration, but it maybe wasn't the most cynical, but it was still a block, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I say he got nutmegs on him there, and I don't think Tielemans could do much about it. It was just that actually, that's how he was stood, and the angle he was stood at, and the ball went through his legs. Always going to be a free kick though.
Yeah.
Going back to the keeper though, being a big tall, 6'3", 6'4",
yeah.
Comes with something like nice and clean, confident in the air, and then quick to release to get us away on the counter attack.
Free kick to the Tigers, 25 yards out, just in from what would be in line with the left edge of the Manchester United penalty area. Slater's over it with the right foot, Balumi with the left, depends what they fancy here. Maybe just get it into one of the big boys. It's going to be Balumi. Leave it actually for Slater. Curls it in. Maybe a chance. And City have doubled the lead. And it's Mendy on his debut for the Tigers. And the afternoon just gets better and better. When they've been written off before the season begins, Hull City have responded in some style. A great free kick in. Mendy with a glancing touch. And it nestles in the bottom corner. And would you believe what's happening here? Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. I'll say it again. Hull City 2, Manchester United 0 on the opening day of the Premier League.
And we're moaning about not having had strikers. Stick the centre half up top. It's a great ball in there. I said Mendy. All he had to do was get the ball on Tiger because there's no players around him. It just the height of the ball come perfect to him. Obviously that's straight from the training ground. A great ball in, great time run. 2-0. Great time as well. Just before 38 minutes into it's always good to score 2 goals, but they've deserved it. We've played miles better than them. Like I said, we've got ourselves in positions. The free kick before, yeah, it was a free kick. There's not really saying any look or anything. We're playing some good football and it's saying we're getting rewarded for it.
Oh my word. What are we witnessing, Swanee? They're going to check it though. VAR's checking it. Here we go.
Only thing, it's off, up and running.
Decision is goal. No handball. The first VAR decision. It's gone City's way. And we see glum-looking Manchester United fans arms folded.
Easy win from Man U, first game of the season.
Yeah, they were going to rock up, weren't they?
Points.
Roll them over.
Get them all by the Tigers, looking up. It's in the Premier League off again.
Oh, missed by Heaven. Baloomi's nearly taking it from him. Heaven just manages to save himself from going to hell there because that could have been a problem. I hadn't planned one, I genuinely hadn't. It just seemed obvious. There was no written line, I promise you. But that could have been disastrous for him there. Because he messed around with it.
It's good enough at the moment.
Yeah,
It's disastrous enough.
It is. Are we going to avoid the line we usually use here about 2 minutes?
No,
Let's not leave it. Okay, that's fine. Cunha's coming forward. City are 2-0 up though. Remarkable scene here at the MKM Stadium. That's City throwing, yeah. Greg spotted it. Good work from the officials there. Louis Coyle will take this, the captain of his hometown club. He showed so much emotion, didn't he, at Wembley and afterwards, and thinking about his dad. He blames himself for his dad's passing. It's one he's carried with him. Feels he just could have been there and done more, but his dad would be proud looking down on him. As Stroud tries to come forward, here's Fernandes. Fernandes just steps inside, midway inside the City half, laid off by Cunha. Now Santos. Santos looking for an option. City resolute at the moment, not giving Manchester United an inch. Into Fernandes. Quick footwork here though. This is where they can be dangerous, but ball given away and Balumi gets it and he's looking for an option. He might find it with Stroud. Just worked off it. Been impressed with Stroud so far, Swanee?
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? He looks good.
Looks decent.
Going to run the ball, got some about him, energy, bit of pace.
4 minutes to the break. I just looked to my right hand side. Curtis Davis, who's working for our colleagues at 5 Live, just looked at me, puffed his cheeks out and smiled. He's seen a few things in his career as Curtis Davis, including scoring in an FA Cup final for this team, but even he's been blown away by what's happening here. Michael Carrick back out after being on the dugout seats for a couple of minutes. Sergei Akirovic still out there, standing firm, arms folded, watching his side take it to Manchester United. There's always that thought that the opening game at home, you might be able to get something from. A long way to go yet, still another half of football. Here's Tielemans, 25 yards out to Mbumo, tries to get around the outside of Giles, cross comes in, Mendy, the scorer of the second goal, catches it with the left foot, clears it away
as well for players that's coming in, let's say for big money as well, 23 million. Get yourself a goal in the first game, and like I said, the fans are loving it, he'll be loving it. Just nice feel for him.
Didn't even acknowledge the fact club record signing, of course. Now I mentioned it was Jalakis originally, that was quickly wiped out by Mendy's signing. There's a throw-in for Manchester United, right side, 6 yards out. Giles gets a glancing touch on it, comes off the top of his head, and Jalakis is there to collect it. Just over 2 minutes left of this first half. Hull City 2, Manchester United.
Don't speak too soon, but we've got to talk how we see the game. They look very laboured, Man United.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they're playing like it's an end of season game, you know, and they've had enough and they can't wait for the break.
Yeah. No, I get it. You're not wanting to jinx it. It's not jinxed it. That's how they look right now.
Yeah.
They might have a response.
And we look like a team that's had a great season previous before, hit the ground running, want to go and show everybody what we can do, and exactly what we are. So organised. Brilliant.
With, as we were talking before the game, the spine of that team from last season.
Yeah.
8 starters.
Championship team.
From that starting playoff final side. And the players that have come in have done all right. Including Mendy, who's...
The manager is a genius. First game. We said it last year, didn't seem to work.
There's the line. Clip that one out. That's going in a trail at some point. Studio's already there. Put that little clip out. Fans asking for Arjun to give them away. There comes Fernandes though, trying to open up a bit of space for himself down that right side. Mendy was equal to it as the cross came in. Not the best of crosses from Fernandes, who's clearly got better quality than that. As he obviously obliges. Gets very in the moment during games, does Arjun Ilijala.
But he's got a few family and friends here today.
He might have, yes. Here come United again. Ball slipped into Tielemans. Now on Boomer. Cross comes in into Dogu. And Coyle, with a bit of attention on him, puts that one out.
Coyle's had a great first half, like I say, and that there wasn't the favourite for it, but boy did he got close to him. Dogu, when he's got up for the header, and with him getting that tight to him, like I say, he couldn't get the direction and the power that he wanted Dogu, and then headed the ball wide.
Just at this point, just like to give a nod to the family of Rob Gibson, a lifelong City fan from Hazel, and I have to confess an old schoolmate of mine who was laid to rest yesterday, passed away last month after dealing for so long a real battle with vascular Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Him and his twin brother Steve were good schoolmates of mine, and we said our goodbyes to him yesterday. He'd have been loving this today. Our thoughts are with you. We send our love and condolences. BBC Radio Humberside.
We're going to win the league. We're going to win the league. Come on, lads. Enjoy it. We've got to do every game, haven't we?
Absolutely. Yes, the board goes up 2 minutes. Manchester United on that right side. This is where they've got to stand firm here, City now. Not going, having conceded. Ball into Mazraoui. Crosses blocked by Mendy. Comes away to Tielemans. Tielemans sweeps across him. Mendy not the best of clearances. Should be Jalakis to collect, and it is. And he drops to the ground with it, and City lead by 2-0. Sergei Stolz doesn't look happy about something. He's just stomped back to the dugout.
I think Mendy's that good of a centre half. He just, like I say, that back pass there to the keeper. Disguised his back pass brilliantly, just launched it up in the air, didn't it?
Looks really solid, doesn't it? The Senegalese.
It was a miskick. But I can say it was disguised, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
23 million. Don't know what he's doing.
Coming in with some reputation, or expectation probably more than anything else, rather than reputation, I should say. Just 21 years of age, 1 cap for Senegal. As United have it with Fernandes. Look how deep he's gone. He's gone to try and control this now, hasn't he? And say, right, let me try and take it by the scruff of the neck. Sometimes there's question marks about his role in games and his attitude. He is the captain and trying to show that leadership here. We're a minute in. Here's Fernandes going to try one. Tries a curling shot. Takes a touch off the back of the City player and goes out for a throw-in. We've got about 40 seconds left of the stoppage time. City just need to see this one
forward. Every player's in the box apart from the keeper and player edge of box.
Yeah, Lemens almost at halfway. Luke Shaw for United. Sent it in. Should be easy for McBurney to head clear. He goes out as far as Tielemans. 25 seconds left of the added on time. Tielemans watched by Slater, forces him to turn away, then back inside again. He's just near the centre circle, so no immediate danger for the Tigers. We'll just try and keep United at bay here in these closing few seconds. Darren England is there, no look at his watch yet. Mazraoui in towards Dogu, and then Mendy just punches that one out with the left foot, out for a throw-in.
What an half.
And well, Would you believe it? Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. Don't adjust your radios. Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. And fully deserving of it. The Tigers have been controlled, composed, they've been calm, they've been resolute. They've actually taken it to Manchester United as well. And for all the doubts and questions externally around Hull City going into this season, a long way to go in this season yet. But in the first 45 minutes of the opening game of the season, a Shemi Ajayi goal, a tapping from close range after some really nice play from City. McBurney involved in the build-up to it. Ajayi tapped home on 17 minutes to give them the lead, fully deserved. And then a Slater free kick, met by Mendy, glancing header, and the club's record signing opens his account on the opening day of his first game for the Tigers. And nestled in the bottom corner to double the lead. It is 2-0 to Hull City. What a first half. Peter Swan.
Yeah, you look at the two names, Hull City and Man United, like saying, you expect something different. If you're at the game watching it and you're thinking, without knowing who's who, you're thinking, they look a decent team. Everything they've done, the way set his team up, like I say, hard to break down, but obviously when you've got a chance going forward, we're not going to shy away from that. We go forward together, we defend together, and that's exactly what he's done. I say in the midfield too there, I say they've got all over the place. I say Crooks and Slater, I say anticipating challenges, interceptions. They've got on there one good balls. I say when the balls come in down that left-hand side, I say Giles has put 3 or 4 great balls in. The timing of runs by McBurney's been there. They look really bright and organised. I say what you'd like to see. You've got to try and win the individual battles. It's going to be hard this season because they're probably going to get a lot of world-class players. But that first half, they're all, for me, every one of them's on top of the road they're playing against. And I say the 2-0 is probably a fair result for reflection on that first half.
Manchester United have looked nervous, they've looked rattled, they've not
looked laboured.
Laboured definitely is the word Swanee uses. They do look laboured. City have looked on it, on the front foot from the start, taking it to Manchester United, and they've got the rewards. At half-time, in the opening game of the Premier League season, it's Hull City 2, Manchester United 0.
So, the first 45 minutes in 10 years of Hull City being a Premier League club has been quite interesting. The Tigers lead by 2-0 over 13 times Premier League champions Manchester United. What a first half it's been for Hull City here at the MKM Stadium. Let's find out about our other games this afternoon. We'll start with our game in the West Midlands on Freeview Channel 713. The Mariners are at Walsall, and the story of the first half comes from Matt Dean.
No score here at the interval as Alan Buckley emerges onto the pitch. He is being honoured by Walsall this afternoon. Played, of course, for the Sattlers and managed both of these clubs, given a very good reception here. Walsall with the better of the first half chances, which has been a fairly even contest in the first half. Let's look at some of the opportunities then. Presley has had an effort wide of the post, decent ball in from Clark early on. Clark also had an effort over the top from 15 yards out. Hancock has gone close, and Sweeney had to revert to a decent covering challenge when Walsall were in on goal through the middle. As for the Mariners, well, their best opportunity fell to Kean Doyle. He sent it wide of the post, and Vernon on the half volley also as we headed towards half time. But all square at the interval here, 0-0, and it's about fair on the balance of play in that first half, James.
So goalless at the Bestcott Stadium. Let's go to 10 Acres and find the story of the first half for Scunthorpe United at Eastleigh, and the story of that first 45 minutes in the National League comes from Nathan Alban.
Scunthorpe United looking for that first National League win of the season, but it's not going to plan so far. They trail Eastleigh by a goal to nil, a lead which the home side arguably deserved. They've created the better opportunities. They have more of the ball in that first half, particularly in the opening stages, with Callum Howe, the central defender for Scunthorpe United, limping off injured. That's a blow for the Iron, but the real blow in the first half was Harry Sidwell, son of former Premier League midfielder Steve Sidwell, firing into the far corner, good 25 yards out, really arrowed it low beyond Lewis Jones. That happened in just 10 minutes or so before the interval, and Scunthorpe United limited to very few chances indeed. They've had the ball in attacking areas, but just lacking that final moment, the execution at times. Pat Jones firing over late on in the first half, the best opportunity, you might say, for the Irons. So at the break here at sunny 10 Acres, it is Eastleigh 1, Scunthorpe United 0.
No sunshine here, I have to say, but the sun is most certainly shining over Hull City and their Premier League dream this afternoon. The Tigers lead 13 times champions of the Premier League, Manchester United, by 2-0. Shemi Ajayi, one of the success stories of last season, opening the scoring with Hull City's first goal on their return to the Premier League. And Mendy with his first goal for the club on 38 minutes, giving City a 2-0 lead at the break as City return to the Premier League. And every year the other half-time scores from the early kick-offs: 3 in the Championship, Birmingham 1, Bristol City 1, Lincoln City 1, Portsmouth 2, and Millwall lead by 0-0 against Norwich City. In League 1, it's goalless between Doncaster Rovers and Barnsley. Luton and Notts County is 1 apiece, but Callum Roberts scoring for Notts County, the former Scunthorpe United player. Oh, how they could do with him right now. League 2 and the other games: Bristol Rovers 1, Newport 1, Chesterfield lead at Salford City, and of course goalless in your Freeview 713 commentary between Grimsby Town and Walsall at the Bestcott Stadium. And in the early kickoffs in the National League, in fact it's an early start for all of the National League this afternoon. Goalless between Boston and Altrincham. Carlisle 1, Hornchurch 0, Forest Green Rovers 0, Bournemouth 2, Halifax 3, Tamworth 0, Kidderminster Harriers 1, Aldershot 0, Solihull Moors 1, Southend United 2, Sub United 2, Hartlepool United 1, Fylde lead at Woking by 0-0, Worthing lead against Wealdstone by 0-0, it's Yeovil 1, Gateshead 0, and Harrogate and Barrow currently tied at 1 apiece.
The forgotten past. Difficult to intercept. Well, I haven't got his toys. He said he put it badly, but that must be wrong. It's miles in London, you'd say. No, I feel about that. The legends. Is this not Grimm's tomb?
It's not Grimm's tomb.
It says it's Grimm's tomb.
It says it's Grimm's tomb. That's not Grimm. His armour is too late in date.
Really? The quirky.
It's a giant gold ball, a prominent feature on the Hull skyline, and it was a really important part of Hull's maritime heritage.
And the stories behind them.
I remember him telling me about it, and it making a huge impact on me. He was so proud of what they'd done.
Hidden East Yorkshire and Secret Lincolnshire. Listen now on BBC Sounds. Every game live. BBC Radio.
And the football doesn't close our day when it comes to big match commentaries here on BBC Radio Humberside. We've got Hull Kingston Rovers against Toulouse. That's a 5:30 kick-off. And then later on this evening, Hull FC at Catalan. So both French teams for our teams this evening. And Hull FC kick off at Catalan's Dragons in Perpignan at 8 o'clock. And in today's late game in the Premier League, there's a London derby between Brentford and Tottenham at 5:30. And it could see the return of Tottenham's James Maddison after he missed most of last season through injury. He's been chatting to the BBC's Kelly Sommers about his time on the sidelines and what manager Roberto De Zerbi brings to the club.
Missing a season is always tough, but is it easier to miss a season when your team are struggling like Spurs were last year? Or would it have been harder if you were missing out on good times?
Both are pretty heartbreaking, you know, like, because when you're doing well, you want to be a part of it, and that's probably better because you still see your friends being happy and the team being together, and that's easier to take, I think, than when the team's struggling, because you just desperately want to help, you know. Especially like last season, we struggled for goals, we probably struggled a little bit for creativity and stuff, and I'm watching the game thinking like, what would I be doing now? I'd be doing that, I'd be doing that. So it's tough because the team's struggling, the morale's down.
You were still around the place, weren't you, though? Because it seemed like the manager and people wanted to keep you involved, and particularly we saw at the end of the season under Roberto.
Yeah, when Roberto came in, one of the first things he said to me was, I'm going to put you on the bench at the weekend, and I was almost like, I'm not ready to play yet, but I was like, not really close really, I need a good, more like another month really till I'm And even that, I was pushing every day to try and help the team because we were in such a delicate situation. But he said, no, he said I can come on the bench in my slippers if I want. He just wanted me around the group, and he thought that would benefit the group. And yeah, I took that as a massive compliment and just acted as if I was like part of the bench, part of the team. I'm not saying that's the reason why, but we managed to steer clear of danger, which was a good feeling.
You were quite strong in your comments towards the end of the season about how Spurs' campaign had gone and how it was unacceptable for a club of Spurs' stature. As someone that was kind of a little bit more on the outside than usual last year, why do you think it did play out the way it did?
We just weren't good enough on the pitch, you know. Because we haven't picked up enough points. It's pretty simple, and when you're in a relegation battle, it's pretty haven't picked up enough points. And why is that? We just didn't perform well enough, you know. That's why it was tough to watch from the outside. Because you want to help the team, you want to help the club, you want to help the fans, you want to take some responsibility. But so I couldn't at that point. So yeah, just a bit of that. Not quite good enough, and I think it's good that the gaffer come in and everyone's kind of took a bit of responsibility, and it feels like there was accountability being taken for what wasn't good enough, and making sure that doesn't happen again.
What did the manager change, or what has he changed? Because it looked like he had a pretty instant impact.
He's just a really passionate guy, you know. He's very clever, he's very tactical, he obviously he's obsessed with football, you can see that, but to be honest, when he first came in comparison to pre-season what we're training now, he didn't want to make it too complicated, you know, he just wanted us to get the love back to playing football and feeling football and being together. I know a lot of managers tried, but we went straight for a team meal. The minute you come in, he said, right, everyone, we're all going to be drinking alcohol, we're all going to be having a good night. He says, because I need you to not getting out of hand and stupid. He wanted us to have a night where we all just like
relax a bit as well.
Relax, and he's not bothered if we have a few beers and stuff. And we all sat in Mayfair somewhere, literally just come in, he was going around, he was chatting to everyone. And you know, it's like when you've had a couple of drinks as well, everyone's a bit more loose and everyone's getting to know each other. But genuinely, that feeling that we got made everyone feel more knit together straight away as soon as he come in. And obviously he's a very good manager, he's very tactical, so the little tweaks that we did, the win at Villa, the win on the last day of the season, we owe the gaffer a lot now.
Why will this season be different? You mentioned before it feels different, everything around the club.
I think we just have to buy into the manager, you know. I get the feeling he's a manager who can take us from mediocre to very good.
What is very good?
Well, let's see where we get to, but we need to improve on last season, obviously, that goes without saying. We've had some brilliant new signings in the door, players who just have quality, you know, you see it in training straight away. Hopefully all them things come together with the way the manager wants to play, we all buy into it, and we pick up more wins than previous years, yeah.
I know the manager's been very careful with you during this pre-season, but what version of James Maddison is coming back?
Hopefully a fully fit, firing one. When you have such a big injury, like if you take Rodri for example, who was the best player of the World Cup, when he did his ACL and when he come back, he's picking up a lot of like small knocks and niggles, and I'm kind of hoping to manage myself through that, because when you have such a big injury and you miss so much football, your body can take a bit of time to readapt. But I'm working so hard to try and be fully fit and available for the majority of the season. That's all I want. I want just a fully fit, healthy season where I can just enjoy football, you know. Because if I'm fully fit and I'm healthy, then I know what I'm capable of, and I know that I can affect games more than a lot of players in this league. So let's just hope for that.
That's James Maddison, a player who Hull City will come up against at some point this season in the Premier League. It still seems strange saying it. What's even stranger is me telling you that Hull City lead by 2-0 at the break against Manchester United here on BBC Radio Humberside. It's Humberside Sport Live. In our other games this afternoon, it's goalless between Walsall and Grimsby Town, that one on Freeview Channel 713, and it is on BBC Sports app and website. Scunthorpe United are 1-0 down at Eastleigh. Now, Hull FC have failed in their bid for back-to-back wins with the loss at Castleford last week. Lewis Martin, who'll be no doubt watching this game as a Hull City fan, has been talking to Humberside Sports' Leo Jocelyn about moving on from the defeat with their trip to Catalan's Dragons this evening from 8.
Obviously, you know, it's no one wants to get beaten. Obviously, we had a good win the week before, so obviously we had some tough conversations this week, especially in video, watching it back, some honest ones, but yeah, obviously we just got to move on and look forward to Catalan this week, and you know.
That's Lewis Martin, and commentary this evening of Hull FC at Catalans. That all kicks off at 8. Hull Kingston Rovers taking on Toulouse at 5:30. Both sets of players around. World Cup star Marcus Rashford about to enter the field as a second half substitute for Manchester United. Let me bring you second half commentary. So far the Tigers lead by 2-0 over Manchester United. I'm watching the second half. Former record signing Swanee and Mike White.
Cheers, James. Good to see Swanee. Some things never change. It might be Premier League now, but you still get the old former club record signing intro. You worked that into the negotiations for the new season, didn't you?
So $100 grand and now the 23 million, so inflation.
Well, Marcus Rashford is on.
I saw him warming up.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be here.
I didn't see who he was coming on for, though.
He didn't want to be here warming up at the start of the game. You can just see his body language was shocking, so...
Yeah. Is it Dorgu?
Changes.
Dorgu who's on for us now, I think. Straight swap over on that far side. The left City will get us underway. They will attack right to left in this second half in those black and amber striped shirts, the white shorts and black and amber socks. Manchester United in their off-white third shirt, black shorts and white socks. Grimsby Town are out at Walsall as well for your Freeview Channel 713 commentary this afternoon. Let's hand you back there for that one with James McEwen and Matt Dean. A City just living a little bit dangerously here in the early stages. Mendy misjudged that one. Egan wanting Jalakis to come forward. He's going to play it back. He's going to have to be careful because it's Blumo was close by but launched away, and Scunthorpe United are out at Eastleigh in your BBC Sport online commentary, the website and the app. Steve Torpey and Nathan Alban with your commentary for that one. Here it's Mike and Swanee watching Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. Marcus Rashford, the England international, involved at the World Cup, of course, in 6 games, scored in the opening game against Croatia. Come on, a bit of pace and try and cause a few problems for this City side as Giles steps in and intercepts the ball. Slater wanted an option, instead he'll play it to this left side instead. He's got some space, 25 yards out, cross ball in towards the back, in towards Balumi, headed up towards the keeper, off the defender's header, and it will be Lamento collect it. City then with 3 debutants in the starting side, and one of them's made a right impact. Mendy with the second goal, Jalakis and Stroud are the other two to start the game today. Jalakis in goal, Ajayi, Egan and Mendy, the 3 centre-halves. It's Ajayi and Mendy who've got the 2 goals. Coyle and Giles, the 2 wing-backs. Cooks and Slater in the centre of midfield. Balumi on the right, Stroud on the left, and McBurney up front. On the bench, Phillips, Yurtadal, McNair, Drame, Harrington, Target, Dowell and Gorna Duath. Manchester United ball at halfway, played into the former Tigers man, Harry Maguire. Will just step into City territory. Thought about playing the ball long and wide to the left. He said went shorter to this right side into Mazraoui. Cunha tries to get away from Mendy, who puts that one into the stand. Takes a City fan out in the process. Thankfully, I think the peak of his cap helped him there. The Tigers fan just getting himself back to the seat. Sergei Kirovic is throwing his arms up in the air. I don't think he's happy with something. Not sure what. As Mazraoui plays it in towards Mbumo, both with the bald heads and the beards. And Mbumo turns it inside in towards Santos, back into Mbumo again. There's a shot, comes off Cunha. Flag goes up for offside. And a free kick to the Tigers. Manchester United have got the men's in goal. Mazraoui, Maguire, Heaven and Shaw. Santos and Tielemans, the 2 sitters. And Mbumo, Fernandez and now Rashford on that left side. Cunha up front. On the bench, Carl Dallo, Lacey, Menu, Martinez. Rashford was obviously come on. Yoro, Xerxes and Shesko. And the referees Darren England and Barnsley. Peter Swan's alongside us.
Yeah, and enjoying it, Michael. Love it. First game 2-0. You expect a reaction coming out in the second half, but as we're 3 minutes in, you don't really see much at the moment. If you had another goal, you'd expect it to come our way.
Your word, and you were right, and a lot of people saying this, the same thing, Swanee, very laboured.
Yeah.
Talking to Curtis Davies at half-time as well, he said it looks a tired Manchester United, a team of sort of World Cup players and then overseas trips as United try and break here, but it hits the heels of Mbumo and City get it back with Slater.
How sharp we are.
Yeah, manages to free it up to Crooks. Crooks is going to set Coyle away, but Shaw just gets there ahead of him, and that just allows the space to open up for Rashford. He'll try and use his pace, twisting, turning, trying to get away, and then a challenge from Coyle. Referee says foul. Not for you, Swanee?
Not at all, no. Rashford looked bright and lively there, that's it, moving the ball both ways. Coyley got back there, he could see there's a gap appearing, so he gets back. Trying to see it again now.
Yeah, I think he did catch him.
Apologies. Television's a good fun.
You normally spot him first time though, Swanee. I thought the same as you, I wasn't sure. Shaw's going to take this free kick about 30 yards out, left-footed, curled one in towards heaven, but it's headed away by Egan, who's dealt with everything so far. Giles trying to push that past Tielemans there. That was the wrong option really, wasn't it? Because he didn't have the space to do it.
Exactly that, the pace, but knock it far
now. Maguire's got in behind, maybe a chance here. Hooks one back inside. Man United with a bit of a speculative one. City had switched off there, probably only for the second time in this game, Swanee.
Yeah, and you're looking, thinking there, but only in that position when Maguire's staying up top because he ain't got himself back in that space, he ain't got himself back in position then. He was offside as well.
Well, the flag stayed down, and it is a corner for Manchester United, who are trailing by 2-0. From Boomer with it on this right side, curls it in, but Burnley heads clear unchallenged from the edge of the 6-yard box and gets it all the way, almost up to halfway, but 15 yards out. Curled in by Tielemans, into the box, Maguire knocks down and covered again by John Egan. City have got to make sure they stay alert to this one as Stroud's beaten to it. Cunha with the ball in, stooping header, John Egan once more. Absolutely superb from the Republic of Ireland international.
Yeah, and great defence fed by McBurney as well just before that.
Fernandes with the ball in, there's a header from heaven, and it goes wide and out for a goal kick. 2-0 City lead.
And well deserved at the moment, heavily deserved.
So the City subs just warming up down there. Cody Drame, Liam Miller, Jens Dahl and Lucas Harrington, the young Australian centre-half, really promising player, was well featured for the Socceroos at the World Cup. Sadly for him, he was the one who missed or hit the crossbar with his penalty shootout attempt against Egypt that ended their tournament, but got rave reviews for his performances for such a young player, as City have given away a free kick inside the Manchester United half.
Burnley going crazy there. He had
Rashford going to try and get in here. Shalakis should be able to beat him to it. He does. Sorry, you were saying?
When the whistle went at half time, right across the pitch, McBurney and Evan was having an argument. Well, McBurney was arguing, Evan looked to be trying to back away from him, and then just seeing a challenge there when McBurney and Evans come together, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think McBurney's got the upper hand on it. Evan looked to be walking away in a manner that I don't want to get involved in. He has got them scary eyes, haven't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Lost can look straight through, he can holler.
Yeah. He can act,
with it.
Yeah, he can act like a big daft lad who just mopes around a bit. Then, as you said, he's just got that ability to have that steely stare.
Evil eyes, is that?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, when he wants to. Just to play the mind games. As Santos has it at halfway in towards Fernandes, who's come deep for it. He's going to send one up towards Mbeumo. Should be Shalakis' ball. It is. He's very alert to stuff, Shalakis, I've noticed. Swanee, he's quick to react, sees the danger. They had that one moment of hesitation in the first half that nearly caused them a problem, but they were able to get away with it, and City lead here by 2-0. 7.5 minutes into this second half. BBC Radio Humberside, good to have you company with us as we follow the Tigers in the journey that is the Premier League. 38 games, 37 after this, and they've been written off, they've been mocked and laughed at, and everyone's tipping them to finish bottom and lowest point score and everything else, but we're having a go in this opening game. But a long ball up towards Mbeumo. Mendy has to try and deal with it here. Just turns in near the angle. Fernandes leaves it, and no one there to get to it. And Ajayi comes sliding in with the score of the opening goal. Wins the ball back for City, and now they can come away with it with Giles. Oh, that's a sloppy one from Ryan Giles. Gives it back when he had McBurney in space. McBurney's labouring a bit, Swanee.
He got a little kick as he went through there. What Evan got him.
Yeah.
Just having Charlotte calling.
Keeping close eye on that one. Here's Mbeumo. Scunthorpe United have equalised in our BBC Sport online game down at Eastleigh. Here's Egan. Oh, Egan just dallied a little bit there. First real moment of hesitation from the big centre half, but played away by Jalakis. Stroud left a foot in, but Maguire steps forward with it. Now he can keep going, almost like a right winger. A lumbering right winger with respect to Harry Maguire. City got it back with McBurney, flicks it off to Crooks, and now Ballooney's made a move. He went offside though, might have to be led. Oh, Crooks nearly fed it through, and if he finds Coyle, they've got a 2-on-1 down that right side, Swanee. That was a chance.
That was a great chance, and he was just waiting with Crooks for the run to Royal Coyle to come. And it just missed time challenge, try and pass one. Not the weight of the pass, because he had loads of.
Both given away by United with Tielemans, and then Crooks just showed a little bit too much there to Santos, and now they can come away with it at the other end with Cunha. Cunha out to the left side to Rashford. Shaw on the overlap, gives it to Shaw. Danger in the area, dragged back and blocked by Ajayi, and it's a corner to Manchester United. 2-0 City lead.
We were expecting to put some sort of pressure on us, weren't you? Like when it's coming, 54th minute really. I say it's a corner. They're not seeming in a rush to get the ball. Fernandes now just walking to get the ball. We're 2-0 down, you'd expect them to be sprinting, getting positions, trying.
Urgency, pick it up, get it on the corner.
No.
Maybe they've been told, let's just not be too sort of rushed about it, but.
Well, the best that up.
Exactly.
From their side of it.
10 minutes gone already in this second half. And it's a corner to United, left side. Right arm goes up by Fernandes. Movement in and around the 6-yard box. Curled in towards Heaven, gets a touch, comes out, and then Hegan heads it clear, leaves the penalty area. Santos plays it back to Mbumo. Mbumo with the left foot's going to float it across towards Fernandes, but Crooks is there to head clear. Trees, said the fans. And Balumi was trying to play it back to Crooks, ended up keeping it himself, and he's played it forward. Up towards Matt Crooks, keeper comes out, has to get there. What we spoke about was Jalakis' reactions. Lamens has done the same for United, because otherwise Crooks is through.
Yeah, Lamens read the situation. He was sat on the edge of his box there, waiting for something to come in, but it was a great ball there. Like I say, Crooks couldn't do much more really, just the keeper that had read it and gone out and dealt with the danger.
And then throwing to City, Coyle takes it. McBurney was being grabbed there by Shaw. Heaven will play it forward, knocked down by Fernandes. Mazraoui to Mbumo. Senny Lamens, the Belgian, was Matt Rashford, might be onside here, play forward again. Jalakis calm, Jalak flag went up anyway, and it's the keeper's ball. I was just going to say Senny Lamens managed to get a few minutes in the quarter-finals for Belgium against Spain when he came on due to the injury. And keeper. His only action in the summer tournament. 3 caps for his country. And it's rolled back to Jalakis. Up towards McBurney. McBurney flicks it on there. He would probably been better letting it come into him there, Swanee, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He was stretching a bit.
The argument is that Evan, the centre half, just sat off him there. So it could have, if he'd have been aware what was around him there, McBurney could have got it on his chest.
Tree, say the fans again, as he blocked an attempted pass from Shaw. Takes it quickly in towards Santos. Where Santos, the 22-year-old Brazilian, had a long spell at Forest, and that's well read by Giles. Can't capitalise on it, goes in and runs loose. Yeah, instead of getting frustrated, here's Mazraoui in away from Stroud, left-footed curler, header away by Ajayi, powerful as well. Maguire gets a foot on it. Crooks tried to not leave one on Maguire. Maguire comes forward, out to the left-hand side to Cunha. City lead 2-0, but United trying to get themselves back in the game and avoid an upset on the opening day. Here's Rashford, on his right, on his left. Crooks takes it from him. Cunha's there to get the loose ball. Inside towards Fernandes, right on the edge of the area. Pokes one through. Coyle will go across to cover Rashford in that left corner. Rashford cross ball in, and Ajayi defends it and plays it away. Is it kept in by McBurney? It is. Assistant referee said it's fine, stays in. McBurney skipped away from a couple of challenges. Lovely work from Ollie McBurney, and the fans appreciate it. Now Giles, ball into the box. Stroud just couldn't escape the attentions of Shaw, and it allows it to run through to Lamens, and Manchester United get it back. That's the first proper spark we've seen from City in this second half, Swanee, isn't it? They've had a couple of half moments that they couldn't capitalise on. That felt like it could have been something.
McBurney, I've never seen him do that before. Took 4 players on, just dropping his shoulder, going past them.
Fernandes is going to try one from range, just cuts the grass and bounces up
for Zalakis.
He didn't do nothing in the shot either.
No. Not very tame in the end. Easy to deal with. That was lovely from Ollie McBurney. Fleet of foot.
Yeah.
As he danced past Tielemans and then a couple of other players as well.
He probably learnt his dance moves this summer, because he'll probably had a few parties, no doubt.
Well,
and they've all deserved it.
There's a few good dance shows in Vegas, isn't there? So,
I'm not pushing that for Mike, but I know where you're coming from.
Here's Shaw. Now Rashford tries to play it back to Shaw. Your man's in the gutter, Swanee. There are plenty of respectable dancing performances in Las Vegas. Where you might go is you know,
realise there are other ones.
Swanee, we're Premier League. Come on, we're Premier League now. You're better than that.
Yeah, I know where I'm from though, Mike. I like it.
The West Yorkshire in you always comes out, doesn't it? Peter Swan alongside me. Mike White joined the commentary. Oh, we are loving this. Great to watch. Our BBC Sport game, Scunthorpe United have equalised the 2-1 down quickly against Eastleigh. City 2-0 up here. Here's Tielemans, Mike Fancy from range, ball played into the area. Rashford tries to get there, and Zalakis equal to it again. Good reactions. And we hit the hour mark, and it's Hull City 2, Manchester United 0.
I say the belief. Just look at the body language. Every Man United player. We ain't going to drop the tempo. That's important. We don't need to slow things down. We have to get the pace we're playing at, believe in ourselves, out of possession, get the shape. Like I say, don't think this game's over yet.
Yeah.
Even down to the 90th minute.
Half an hour can be a long time. And who knows, you could end it with 14 minutes of stoppage time like you had at Wembley.
Yeah.
Oh, that put people through the ringer that afternoon. Egan slips as he sends one out to the right to Coyle, but still finds his target. McBurney plays it up towards Balloumi, does well to shield that away from Shaw, keeps it in. Now Coyle inside with the square ball. Sends it away to this left. Stroud will get there, he's got Giles in support, utilises him first time. Slater inside if he wants him. Can he pick him out? Giles will send the cross into the box instead. The clearance is away. Slater can't control it, but Mendy says, shoot, said the fans. Now Giles sends a cross in. Maguire plays it away. Oh, and Mendy's just pulled up there. Is that a bit of cramp? Don't play it back to him, whatever you do. You did do. And now back with Egan. Slater. He's going to have to utilise Zalakis here. Mendy's just had a look. I think they're going to call Harrington and Drame back. We'll see which one's going to get the nod here as they might change things up. You'd suggest Harrington would be the obvious choice as a straight swap, but both subs coming back. Oh, the ball runs loose. Coyle's going to get on the end of it inside the United half. Stumbles. He thought about playing it forward there. I think that was the option, Swanee, if he did, but decided against it. Comes back to Coyle via Ajayi. They don't want it coming anywhere near Mendy at the moment, do they? Because he will not be able to run. Here's Balloumi, steps inside, left footed, just over. What an effort from Mo Balloumi. We know he's got that in him. That curler of a curler at Millwall, a prime example of it. This one a bit further out, and he just can't trouble the keeper. It's out for a goal kick, but City once again showing they're in to have a go at Manchester United as Mendy goes down onto his backside, and he's going to have to get some medical treatment. Cramp, you'd hope, Swanee, nothing more. It looks like he's trying to stretch that out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's cramped the way they... Was it holding his leg? Egan, I think it is. It's not, if it was pulled anything, he'd be telling the player to keep his arms off him until he got dealt with yet.
Yeah.
It's like it's cramped, but
they're not going to mess around though, are they?
There's going to be a change,
yeah. We're going to see young Lucas Harrington come on, the 18-year-old Australian international. He'll come on for his competitive debut for the Tigers. He limps off, but not before he gets a standing ovation from these Tigers fans. Deservedly so, Swanee, because he's looked composed at the back. And he's potentially, we'll call him a match winner, because the second goal could be vital in this game. They lead by 2-0, and Nobel Mendy was the one who got it. On he comes, big hug and a high five from John Egan for Lucas Harrington. 6 caps for his country, including in the World Cup. Only 20 appearances, Swanee, in the MLS for Colorado Rapids. He played a little bit, I think, at 26 games in Australia. And big expectation. And
it's a great time to come on, isn't it? 2-0 up.
Exactly, what a time to come in.
It's a double substitution McNair, is it as well? What is this?
Yeah, it will be McNair was about to come on.
Also coming off at the time is spotted by PBS Construction.
Comes on for a Ajayi. So again, one player with Premier League experience. Easy for me to say it for another. Paddy McNair, as I said, no stranger, a former Manchester United player himself. 24 Premier League games in 27 total for the Red Devils. So he knows all about this club. And he just slots in that left centre-back position. Harrington's gone over to the right-hand side where Ajayi was occupying.
The old stager, the old man sits in between them both. Egan.
I'm sure Egan will appreciate that at 33 years of age, John. 33. 34 in October he'll be. And City still lead 2-0. Here's Cunha, skips through Crooks, no foul, referee lets that one go. And then Coyle will drive a diagonal ball, which Maguire has to deal with first time. Mazraoui up towards Mbumo, back to him from Fernandes. Mazraoui had continued to make his run, but United been a little bit more reserved in that one. Mazraoui back to Fernandes again. Looks like he might fancy it here. He hasn't got the space. It's back with Mazraoui again. The Moroccan just taking it away from Giles. Stroud comes to close him down. And Mbumo plays it behind. Now Harry Maguire. 66 caps for his country. Not selected for the World Cup though. Last played in March in that game against Japan. He's Shaw into the area. He's going to turn it back. Cooney tries the shot. Blocked. Egan threw himself in front of it, as he has done all afternoon.
Right block, Egan, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mbumo. Maguire. 25 yards out. Comes back to him from Tielemans. Now Mbumo again. The pink and white boots just tap it inside to Maguire. Now out to the right side to Mazraoui. Cross ball in. Header away by McNair. Meets it first time. Maguire turns it back to Santos. Manchester United looking to make a couple of changes shortly as well. It's going to be Kobe Main, who is one of them to come on, along with Benjamin Sesko. I think Cunha will be one of the players to come off, I would have thought. Now, it's out on that left-hand side. Cunha. Watched by Coyle. Played behind to Shaw. City still holding that 2-goal lead. Crossing in towards Mazraoui, and he just got away from Giles, who still had the attention on him, and I think that did enough to put him off. But Mazraoui couldn't get the full contact on it, and it's out for a goal kicked. 2-0 City.
Yeah, he couldn't move it by Mazraoui on the back there, but Giles, like I said, just did enough, like I said, about Coyle in the first half, and they got close enough to put him off. That's exactly what he did. Some substitutions here.
Also coming off from 18, Yuri Tielemans, replaced by number 37, Colin Maynard.
It's Tielemans that will go off.
Two midfield players, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 centre midfield.
So Mainu comes on for him. So they're going to look like they're going to change things a little bit, are they?
They're going to try something different.
Yeah. Tell you about them two in a second, because City trying to do something here, but Fernandes plays that one away. Egan and Harrington just getting in each other's way a little bit, but Crooks helps out. Coyle able to play it down the line towards Balumi. Holds it up with a couple of Man U players around him. Oh, nifty footwork from Mo Balumi. They're toying with him. They're having fun with him this afternoon.
Can we play every week, isn't it?
Oh, Giles flicks one down the left for Stroud. Giles continues his run. Stroud with an early ball in towards McBurney. Didn't run towards Blooming. Slater tries to nick it away just on the edge of the United penalty area, but then they can play it up long towards Mbumo. McNair just coolly turns it back towards Shalakis. And we've passed the half-hour mark in this second half. There is a quarter of the game remaining, and City still have a 2-goal lead.
That's counted by McNair, even though he's been on the pitch 2 minutes. Lets the ball come on to him. Comes across his body, a nice little roll back to the keeper to count things down.
Just the play's just been stopped. Coyle down
injured.
Yeah, over on the far side.
Got a few injuries, haven't we?
Yeah, he's been dealing with an ankle problem during the summer, Swanee. And I remember seeing in the pre-season game when I was out in Turkey at Kasimpasa. No, sorry, it was the training session before they played Kasimpasa. He just went to block a shot. And as soon as it hit his ankle, you could see that the shock and the impact on it. He's been dealing with that anyway. I'm not sure if this is it. We'll keep an eye out as we look here. Looks like they are checking an ankle, doesn't it?
Was it his left ankle? So that's what I'm looking at here.
I'm trying to think. No, I think it was his right that he was having the issues with.
But either way, the captain Louis Coyle has just been checked at the moment. Cody Dramé is on the bench, so they've got that as a straight swap if they need to, and not take any chances. But again, talk about players stepping up. Every single player so far, Swanee, but there was the question marks about Louis Coyle. As far as this game so far,
he's been brilliant.
He's been superb.
Every player has, yeah. Not just him. They've had to be. Like I said, you can't wait to play any team in the Premier League, can you, with 9 players or 10 players? They all need to be firing, and like I said, as they were walking off at half time, every player had won their individual battle for me in that first half.
Yeah.
And they're doing so in the second.
Well, we are going to see Cody Dramé. We're also going to see Liam Miller come on, another one who's had World Cup exploits this summer for Canada. Big moment for him. Proud moment for him. Elliot Stroud was talking to me about that. As Louis Coyle goes off on that far side. His race is run, unfortunately. He wipes his eyes with his shirt. He'll be a little bit emotional about this, but he's had his opportunity to begin with. Hopefully it comes again sooner rather than later. Elliot Stroud goes off to be replaced by Miller. How's Stroud look? What stood out for you with him, Swanee?
Yeah, I think he just looks an athlete. Like I say, he's got sort of height, got a bit of pace, his composure on the ball. He's not putting the right looking back either, which is important. It's nice to see players going forward, but they need to do the other side of the game, and he's got that in his locker. Early in the season, like I says, looking at players like cramps and that, getting into the pace of the game, the pace of the Premier League. I probably haven't seen it. Well, how many changes? 5 or
4. Harrington, McNair, now Dramé and Miller. One more change allowed for the Tigers. Manchester United have got 2 more remaining. Miller and Dramé both coming on to make their Premier League debuts as well this afternoon. 2 players getting that opportunity. Regan Slater among them as well. Here comes United rather. City defending it with Shaw. It's out to Rashford on the left. The sun's popped out for about 2/3 of the MKM Stadium pitch. Good work from Cody Dramé to nick that one back. Could have played in Balumi down that right side. Instead he's trying to sweep it this way and gives it away. That's a poor one really from Dramé. Needs to be better with that one. Here it comes to Šeško. Intimidating looking figure size-wise, the Slovenian. Now Fernandes. Inside to Fernandes again. Back out to Shaw. Shaw with a cross in. Missed by one City defender, but Giles is able to get there and play it away. 2-0 City lead. Inside the final 18 minutes or 19 minutes of the game. Cross comes in towards Šeško. And then that's play foul on Miller. And City get themselves a free kick.
Yeah, did well there. Just waiting for the defender to come back into him and try to turn at the same time. Somebody turns, the leg comes out. Free kick given. Get yourself set up again. And so the sun comes out to make it even more nicer for the people sitting on the front seats. And if these children stand.
Shielding their eyes a little bit over on that far side, just in the front, not quite at the levels it was at Wembley. Swanee, I lost half a stone that weekend.
Joking.
What, don't be like that.
I've
kept it off as well.
Yeah, you look well to be fair.
Thanks, Swanee, so do you.
I didn't lose half a stone.
We've got a few months ahead of us to ruin all that good work. Here's City on the left with Giles, trying to take on Fernandes, drives towards the goal line, turns it back, maybe an opportunity here for Balumi, leaves it to McBurney, edge of the box, across, Dramé with a shot, just wide! That's almost taken the paint off the upright, but it's out for a goal kick. Cody Dramé almost making an immediate impact. We'll see it on this replay here. That's not far off at all, maybe not quite as close as it looked from this angle initially, but still a good effort from Dramé. And City still lead by 2 goals to 0.
Yeah, that's a great play, wasn't I said?
Oh dear.
Worse for Manchester. Have you heard that?
Yeah. Train services back to Manchester have been cancelled.
Once again, the booking mode 3 and 17 mode 3 services are cancelled.
A couple of them. It's, the day's just getting worse for those Manchester United fans. Here's Shaw. Now Heaven, Mainu, gives it to Fernandes. Fernandes dinks it out to the left side towards Rashford, who's not been able to make the impact that it wanted. He had a couple of moments, but twisting and turning here, looking to open up a bit of space. It's with Fernandes, curls across in and curls it wide. And it's a goal kick to City, and there's about 16 minutes left of the game. Was added on time, and City lead 2-0.
I'm looking at that Man United players. I can't see where the danger is.
No.
Yeah, Rashford's on now. Yeah, we all know what he's all about. Tell him the warm-up, he doesn't even want to be here. His body language, and it's the ball comes out to him there, drops his shoulder one side, whips it in, goes nowhere, and he just strolls off. There's no urgency nowhere.
Well, there's still question marks about what the future holds for him, Swanee, isn't there? Having come back from his loan spell at Barcelona. And here comes City now. They've got the ball inside Manchester United's half. Giles, does he fancy it? Tries a shot, blocked. The arms went up. Right in front. They're shouting for it. We'll see if it goes to a VAR check, that one. Mazraoui put his arms up in front of him, didn't he? Kind of like almost a boxer's.
Not sure who's in the box, right on the line.
Yeah, but either way, it's an interesting one. We'll see if there's any call on that one. Here's Fernandes. Midway inside the City half. Left-hand side with Mainu. Fernandes back through to Cunha. I thought he might be the one to come off, but still on the field at the moment. Ball runs loose to Mazraoui. Now Mbumo. Edge of the City penalty area. Onto his left foot. Tries one and curls it over the crossbar. And it's a goal kick.
Again, conviction. Nothing's there. There's nothing there, but is there?
Not at all right now. And City are closing in on what would be a famous opening day victory. A first ever Premier League victory is what we're looking for against Manchester United. You've got to go back to 1974, the last time this side beat Manchester United in the league. An old Division 2 game. Malcolm Lord and Ken Wagstaff in front of a Boothby Park crowd of 23,287. John Kay was the manager that day. Sergei Yakirovich could add himself to those kind of history books. Shemi Ajayi and Bobo Mendy could add themselves to those kind of history books. Would it be a repeat scoreline? No wins in 8 in the Premier League, 2 draws and 8 losses. There's Fernandes. City fans having a word with the United supporters. Maguire is 35 yards out. He looked like he was lining up a shot initially, thought quickly against it. Mazraoui closed down by Miller. Crooks is still out there, trying to make a nuisance of himself. Here's Mazraoui, blocked by Miller. Giles gets it and just hooks that one away. Unceremonious but effective. Out to Mainu. Now Fernandes wants some movement. Floats one out, drives it towards Rashford, knocks it down, in towards Maguire. Looking to open up some space, but plays in front of him in a black and amber shirt. Now Shaw. Shaw with the cross, hits Balumi. Flag goes up for offside. And again, it all just looks.
Yeah, but I looked at the referee and the linesman there. It was for the first movement. Then
yeah.
He had his hand out in front of him as if he were counting.
Well, they wait
for so long. He just put his flag up.
They wait, don't they, to say it's just put the flag up. Anyway, 13 minutes left. How are you feeling, Swanee? What are you thinking?
I'm confident as. Because I've not seen nothing that looks like a result of them getting a goal.
No. There's every right to feel confident though, Swanee, there really is. There's United might try something here though, and Mbumo comes forward. Got some attention from McNair and a save by Jalakis. The attention from McNair was enough as the shot came in from Mbumo and Jalakis pushes it wide. That was just a moment, Swanee. I got a bit edgy then.
Thanks for asking me at that time.
Sorry.
A great ball goes through, and I said, just does enough. It possibly should score there from that position. Because he's got the defender on the left-hand side of him, like he can hold him off, strikes, and the keeper pulls a great save off.
And it's a corner kick which Mbumo will take. He was through, was Mbumo, McNair did well. And here he is with that corner, hangs it up towards the back. Maguire's there, heads it back inside. Cunha's there, still not cleared yet, and then it's hooked away by Giles. Sergei Yakirovich urging his players to get out, not invite them in too deep. Doesn't want to draw them in towards their own penalty area. There's going to be another Manchester United change coming shortly. Going to see Diogo Dalot come on in a second. Portuguese right back. Now, Mainu. The other change is going to see young Shea Lacey introduced to the action. Here's Mazraoui to Cunha.
Miller gets after him with the bleach blonde hair. Miller now on Bumo, steps in from that right touchline, plays it infield towards Heaven. Heaven out to Shaw near the left angle of the area, flicks one into Maguire, who's got himself a mistake up there at the moment. Maguire, isn't he?
He's got good feet, hasn't he, Maguire, to be fair?
Yeah, he has, yeah. He can certainly play a bit. Yeah, they are. The keeper, they're asking him to stay up there right now, aren't they? Looks that way. Is there going to be a change made here? Looks like he feels like he might be resigned to coming off. He's not at the moment. It's going to be Mazraoui that comes off to be replaced by Diogo Dalot, the Portuguese. Or a Porto youngster. Signed for Manchester United back in 2018. And Cunha does go off eventually, and it's going to be the 19-year-old England under-20 come through the youth system at Old Trafford. Shea Lacey that replaces Cunha.
Well, when them last
winger.
Last two subs were coming on there, I was looking down at the bench there, and I saw Martinez throw his bib to the floor and walk straight up the tunnel.
There you go. That tells you all you need to know about the mindset among some of those players in that dressing room, doesn't it? It's Michael Carrick.
Whether he could back out or not, that was 2 or 3 minutes ago.
They've done their substitution. City have still got one more option if they need it. Here's Manu, playing from deep, in towards Rashford. And Manu again. Squares one in, he gives it to Miller, who intercepts that one, and Miller's managed to break away, and he's got a chance down this left-hand side, got away from Dalot. City need to get numbers forward. Miller keeps going, tries to square a ball into the box, not the best of balls. And unfortunately, that chance has gone away. He needed a better option there, Swanee.
Yeah, great work by Miller though, wasn't it? Like, never say die, she want the favourite to get it. Nicked it past him, Dalot then trying to get back, but he's still got away from him.
And Spacey just opening up now as United try and get it at the other end with Shaw. Out to Rashford, City getting numbers back. Cross ball in towards Shesko. And can't get a touch on the header, can he? In fact, he came off a City player. And Egan was in there, and it's a corner kick.
Yeah, I think it was Egan again that was that close to him. He didn't want to throw his head on it there. I think Egan was close enough to put him off. And I even just glanced at Egan as it went past.
Corner taken by Mbumo into Fernandes, and Mbumo curled in, and McBurney heads clear. Giles is in there. Miller will just launch it downfield. Collected quickly though by Dalot. Now Fernandes on this right-hand side. Dangerous ball in. Jalakis comes and Jalakis collects it.
Nobody shouting for you. Nice and easy. As soon as in the air, you can see the flight of it. Keeper's always going to get that.
As a defender, that must have been the most soothing sound in football, wasn't it?
And then you wondered if it was tight to you, he was going to get that to yourself. He didn't mind as long as he took it.
Because I was going to say, a good keeper and a good defender always says, a good keeper will say, I'm going to clatter you, and a good defender says, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Even at junior football at age 12 and 13, I got taught that as a keeper, so...
Yeah, it is.
Flicked on by McBurney off the City throw-in. Still 2-0 they lead. We're in the final 8 minutes, and potentially a history-making victory for the Tigers on the opening day of the Premier League season.
Do you know the strange things? It doesn't even feel like it, because we've just played a normal game.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It's not been, they crossed by the post and had 2 disallowed. It's been nothing like that.
Yeah.
We've controlled the game, and that's what the manager talks about, controlling games. We controlled it for most of the game. Can't even think when they've been on top of us, can you?
No, I don't think there has been a moment in the game. Jalakis, that could have been left there, but Jalakis applauds Egan, says fair call, as he puts that one away. I was talking to people last night, I was at a birthday party last night, and even talking to fans outside. Everyone saying, what do you think? And I said, do you know what, I can see a 1-1 draw. I wasn't going to say I saw a win.
I didn't see this coming.
No, it's to put it, you always see these kind of games, and I know Arsenal disproved it last night, but they're at home with the champs. The first game's often an opportunity as Rashford tries to create a bit of space away from Drame. Drame slips, given to Manu, edge of the box, tries a curling shot but doesn't beat Matt Crooks. And Drame should be able to fire this one away. City very, very deep now, and going to invite a lot of pressure in these closing stages. They're going to make a change as well. Premier League experience about to come on in Matt Target, a man who 3 months ago was on the other end of that playoff final, the heartache of losing on loan at Middlesbrough. He's about to join the side that booked their place in the Premier League against that Middlesbrough team that day. Here's Fernandes, sends one across to Dalot. Giles goes with him. Dalot kind of got the better of it and wins the ball to play it back to Maguire, who's got space in front of the area, near the angle, steps away from Crooks, tries a shot left-footed and smothered by Zalakis.
Again, it's from a distance, we should be dealing with that anyway, which he's done ever so well.
After the game, I'm going to head down and get the reaction from Sergei Ikirovic, and I will say eventually, stick with us, because we've got obviously 2 other games as well. We may get reaction from those games before we hear from Sergei Ikirovic. Let's just say the media demands have stepped up a little bit from the Championship, and the club have been great. We are still going to get our one-on-one interview access, but it might just be a little bit lower down the pecking order or the running order as far as when we get them. Here comes Matt Targett for his competitive debut for the Tigers. Ryan Giles goes off. Another one, not getting his first Premier League experience, Ryan Giles. He had a few games for Luton Town, but he really wants to make the most of this opportunity, Swanee.
Yeah, but I think it's good enough. He didn't play with over his hamstring, but I think he's fine. They've just been cramp coming in back end of the game.
Yeah. But after the game, while we're waiting, like I said, we will have reaction from our other games as well, but we're hoping Curtis Davies, who's with our colleagues at 5 Live, he's going to come and join James and Swanee for a bit of a post-match debrief. I've got much to talk about, really, haven't
Yeah, easy, Alec.
Yeah. Steady. Not yet. This is Man United after all, regardless of what they might have shown today. There is a moment of quality in these players. Hopefully it doesn't emerge in the final 5 minutes of plus stoppage time. Kept in by Lacey, worked in towards Dalot, now Maguire. It's a lovely ball out from him, just makes it look effortless, doesn't he? As he picks out Shaw, 2 England internationals in their own right. Here's another one in me. New cross ball into the box. Target just coolly cushions it on his chest into Zalakis.
Under pressure, knowing there's someone coming around behind him, but still composed enough just to play on his chest back to the keeper. Brilliant.
Are you watching Joe Cole, said the City fans, just reminding him us, Balumi, trying to make the most of hesitation there from Heaven, but he was able to beat Manchester United centre-half to get it to Maguire, who plays it forward to Mbeumo, who's gone more central now. Now slipped out to the left side to Shaw. Shaw inside, in towards Rashford, dances away from a challenge. Maguire, edge of the box, played into the area and City contend with it. And played away again, John Egan, out as far as Shaw. Here's a dangerous ball into the box, but Zalakis again is there. No one even looked like they wanted to attack that, Swanee.
No, we look at the body language, I keep talking about body language, you can just see it in the players. In the Man United players, no spark there.
City's ball with Drame. Inside to Matt Crooks, now McBurney. That spine of the team that we spoke about. Here's another one in Regan Slater, finally getting his Premier League opportunity. Target has set Miller free down the left side, inside the final 3 minutes. Miller tries to step inside, away from Dalot, gets it from him, and then United come away with it again. Sergei Ikirovic pacing on the edge of his technical area. Dean Holden looking on just away from him to his left. A sip of water from the gaffer. And then a great challenge there to take it away from Rashford by Drame.
Look how slow Rashford takes to get up and walk back.
Yeah. Closing in on a famous victory. Lovely work from Regan Slater. Has he hurt himself there? I thought he pulled up for a second then. Just keep an eye on it.
Those are coming again.
They are. Slater out towards Miller. Dalot with a touch. Lacey keeps it in. And now Maguire. 2.5 minutes left before we see what stoppage time there will be. A goal now for Manchester United might just make it a little bit nervy, but at the moment, City have a 2-goal cushion. Long ball away from Zalakis. Lemens comes out to get it. Just taps it to Maguire. And Manchester United go again. And here come the applause from the City fans trying to encourage their side in this final couple of minutes. Nervous minutes, perhaps. It could be excitement and celebration. A few minutes after that, here's Fernandes, onto his left foot, tries a shot, hits Balumi and bounces away for a corner. 2-0, the Tigers still lead.
Again, that's another shot from outside the box for Man United, because they can't break us down, being that solid.
Corner for United. 90 seconds left. before we see the board go up. There'll be a little bit because of the substitutions. Not too many stoppages. There was the Coyle one into Shaw. Fernandez drives it in. Jalakis at his near post. He pounced on it like a cat on a ball of wool, wasn't it? Just jumped on it.
McBurney had a few nice words to say to it.
And just overarms it cricket style does Jalakis to Drame. Thought about the long ball, decided against it, went short to play behind to Harrington. He turns it back to his keeper in that forest green keeper's kit, sends it high and away up towards McBurney. Just goes over the top of the City striker. Now Manu has it for Manchester United. In the final minute of normal time. Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. You're not mishearing me. Shemi Ajayi, a new signing, record signing, Nobel Mendy, with the goals that are giving Sergei Kirovic's side the chance of an opening game 3 points. Here's Lacey for United. Cross is deflected. Ball into Shesko. Can Crook stick it away from him? He does enough, and then Egan sends it away from the penalty area. Final 20 seconds. The board will be up soon. Here's Manu. Gets away from Mbumo. That rolls through to Jalakis. And we are close now. He just lets it run out, in fact, as the City keeper. The board will go up in 3, 2, 1, 6 minutes. 10 substitutions. There's been a couple of stoppages in there as well. That's about right. 24,470, a sellout attendance for this opening Premier League game. A return to the Premier League for the first time in 9 years. 10 years since City kicked off a Premier League season. That day they beat Leicester City, then champions, by 2-1. Here they are on the verge of a famous victory, a first Premier League victory against Manchester United. City till I die, the Tigers fans in the stands getting behind their side. It's heaven into Mbumo, 25 yards out, a bit deeper now with Manu. They lack ideas, Swanee, don't they?
Yeah.
Mbumo out to Shaw. Shaw inside to Heaven. This is nothing that City don't deserve on this performance. And we'll silence a few. It's a long old season ahead. It's not always necessarily going to be like this, but this is going to quieten a few of the critics. Mo Balumia. I saw him, I thought he was just grabbing something against Swanee. Every single play now, you're just watching, aren't you, making sure nothing else happens. Louis Coles had to go off what hopefully looked like nothing too serious, but we'll ask the question afterwards. Been a bit of cramp in there as well. Mendy, Heaven plays the ball up to the edge of the area towards Rashford. City defending. We've had a minute and a half of the 6. Nothing silly now, and City will be taking the first 3 points of the season. Manu, long ball up towards Shesko, defended by Harrington. Crooks looks tired now, doesn't he? Every one of them's put a shift in. Drame trying to close down Fernandez. The body language tells you everything about United. We've had 2 of the 6 played. Fernandez out to the left-hand side. Rashford looking to take on Balumi. Instead goes for an early crossing towards Shesko. The header hits Egan, and that just takes the sting out of it and allows Jalakis to come and collect it in the air. And City still have that 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, I saying fortunate there, he's in the right place. That a touch on it, and Egan at the top of his head and went nicely back to the keeper. Sometimes you need that little bit, so ups and breaks at times, and that's probably all we've had in 93 minutes. We're not needing all else.
No. Well, Kevin's just sat down there and he's getting back up. He went up, and as he landed, I don't know if he jarred himself or, yeah, he's gone down again. Whatever he did, he sort of just went up for the header, and as his feet landed, you could see straight away he winced for something.
Burney's trying to lift him up.
Yeah. I mean, from their point of view, they're not looking for time wasting, are they? But having said that, the way they've sort of sauntered around, it's like time means nothing to them this afternoon.
It's been a strange afternoon for Man United. Who cares?
We get a shot, a mix of generations, Swanee, young and old.
Yeah. And
chatting, young Harry, who we spoke to, we heard from him beforehand, he was too young to remember the last time they were in the Premier League. Fans who were too young to remember the first venture into the Premier League, the Steve Bruce venture into the Premier League. This is the Sergei Kirovic era, and this is going to be long, long remembered.
if they can see this one out now, and why shouldn't they with 2.5 minutes remaining? But
They haven't looked endangered at all.
no, not at all.
And obviously, easy to say after, but we've been saying all the way through, we've never looked in danger, no threat whatsoever to us.
Maguire turns it out to the left side to Shaw, just shy of halfway. We're closing in on the final 2 minutes of the 6 added on time. Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. Mainu through the centre circle. The fans in the north stand asking Ajun to give him another wave, and he quickly does the favour. Here's Fernandez. Dinks it into the area. Headed clear by Harrington. Slater picks it up. Leaves it for Balumi.
That touch by Slater calms everything down. Rather than just hooking it on, giving it back to Man United.
Yeah.
Just has a nice touch and keeps the ball under pressure. That's it. You want players to be brave, and that's what you call players being brave there, what Slater just done.
Fernandez sends it back into the box in towards Maguire, chests it down, follows it over, City goal kick, and there's 90 seconds remaining.
Brilliant. What an afternoon. Can't beat the 12:30 kickoffs, can you?
No, we like it. Welcome to our Grimsby Town listeners who followed the Golden Straw at Walsall. Reaction to come from that one, from Matt Dean and manager David Artell. Here, Hull City are closing in on what will be an historic victory, a first ever win over Manchester United in the Premier League. They lead by 2-0, and there's less than a minute of the added on time remaining. United have looked second best, and they've looked lethargic, they've looked laboured, as Swanee said. That shouldn't take away from how good City have been this afternoon, as Miller tries to take on a United defender and says it's a dive, and he's going to book Liam Miller for play acting, Swanee.
Wow. Like it was a free kick, obviously they're 5 yards away from it.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that, but I was going to say he'll take it if it takes a few more seconds off, because now we're 20 seconds away, plus anything he chooses to add on just at the end. There's a TV camera hovering right over the shoulder of Sergei Yakirovich, waiting to capture the moment of celebration, because now we can call it that, because City are right on the brink. It finished so well at the end of last season. Incredible scenes, remarkable scenes at Wembley to get them to the Premier League. And what a way to open the Premier League season. City have done it. They've started with a famous, historic, first ever Premier League victory over Manchester United, and they've done it in some style. 2 goals without response from the multi-time Premier League champions, who offered very little resistance. It's nothing that City haven't deserved. Ajayi and record signing Mendy with the 2 goals in the first half. And City have taken it to United. All the critics, all the ridicule, all the mocking. There's a few people this afternoon who are eating their words, and a bit of humble pie will be consumed, because the Tigers have started the 26-27 Premier League season with 3 points against Manchester United. Scenes of celebration around the MKM Stadium. This stadium has seen some great days, some great nights. This has to be added right towards the top of the list, because it's a deserving victory, a superb performance from every single player on that pitch. And once again, Swanee says it, Sergei Yakirovich proving himself to be a genius of management. He has engineered a performance that has seen the Tigers knock away the challenge of Manchester United with very little reply. Hull City 2, Manchester United 0, on the opening day of the Premier League season. That is one to soak in and savour.
They don't get much better than that, Mike, do they? Like I say, the build-up to all through the summer, as soon as the fixtures came out, we thought we all know it's going to be an hard season. Just today's results not going to change that. Every game is going to be hard, and every point is going to be hard to get. But to get 3 points on to Man United, which the fans will have been buzzing for, days building up to this. Let's say, I mean, they're excited. But the more I thought that we've had the result we were going to get, they hoped for it and dreamt about it. But actually, the way they played, they deserve every bit of that. I mean, you look at individuals with every single bout, they're not bothered about how Man United play. if we just sat back and let's say brought the pressure on, then it probably opens up a little bit. But so I say how the manager sense of genius, how he gets things up, his tactics side of it, you have the five at the back out of possession, then the back up in front of it, then the wide man that just closing, working out to each other. You thinking, he's got it right again. And when we go forward as a team, not individuals and worry about them getting us on counter-attack. We go together and we go and we let's say have more chances in, create more chances in, with more dangerous areas, the crosses which in. Absolutely fantastic game. We deserve every bit of this credit. Let's say you analyse the game after the match of the day when you go through it, and they'll just show you that each individuals win their battles. And the manager will ask for that. These will each battle with their technique. Their manager with Kelly, and it's been brilliant. The fans are buzzing. None of them have left yet. Not many of them have left and enjoyed it. And I said at the start, at every point, celebrate and enjoy it. If you don't know how it's going to last in the Premier League, but what a way to go! What a start to the season. Let's move forward onto the next one now and enjoy that again.
From the way they started that game, Swanee, you could see City had a way they wanted to play. They knew they had to be tight, they had to be resilient, but they certainly weren't sitting back. There was no parking the bus. They got in Manchester United's face. They got a couple of early moments, a couple of little opportunities, and you could see how he wanted them to go about it. And it rattled Manchester United.
Yeah,
they didn't have a response for it.
Yeah, put them off a bit, didn't it? It's probably Man United turned up today thinking it's all a hill. You know that turn up against any team in the right frame of mind and expect to win games. And I think that's probably partly Man United's fault today, because thinking, oh, it's only a hole, they're going to struggle, blah, blah. It's not been the case. We looked at a complete outfit today. Forwards, defending, everything about it. So, credit goes to every single one of them there and all the fans enjoying it.
Every single one of them. The fans, as you said, absolutely enjoying it, and rightly so as well. We'll say it again, this team has been written off, ridiculed, mocked, put down. Not just the team, that's fine. I think they've said that. They can accept when people are saying Hull City are going to go down. That was the expectation. But when you've got Sergei, and I know lots of other people and fans, they were upset at the Joe Cole, the Carlton Cole one, because that was ridiculing the City and just making a mockery. It was no longer about football. It felt very personal. This has just rubbed a few people's noses right in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think the players will learn that. Players will see that and read about it and thinking, we'll show you. And it goes in your favour, doesn't it? Because everybody in that dressing room, they don't even need the team talk. It just repeat what people have probably said in the build-up to it. So like saying, it's absolutely amazing. Just see the players waving to the families in the stand, and that it's every single one of them. And the subs, and the manager, and the chairman.
A first ever Premier League victory over Manchester United and a first ever league win over the Red Devils since 1974, when the name Wagstaff was among the goal scorers in a 2-0 win. Add Ajayi and Mendy to that historic list, because their goals have given Hull City an historic and famous victory here at the MKM Stadium. They have beaten Manchester United by 2-0.
What an afternoon in Hull. Hull City start their return to the Premier League with a 2-0 win over 13 times Premier League champions Manchester United. You can pinch yourself, it really did happen. If you're on your way out of the MKM Stadium, if you've been listening at home, if you've been listening at work, we'd like to hear from you. For the next hour or so, your reaction to a victory on opening day in the Premier League for Hull City. You can text 81333, start the message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp 08000 321 333, and you can get involved on X, formerly Twitter, at Humberside Sports. Before we have more reaction from here at the MKM Stadium, we'll also have reaction from our two other football games this afternoon, starting with Grimsby Town in the West Midlands, a test for them on the second day of the season, and it was at Walsall this afternoon, watched in the Bescott Stadium by Matt Dean.
And it's finished goalless here in the West Midlands. James, Town maintain their unbeaten start to the season. Few real clear-cut chances in the match. The best of those fell in the first half to Walsall, who created a cluster of sort of half chances. The prime chance for it that dropped to Presley, he went wide on a couple of occasions, and Clark and Hancock also had efforts in that first 45, which was even in terms of the possession. Walsall started the second period the stronger of the two sides, but Town held firm. A scorer also with an effort off target for the hosts. Town might have won it towards the end of the game when Sweeney was denied a point-blank range after Ward's mistake. The goalkeeper played out and straight to the Mariners. Tory then played in Sweeney inside the penalty area. He got his drive goalwards, but the immovable object was Ward. Town did make a couple of changes in the second period to try and spark things. Cook came off, Morgan came on, and Reynolds also was introduced to replace Doyle, but didn't quite have the desired effect. There was a late push from Walsall in added time, but neither side could find the back of the net this afternoon. So Town managed to keep another clean sheet here this afternoon. It's 2-2 at the start of the league campaign, and they are still without a defeat. It's Walsall 0, Grimsby Town 0, the full-time scoreline.
We'll get the thoughts of James McEwen shortly before we let him go. He was the summariser this afternoon for Grimsby Town. Just looking around me, I think there's a sense of, well, apart from euphoria and pleasure, there's a sense of disbelief amongst many of the Hull City fans in the West Stand Upper as they are leaving the grounds. More thoughts from Swanee in a moment. As for Scunthorpe United, they were searching for their first National League win of the season. They were winless up to this afternoon's game. A long trip for an early kick-off at Eastleigh. The story of the day, Nathan Alban, did they get that elusive victory?
The search goes on. They didn't even manage to pick up a point on the road. Scunthorpe United has finished Eastleigh 3, Scunthorpe United 2. A really lively second half. 2 goals for either side within it. Let's start with Harry Sidwell, though, who got Eastleigh up and running late in the first half, arrowing in low into the far corner. Scunthorpe were quick out the traps after the break. Alfie Beeston firing high into the roof of the net from the edge of the penalty area to draw Scunthorpe level, but both Scunthorpe goals were followed up with quick responses from Eastleigh. Aaron Blair, just a couple of minutes after Beeston's first equaliser, Blair going up the other end, firing into the top corner. Scunthorpe's defence was all over the shop for that one. James Gale came off the bench on the hour, one of a trio of substitutions, and he managed to find the net low into the bottom corner in front of the travelling Scunthorpe United fans. And that was 2-2, Scunthorpe drawing level for the second time in the game. Beeston then lines up another effort. He cannons it off the crossbar. We thought that could have been another equaliser for Scunthorpe United, but it was Eastleigh who took all 3 points. A scrappy goal after some stunning strikes we've seen today. It was a real scrappy one. I don't think Josh Lundstrom knew anything about it as he bundled the ball over the line. So frustration again for Andy Butler and co, but maybe hope on the horizon. Solihull Moors to come on Friday. They are currently bottom of the league, 3 defeats from 3. But as it stands here at Eastleigh, the search continues for that first National League win of the season. Eastleigh 3, Scunthorpe United 2.
Nathan, thank you, Nathan. We'll get the thoughts of Andy Butler shortly. We'll get the thoughts of our 2 summarisers in those games in a moment's time. Swanee's hanging around, but we'll get some very quick thoughts from Swanee before we get the thoughts of James and Steve. Swanee, that really did happen, didn't it? I get the feeling amongst us, the fans, there's a mixture of euphoria and what just happened there?
You know, it's just all settled down. You look, watch the game back, you think that was easy as well. Obviously, they have to put a lot of hard work and endeavour and working for each other, and all the hard work in the training grounds all come to play in today's game. But they made it look easy playing against the top team, the top players who, like we said before, about they'll not say lethargic and laboured. But I think we just set up and they struggled to break us down, and not to want as sharp as what you'd expect them to be. But it's all down to how we've set ourselves up, and the manager how he's got them to play, and the belief in them that if you stick together as one unit, you've got a chance of beating anybody. We've got 38 cup finals. That's one of the cup finals we've won against one of the big hitters, and then you move on to the next one. So the Coventry will probably be harder than that, because they'll be knowing that they'll be trying to take points off us, because they expect us to be down that bottom half. So they'll be looking to that. Where I think Man United turned up today thinking easy 3 points, let's get out there and get ourselves home with the 3 points. Not being the case. and we made it look easy in the end.
Come back to you shortly. Let's get some thoughts from James McEwen. He's watched the goalless draw for Grimsby Town at Walsall. James, what impressed you? What didn't impress you this afternoon?
It was quite a good game. The first half was two, I thought, quite evenly matched sides. Walsall probably had the better chances. Second half, I thought it was a typical early season game where I think players are trying to get up to speed with a lot of ball turnovers. It was quite laboured in the second half, to be honest. I thought we were defending really well. Katsuri was the standout player for me. Thought he was really good, and on a personal point of view, I was really pleased for Christy King to keep a clean sheet. I was well documented that he's having a bit of a difficult time, and he started the season with 2 clean sheets, and that's massive for him. I think both teams will have good seasons, having watched them. I think today the front 3 behind Cookie and then Morgan when he came on, I think they just struggled to get going today, and I think that's probably where, if Grimsby can strengthen in the rest of the window, for me that's where I'd be looking if I was them.
What about the sort of signals it sends going to someone like Walsall, who in the last couple of years have been there or thereabouts in that playoff mix for long stretches of the season? How does this count? I mean, it's a good point, isn't it, in that regard?
Yeah, because I think when you're away from home, I think anywhere away from home, if you keep a clean sheet and you get a point, then you've done all right. And like I say, I think first half it was 2 very evenly matched sides, and Walsall a good side. I think they've got some really good players. Simper really impressed me for them. Priest is a handful up front, so I think confidence-wise they should take plenty from the game. At the end of the day, they've started the season, they're still unbeaten in the league, and that's really important. But I think moving forward, I think if they're going to challenge Automatic, then having watched both games, I think they need to possibly have a little bit more going forward in terms of an end product, because eventually you can't just keep keeping clean sheets, and obviously it's been a 1-0 win and then a 0-0 today.
James, have a good weekend, enjoy the rest of your weekend, thanks for being part of it this afternoon. As for Scunthorpe United, they went into that trip against Eastleigh looking for the first win of their National League season. Steve Torpey, it didn't happen this afternoon. What went wrong?
It was a bit of a slow start again, James. The first half was really slow, couldn't get any real tempo to the game. Made a couple of substitutions second half, and went from defence to attack. Obviously they had a word of them at half time and come out with a little bit more endeavour, a little bit more on their front foot. But ultimately, when they got back in the game, they conceded so quickly on 2 occasions. They scored, and then they conceded after 2 minutes, and similar to the second goal, got the equaliser and conceded within 2 or 3 minutes. And then unlucky with the third for Eastleigh's winner, scrappy cross. Lewis Jones made a good save and just ricocheted out to their striker, who's come off his knee or his shin and just trickled into the goal in slow motion. A real good signs, had a couple of good chances out from Beeson at the crossbar. Snubbuck had a real good chance from about 6 yards, then back and over the crossbar. But promising signs second half, but slow start again. They need to improve that if they're going to get anything, especially on the road when you go away to a team like Eastleigh. Need to start brightly. But yeah, so disappointing with the outcome, but quite a positive second half.
Just finally, Callum Roberts scored again for Notts County. How much are they missing him? Is it too soon to say that this is purely down to his loss and his goal contributions from last season?
No, I think he will be a big loss. I've seen a few TV games that he's already played in Notts County, and he's doing well in that league. So it's always going to be a loss. Have they replaced him? Definitely have not replaced him, and it is going to be difficult to replace a player of that calibre. But they need to keep going. They need to find a way of getting some points on the scoreboard. Maybe Solly Allmore's, like Nathan said on Friday, could be the prime time to get those 3 points. They've lost 3 on the trot now, and that's the time to do it, I would guess.
Steve, good to have you alongside of Nathan this afternoon. It's a long trip back for you, so safe journey back. We'll speak to you next week. Steve Torpey alongside Nathan Alban this afternoon. If you are a fan of Scunthorpe United, Grimsby Town and of course Hull City, let's hear from you between now and around 3:30 this afternoon. We've got the Rugby League action later on. You can text 81333, start the message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp 08000 321 333, and you can get involved on X, formerly Twitter, at Humberside Sport. Let's bring in Swanee, who's watched, and I still can't quite believe I'm saying this, Swanee, Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. You'd have to go back to 1974 for the last time that the Tigers beat Manchester United in a league game. They did it in 2017, but that was in the Cup. And it's an opening day win for Hull City. I mean, that's remarkable, remarkable numbers. Given 2008, games like the Arsenal game and Spurs away and all those big victories, this has to rate as one of the club's biggest ever wins in the Premier League.
Yeah, it will be, because people are talking and we've spoke about it. The squad that they're coming in with is probably the squad, 8 of the players that started Championship. People thinking, like we said at the start, if you're going into the Championship with that team, with that squad, you're thinking, oh, just like to see it a bit stronger. But it's just marvellous what you can do with something that's well run, well organised and well disciplined, and that's exactly what we have. And we have to be like that. Every game's going to be the exact same as that. They've got to play with that enthusiasm, organisation, and not let, I say, the Man United, the Man City, the Arsenals, the name scare you. You can show them sometimes too much respect. Yeah, the Man United didn't show them that respect. We closed them down, we stopped them playing. I seen you look at the Fernandes, we never even saw him. And last year, or last 2 or 3 years, we're sitting at home watching what match of the day, what he does in his passing range and his shooting and his goals. We just closed everything down, like saying, squeezed up, squeezed tight. The 2 midfield players, Crooks and Slater, they stopped their 2 from playing. They ended up bringing their 2 midfield players off. And that's what I talked about, winning your own battles, individual battles. If you can do that, if you can 7-8, if you can do that in your game, you've got a chance of winning. That first half, every one of them won the first half individually. Second half did exactly the same. When the keeper was called upon, he never got, not really any hard saves to make, saves you'd expect him to make. A couple of collected things, maybe take the pressure off the back 5 at times. But just in general play, when you look back, the manager look back and think, we made it look easy. I mean, we actually did make that look easy, because like I say, it's the first time I've said with 15-20 minutes to go, Mike said, can you see them get back in it? And the answer is no, where nearly scored within 30 seconds of him saying it, but they did look organised, they didn't look like they were going to concede, and I said, they pushed on and got the result with the 6 minutes finishing time, and never, said, the fans would have been sitting on the edge of the seats. They would be on the edge of the seats waiting to celebrate, but they won't think any minute Man United is going to score, because they were never given an opportunity to do that.
We'll talk about the spine, but what about goalkeeper Kostas Zilakis? Just how good was he? He seemed to, when you're comparing him with Pandor and for the frustrations that many fans had, distribution was quick, but he just seemed to command and boss his area.
Well, a good goalkeeper behind you, like take the pressure off it at times when he comes and collects things, and that's important. He did that. Distribution, couple that pretty bit loose, but apart from that, the centre halves and that behind it, knowing they've got a keeper behind them like they can trust, goes a long way, and that's exactly what they would like today.
Let's bring in someone who's very familiar with winning on opening days of Premier League seasons. It's not actually a bad centre-half pairing that I've got in front of me now. I don't know whether someone is choosing to play up front or centre-half pairing, but Curtis Davis alongside of us, the former Hull City player and captain. I wouldn't mind. There'll be 1 or 2 saying that this wouldn't be a bad 5-a-side team. Well, not me, obviously, but you two. Curtis, give us your impressions. You've been watching it for the BBC this afternoon. Just how impressive was that performance?
It was impressive because I think the professionalism, I think the understanding of everyone's roles in the team. I think we all knew that Hull City were never going to come flying out the blocks and throw the kitchen sink at Manchester United. They didn't get promoted that way. So the fact that Manchester United came here to Hull and had almost the big team effect coming here to raise the atmosphere even more was always going to work in Hull's favour more than Manchester United's. It was just about how the game started. The game started quite balanced, a couple of little openings. First big chance lands to Mbumo. Probably, I think, could have done better. Lands on his right foot, Zilakis makes a good save. If that goes 1-0 up, it's all right, totally different game. I'll have to open up, and then Manchester United maybe exploit their spaces. But because we get the lead, we then go and take the lead with the set piece. Then they just look vulnerable after that. Every time a ball went into the box, it looked like they were in danger. They didn't look like they knew where they were. And ultimately, City go to score second with Mendy. And then after that, as you've seen with Hull City, last season they were a real enigma, Hull. You know, we saw them at the start of the season. At one point they were second highest for goals scored and second highest for goals conceded. So when you had that side of it, it was really wild. But what Sergei did, and that's why I give him so much credit, is later on as the season went on, once they had something to hold on to, he was able to be a bit more pragmatic and a bit more, you know, a 1-0 lead protected. And ultimately, this whole City side was no different today. They got the 1-0 lead, were happy to, you know, let Manchester United have a little bit of ball, get the second one, and then ultimately it was game over. And for all the territory and all the passes, I was looking at the passes stats there, it was 650 to 250. But I can't really say there were many moments for Manchester United. It was their XG probably is higher based on the fact they probably had more shots and stuff like that. But I think all the saves that Slack had to make, that Wilmo one early on was probably the only serious one where it looked a bit of danger.
Do you not think that Hull controlled the game from start to finish, even though they didn't have the possession? That probably Man United off.
That's the thing. That's what Hull want. Hull wanted that. It's like, you know, ultimately they're happy playing without the ball. So when the transition of the division has come, you know, they're happy playing without the ball. So they were happy to say, all right, well, you lot got the ball. We're used to sitting in a 5 and a 4. Let's see what we got. I think the interesting one is going to be going into the Coventry game where maybe both teams see it as, and I'll just describe it there as, they're more likely to be in our mini league. How both teams approach that one. I don't think Hull City's approach maybe changes, but do Coventry go flying out of the box and front foot, and then maybe Hull could do a similar performance against Coventry?
It sounds like a daft question, but given the results, does that make next week even harder? Because suddenly City have set this standard. Coventry will want to match and better that standard. Whereas if City had gone into next week having a similar result as last night's Coventry did, there wouldn't be as much pressure on City to get another 3 points.
There's two sides to it. There's a pressure on them to get 3 points, but if you'd lost to Manchester United, then you're playing against one of the other teams that got promoted. I'd say that's more pressure, because then you're saying you need to get that first point on the board, because you don't want it to be going, you know, into international break and you maybe have got 1 point or haven't got a point yet. You wouldn't want that. So with the fixtures that are coming up in terms of Manchester United, Coventry, and then Villa, you know, the 2 home games on paper, really difficult games. The away game is a difficult game because, again, it's going to be Coventry's first game back in the Premier League at home, which we felt that atmosphere here. But ultimately, it's one that Sergei won't change his ways. You know, he'll have ways that he'll be working out how to win this game now. He'll be in watching videos of Coventry tomorrow and working out the things that Hull City did really well today and what Coventry's vulnerabilities were against Arsenal. And if he's able to exploit those, then, you know, you can never say a point's a good point, but to stop a rival as such taking 3 points off of you at their home place, I think a point would be a good point at Coventry.
Curtis, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You can enjoy it as a fan now, watching on, rather than in the dressing room. Let's talk to one of the players in the class of 2006. Ryan Giles is live with Mike White.
Ryan Giles, congratulations. Opening game of the Premier League season when everyone's written you off and there's been mocking and ridicule this week, and you've just gone and beaten Manchester United by 2-0 on the opening day. How does that feel and how have you gone about it?
Yeah, I don't think it obviously gets any better than that, Mike, to be honest, but you know, I'm really proud of everybody associated with the club today. I feel like it was thoroughly deserved. I thought we were absolutely magnificent, and I think we've hopefully shown today that we're not here to make the numbers up ultimately, and we're going to give it a real good go. We've got a brilliant togetherness in that dressing room that I feel that ultimately got us over the line last year, and I feel like we've got the togetherness now to keep us in the Premier League, and I firmly believe that. You know, they're a brilliant side, there's no getting away from that. We knew they'd have a lot of the ball, but we knew how important it was to close the spaces, to stop them. You know, they've got quality that can just go bang bang and they're in on your goal, so we knew if we did that with the legs to burn that we've got on the counter-attack, and you know, we get it wide and put it in the box, we felt like we could cause problems, and you know, delighted to get 2 set play goals as well, so we know how important that's going to be this year. But you know, on a whole, absolutely delighted. I feel like to a man, everybody was absolutely brilliant today. Fans were absolutely fantastic. A brilliant day for the football club, yeah.
Brilliant side, as you said. They finished third last season. They're a team trying to climb back to what they once were. But in reality, have you made them look an ordinary side today with the way you've played?
I think obviously, you know, there's no hiding from the fact that they're a brilliant side. In my opinion, one of the biggest clubs in world football. They've got outstanding individual players, and we recognise that, and we
you know, we understand that. I think, like I said, we stuck to a game plan and we knew what would be important today was sort of, you know, closing them spaces, because if you give them little gaps to play through, they'll hurt you. And we're going to face more teams like that this season that'll do the same thing. So, you know, like I've said, the togetherness, being resilient, I feel like that's going to be so important for us this year. But you know, I've got full belief in the group. Like I said, I feel like the togetherness that we had got us over the line last year, and I firmly believe we can do it again. It's going to be tough. There's no hiding from that. We're going to have tough days. You know, it's going to be about bouncing back at times. But you know, I feel like I said, hopefully we can, you know, set a stamp to the rest of the league that we definitely need to make the numbers up, and we're going to go toe to toe with every team in the league.
I know this is a question I asked you after Wembley, over that Wembley weekend, and I asked the other players, and it's very different for a Wembley playoff final. This is one of 38. This is still a historic win, first ever Premier League win. What does this mean to you?
Means everything. You know, obviously been at the club a few years now. From personally, obviously my start at the club wasn't the best, but to be able to play a part to get the club back to the Premier League and now obviously beat Manchester United on the opening day, for me it doesn't get any better than that. These were ultimately dreams coming true for me, and you know, I don't just want to stop there. We want to keep going, and I think that's the most important thing. Don't be wrong, we'll enjoy the win today. I think it's important to enjoy it because, like I said, they're a brilliant side and they've come to the MKM and we've done a job on them, and I think that's important to enjoy it. But we've also can't overlook that we've got a lot of games coming. They're going to be tough, so yeah, obviously enjoy it, but at the same time, we've still got work to do.
I should clarify, stating the obvious, first historic Premier League win over Manchester United, of course. There's been a few before that. What was the intention? What did the manager want you to go out and do? Because, yes, you're a side that can sit in and absorb and be solid and everything else, but you certainly weren't parking the bus, were you? Well, how did he want you to go about it? What was his message?
There were just moments, you know, we have to go off triggers, that's important. But that's down to us as players on the pitch. You know, like I said, they've got brilliant individuals, brilliant rotations. There's times when you might have to sit in and, you know, absorb a bit of pressure, and then there's times where you feel like you can get up the pitch. You know, our manager is certainly not someone that wants to sit back and park the bus. He wants us to be aggressive and he wants us to go forward. You know, he wants us to go toe to toe with teams, and that, you know, rubs off us as well. But at the same time, we appreciate there's going to be times when we're going to have to ride the storm a little bit, and I feel like that's, you know, there. We've got the players in the dressing room to do that ultimately, and I think we've done a bit of both today, and I think that's been important. You know, we appreciate teams might have a bit more possession than us this season, but if we can keep those spaces tight like that, and then when we win the ball back, we're going, I feel like we'll be some force and we're going to be tough to play against. So, yeah, long may it continue.
I know you like to get forward, but you are a defender. As a member of the Defenders Union, the two defenders to give you a 2-0 win. How does that sit?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, because we know how important that's going to be this year. We know how tough it will be keeping the ball out the back of the net. You know, I've had experiences in the Premier League before, you know, where any little mistake can end up in the back of your net. So to get a clean sheet today is absolutely brilliant and something for us to really build from. Like I said, there's going to be times, you know, where we're going to concede goals and there's going to be tough days, but you know, there's full belief in the dressing room from my end. And I know, you know, we'll enjoy it today and we can build off that, and that'll give us a real big confidence, because, you know, there's no hiding from the fact we've got a massive game next week as well. So yeah, we'll enjoy it and then hopefully we can build from it.
What does that do for Nobel, getting off the mark?
Yeah, brilliant, because it was funny because we were doing obviously the set plays yesterday. He does some right noises when he's heading the ball. It's really funny, to be fair to him. He's a brilliant character.
Can you replicate them?
He's just going like that. Like, I don't know what he does. It sounds crazy.
That's getting clipped up for future use. I'll just warn you now.
But it were funny yesterday. Some of the lads were laughing at him when he's heading the ball in training. But delighted for him and Shen ultimately. We've got real powerhouses in the box, and we know how important set plays are going to be this year, like I've said before. So, and with the delivery that we've had from Mo and Regan today, obviously I feel like that's important as well. And they've been right on the money, and it's causing problems. So, we had delight from both.
You're playing your own role down a little bit in this lovely build-up play, and I know you're sort of part in the goal as well. Give us your perspective of it.
Yeah, ultimately, you know, that's my job. I feel like that's what I need to do. You know what I mean? I need to get balls in the box. That's my super strength, and for me, I feel like it's important not to go away from that this season. You know, play to your super strengths. Of course, there's things you can work on, and you need to, you know, be concentrated more than ever, because, like I said, they've got players that can kill you. But you know, ultimately, I want to play to my strengths, because that's brings the best out of me as well. So I'm not going to give myself too much credit because I feel like that's the minimum requirement, and I put that pressure on myself because it's important.
People have written this team off before the season started, but maybe in a professional way, in an expected way, that as one of the promoted sides, it's kind of understandable. People will say you'll finish in the bottom three. Some have taken it beyond that this week, and ex-professionals in that, and I know it wound the manager up, he spoke about it. How have the players felt about it? What's the reaction been?
Obviously, we've seen the video, of course we did. I'm not going to say we haven't. I completely understand people are obviously going to presume Hull City will probably get relegated. That's absolutely fine. Everybody's got an opinion, and I've got no problem with that. Obviously, you know, we have to ignore it and try and use it as fuel. Whether people find it disrespectful or not, obviously the gaffer had his take on it as well. But
I think it was the personal element. People felt that it was more of a personal attack rather than a professional one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. I feel like us as players just ultimately have to get the job done. Like I said, I've got no problem with people feel like we're going to go down. That's, for me, completely normal. I feel like people have their opinions, and that's absolutely fine. You know, us as players just have to try and go out there and prove them wrong. And I hope today can, you know, sort of, people can look at it and think that we're not here to make the numbers up, like I said before, because we're really not. You know, I'm under no illusion it's going to be hard. Of course it's going to be tough, but you know, we're going to give it a real good go. And there's a brilliant group of players in there, and I'm sure there'll be a few more additions to come and help us as well. And I feel like we can surprise a few this year. I really do. So yeah, just have to keep our feet on the ground. Of course, there's going to be noise. This is the Premier League. It's the biggest league in world football where everybody watches. So people are going to have their opinions. That's absolutely fine. We just have to go about our business and just, like I said, stay together and give it a right good go.
Even if you take that criticism aside, or the comments this week, but maybe factor that in, outside of that, there are naturally going to be question marks about whether a championship side can come in and perform. Individuals as well, there'll be questions about yourself. You've had limited Premier League experience. How much motivation is that, and how much, 1 in 38 games, I get that, but how much does this silence a few of those questions and critics?
Yeah, I hope it does. Of course, like I know it's only one game, but you know, they're a good outfit, and to come here today and we do a job, and then I hope that sends a message. You know, obviously everybody's got to start from somewhere as players, and there'll be players in that team that play championship football as well. So ultimately, it's us players that have, you know, got this club into the Premier League to step up and show that we can ultimately play Premier League football, and I think that's important. That's down to you as an individual to try and prove that, because obviously it's a massive step up. The gap's massive, and we've felt that today on the pitch. Ultimately, you know, it's tough, it's not easy, but like I said, there's full belief, and if we can just stick together like we have done, you know, even since from last year, I feel like we can surprise a few. I really do.
Final question. The manager's spoken about wanting to stick with some of that spine of the team. You've been included as one of those. What do you mean to get the start and get the nod today from him with that backing?
It meant the world to me, honestly. I'm, you know, really grateful for the gaffer. Like I said to you in previous, Mike, I feel like I've always needed a manager to believe in me and encourage me to go and do what I'm good at, and he really has done that. So I'll forever be grateful for him. Fantastic person, great staff as well, and they deserve everything they're going to get, and they are getting. Yeah, so I'm really grateful. Of course, I don't just take it for granted. Because he's very ruthless in his ways, to be fair to him. So you've got to keep performance levels high, but for me ultimately to know that I've got a manager that does appreciate it, that does ultimately believe in me, I think is really important. And yeah, obviously it means a lot.
It's all right, this Premier League, Clark. Congratulations, Ryan. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, really nice end to that interview, Swanee. Honesty there from Ryan Giles about what it means to him, and you can't not but sort of feel quite kind of warm and cosy about what you just said there.
It's lovely to speak to him. It's nice, like I said there, not speaking, like I say, in cliches, he's talking open and honestly, and he needs somebody around him as a manager to get the best from him. Like I say, he's definitely, the glove fits on this at this time. And watching, I'm just looking here, I've been laughing to myself, looking at his first goal, and the ball came in, got flicked on by Egan, when McBurney's shot, he thinks he scored. He's turned around, arm in the air, and he's gone celebrating. And it's only when he's looked over his shoulder, he's seen a Jai smashing him back in there, that he realised that obviously it might not be my goal, it might not have gone in, and the shot again didn't go over the line, and it hit the lost, but when it just makes me laugh looking at McBurney, so he's got that sort of personality about him on it. But yeah, going back to Giles there, he fits in perfect. Look for it, he's down that left-hand side, the linking up play, that the understanding he's got. McBurney knows where he wants the ball to put, he knows where he wants the ball to make the runs for. So the partnership there, that's it, even Championship, he can bring it to this level and work, and obviously it's shown today.
Tony, enjoy the rest of your weekend. This Premier League lark's alright,
Easy,
isn't
isn't
it?
it?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Champions League next year?
Off the back of that, I'm just looking at the stats though. They have 72% possession, Man United. And I believe we control that game. And Sergey will say, we control that game.
Swanee, enjoy the weekend.
I will do
You're
that.
back with Alex Burgess on Tuesday night. We're
Yep.
bringing back Burgess for the League Cup at Stoke
Got
City.
now, do we? Got Mike back and yourself, we're flying.
Yeah.
Proper lone player.
We're using the fringe players.
Who's fringe
on
players?
Tuesday. I don't mean that, Alex, honestly. We'll see you on Tuesday
You
night
will
and
do.
then for Coventry City.
Have a great
Swanee.
weekend.
Indeed it is. Swanee back with us on commentary this week, coming on Tuesday night for the League Cup at Stoke City, and then on Saturday for City in the Premier League at Coventry City, on an afternoon that's seen Hull City start their Premier League return with an unexpected win.
BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Well, City were accused of entering the Premier League through the back door, with former Premier League players laughing at the club this week in the build-up to this game. They welcomed a team who've won the Premier League title 13 times, so the odds on City starting life back in the top flight for the first time in 9 years were stacked against the club from West Hull. Guess what happened in the first half?
City corner in front of the southeast corner of the MKM Stadium. It's Slater with right-footed little flick across the area. McBurney turns it back. Chance and City lead in the opening game of the Premier League. And it's Shemi Ajayi who finishes from close range to give the Tigers the opening goal against Manchester United. McBurney was in there. That was saved by Lamens, but Ajayi didn't mess around. Just tapped it home. And the Tigers are in front. They've been written off. They've been ridiculed. They've been popped down. But they've gone right at it against Manchester United. And 17 minutes in, the Tigers are in front. Hull City 1, Manchester United 0. That's the way to kick off the Premier League season.
We've just heard in that interview with Ryan Giles say that Nobel Mendy makes funny noises when he heads the ball. Well, apparently he probably did. Lots of noise around the MKM Stadium when it went in. Nobel claims the prize.
Free kick to the Tigers, 25 yards out, just in from what would be in line with the left edge of the Manchester United penalty area. Slater's over it with the right foot, Balumi with the left. Depends what they fancy here. We just get it into one of the big boys. It's going to be Balumi. Leave it actually for Slater. Curls it in. Maybe a chance. And City have doubled the lead. And it's Mendy on his debut for the Tigers. And the afternoon just gets better and better. When they've been written off before the season begins, Hull City have responded in some style. A great free kick in. Mendy with a glancing touch. And it nestles in the bottom corner. And would you believe what's happening here? Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. I'll say it again. Hull City 2, Manchester United 0 on the opening day of the Premier League.
City win 2-0 then to claim their first victory in the Premier League and a first league win over Manchester United since 1974 in the days of Boothby Park in the old Division 2. As for Grimsby Town, they were away at Walsall. Big challenge for the Mariners on the opening away game of the season. Goal to straw, very credible goal to straw. The thoughts of head coach David Artell before we finish. Over to Scunthorpe United, and they are winless in the National League so far this season. They were Eastbourne, a long trip for Iron supporters this afternoon. Eastbourne took the lead through a goal from Harry Sidwell. He's the son of Steve Sidwell. You know you're getting old when players like him are getting sons playing football. They did equalise in the second half.
Pat Jones left apex of the penalty area onto his right foot. Jones, it might fall here for Beeston! Alfie Beeston equalises for Scunthorpe United in front of the travelling fans. Powers it into the roof of the net from the edge of the penalty area. And 5 minutes into the second half, the Iron are on level terms. It's Eastleigh 1, Scunthorpe 1.
Eastleigh in the end coming back into the game to lead 2-1. United equalised once again. James Gale scoring his first goal for the club in midweek. He gets his first league goal this afternoon.
That's a bit out to the left-hand side. It's Horton who's on the ball. Horton to Busker once more. Easton, the solitary Scunthorpe United goal scorer, getting involved in the attacking play. Whitehall, good little touch and a good little finish as well from James Gale, firing in low into the bottom corner. In at the near post, Nick Townsend couldn't reach it, the Eastleigh goalkeeper, and Scunthorpe United have come from behind again. It's Eastleigh 2, Scunthorpe 2.
In the end though, the home side scoring the winner in a 3-2 victory. Have your say between now and the end of the programme. You can text 81333, start the message with the letters RH. WhatsApp me 08000 321 333 and get involved using @Humberside Sport on X. We've got the Rugby League. Later on, it's post-match reaction from our 3 big match commentary football games.
Have your say on your team. Text 81333, starting your message with RH. See our privacy notice at bbc.co.uk/local radio privacy.
BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Studio. Okay. We're live, apparently, on BBC Radio Humberside. Sergei Yakirevich with us live on BBC Radio Humberside. A 2-0 win over Manchester United on the opening day of the Premier League season. How does that feel, Sergei?
Amazing feeling. I'm very proud of the boys because they put everything on the pitch today, everything what we agreed, what we did this last week. We prepared everything and I'm very, very pleased with them today. Congratulations to the boys because they were unbelievable today.
What was it about the performance that impressed you the most?
Well, like always, a lot of energy, intensity, strong duels, togetherness, because we stopped a lot of action, especially these long balls and crossing in our box. We didn't allow one clear chances, I think, what I remembered, and we were very compact, and also we had our chances there, and very nice action because we tried to reduce the gaps between midfield player and defense, because Man United tried to overload there, and then that we are, when we steal the ball, when we are very sharp, very vertical, and also try to switch side in those transitions. Then wing backs are completely alone, and then we have numbers in the box, which we can create good opportunities for scoring.
I said to Ryan Giles, that was far from a parking the bush. You wanted to be compact, you wanted to be solid, but you certainly didn't shut up shop and just try and absorb everything, did you? How pleased were you with the way you were able to catch Manchester United and get forward so quickly?
Yes, sometimes we try to press them, especially when they playing around us, the far centre back with Bellumi and Elliott, so that we can press them all together as a group, as a team. And like I said, we were very aggressive there and on the front foot, and we stole a lot of balls there. So sometimes in this, especially on the beginning of second half, I was a little bit angry because this situation we have to use counter-attacks, simply pass forward, and then maybe we could score the third goal, which will kill them, So because 2-0, always dangerous.
Yeah.
But I would like to have lead 2-0 every game. So because if you concede one goal, it's of course they will put more risk. How they put it immediately on the half-time with Rashford, after with Šeško, with Menu. There is a lot of players, a lot of individual quality, but okay, we used today our strength, and we scored two very, very good goals.
I avoided the temptation during commentary to say about 2-0 being the most dangerous scoreline in football. I avoided it this time. You've often said, even last season, you said sometimes you'd won games where you didn't deserve it, and you managed to find a way. How much did you deserve that today?
I think we deserve it because we didn't allow clear chances for Man United. Or we can say
Mbeumo early on,
Mbeumo, but Pedri is there. This is not clear shot, and it's right-footed. If he's left-footed, maybe he will score, and because he has very good quality. And but we didn't allow, and that I'm pleased very with that. And we had the tactical discipline. We stick together. Sometimes we suffer there. But it's normal because we are playing first game in Premier League, and we don't have any experience. And I expecting from my players that we will grow every game, and we will have more experience. So this is big bust for us, because we show that we can compete there, that we can have good action there, we can be happy with the ball, and that was just in the meeting that we are happy on the ball. I don't want to see any fear when we receive the ball. If you can pass him because he's a human being as well. And this is, I'm very, very pleased with.
I don't know why you keep saying to me that you need attacking players and strikers in this transfer window, Sergei, when your two defenders are stepping up for you.
Yes, I agree completely, but this is not their job. So their job is to defend and be stable there. So we will bring two strikers, two wingers, maybe two midfielders. Depends on now these problems what we had in the game with injuries, because this is not normal that I made 4 substitution in defense line. So I don't know, because we had another plan. But of course we are together, and these boys who didn't come today on the pitch, they will play on Tuesday.
As you've mentioned it, I'll jump to that. I'll do the injury side first. What were the problems there, Mendy and Coyle in particular?
Mendy had some problems on Thursday, but then after exam he was good.
What's the issue?
Something with adductor, but this is not or gluteus. Maybe it's connected, but there is nothing.
Okay.
So we expected this. So we prepared Harrington yesterday that he should be. He has to be ready. And but I didn't expect Coily. I didn't expect Giles Sarve with Carlos. Shemi. I didn't expect this. But also this is the reason why we put in the roster Paddy McNair, Harrington, and a lot of these defenders, because of their problems from the past. This is the problem from the past. So I don't know. After medical check, we will know much more.
So what is it with Shemi?
Shemi felt hamstring, so we will see. But he had last season 2 hamstring, so both legs. So
yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Does that almost certainly rule them out for Tuesday with next week against Coventry?
But we will try to spare him, especially if he's 70 okay, so that he can be ready for Coventry.
Those targets that you mentioned that you're trying to get in, is anything close? Are you being told at the moment that anything's imminent within the next few days?
I was on the game. I don't know anything.
Yesterday, maybe.
So we will see with the chairman. But we are working all the time, and now I think with this victory, these players, maybe they will come.
Yeah.
Because they see that you can compete, you can perform good. So if they had any doubts there, now maybe they will decide to come.
As I said to Ryan Giles, it's one game in 38, but given everything this week and what's being said about you generally, how much has that silenced some critics today?
But this is our motivation. So like I said on the press conference, so for me it's a very... So we are here fully deserved. So because we beat our opponents, and now we will see. We don't have experience, but I'm expecting that we will grow every game, and we will improve some things who are not good. So this is all experience. Without nobody gave us anything, so we are here fully deserved. So because we beat our opponents, and now we will see. We don't have experience, but I'm expecting that we will grow every game, and we will improve some things who are not good. So this is all experience, and we will see after 38 rounds where we are.
Final one. I know from talking to you over last season how much you enjoyed being a part of some historic moments in this football club. First ever Premier League win over Manchester United, the first ever league win over them since 1974. The manager then was John Kay. You can add the name Sergei Yakirovich to that list. How does that feel?
I heard that, I couldn't believe it, and I was born 1976, so I was even more.
Not even thought about it.
So it's an unbelievable achievement, and I'm very happy because all the players were my staff and everything that we broke this record.
Congratulations, well done again. Thanks for your time, Sergei.
Thank you very much.
He wasn't a twinkle in the eye at Sergei Yakirovich the last time Hull City beat a Manchester United team in the league. 1974 goals from Ken Wagstaff and Malcolm Lord. I don't mind admitting it, I was long before I was born either. That puts it in perspective. 52 years since Hull City beat Manchester United in the league. A couple of messages before we speak to Dave on the fans panel. This one says, besides brilliant and outstanding, etc., etc., Bellumi, when Manchester United took a corner, he went towards the first half line, took two players with him out of position to score, then it was cleared. And more of that, please. Just amazing, lads. Thank you for that. Wayne says it was a good point for Grimsby Town, goalless for the Mariners this afternoon. Let's talk to Dave, who's a Grimsby Town fan. I know he's watched the game this afternoon. Afternoon, Dave.
You alright?
Yeah, not too bad. I hope you are too. Do you see that as a point gained for Grimsby Town, goalless at Walsall?
I think this stage of the season, with the context of a win last week and a draw away at what's going to be a tough place to go for Walsall this season, 4 points from 2 games, unbeaten and no goals conceded is a decent return. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I know there's an element of looking after your own when it comes to James McEwen, but he pointed out at the end of the game and was keen to do so that Christy Pym had an excellent game. He felt in obviously keeping the score goalless. How did you feel about Christy Pym's performance this afternoon? Still not conceded a goal in the league so far?
Yeah, that's great. I think everybody who I certainly spoke to last week wanted that from him. I know there's a lot of concern around the position, but I think everybody loves to see him continue to get clean sheet after clean sheet and be difficult to dislodge from that position. So yeah, I think everybody would be delighted for him.
What about the new signings? You've had a couple of matches to see them in, Dave. I know you went at the Blackpool game at the start of the season a fortnight ago, but what do you make of the way Town have changed and evolved this summer so far?
Yeah, I think it's alright. The look of the players we've brought in pretty much. Ian Doyle stands out. Payton was really good today. He's showing to be quite tenacious in the middle of midfield. He wins quite a lot of ball. I think when we get sort of used to each other, if you like, we'll probably manage to evolve it a bit more when we bring it back. But certainly noticed that we were winning more ball and improving the team a bit. And I think now just we need to work on that, keeping it. As for the other lads, I think Ewan Morgan, when he gets his eye in, is going to be a real handful. He looks really lively when he comes on. I think once he stops probably snatching and getting too excited when he gets close to the goal, I think he'll get a few goals for us, I'm sure.
Dave, good to speak to you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Dave Dixon talking to me. He's part of the Three Fishes on the Shirt podcast. New episode of that, I'm quite sure, dropping soon. Just to show where Hull City are now in the Premier League status, Liam Gallagher has tweeted in the last 50 odd minutes. Now, admittedly, his allegiances most certainly aren't the red half of Manchester, but he's tweeted Hull Arius, Hull Arius. Even Liam Gallagher is talking about Hull and Hull City this afternoon. Rock and roll stars out here on the pitch here at the MKM Stadium. You can share your views between now and the end of the programme. 81333 is the text number. You can WhatsApp me 08000 321 333. Again, start the messages with the letters RH. Reaction from Andy Butler and also David Artell shortly. Tiger Weasel says, oh my God, what a game. Everyone played so well. And kudos to Zalakis. Played Manchester United off the pitch. You heard somebody say that despite the stats and what the numbers tell you, that Hull City might not have had the possession nor necessarily the completed passes, but they dominated the game. In Swanee's view this afternoon, Martin Akar says, I think that was the best I have seen against the top flight and top 4 team. Mark, thank you very much for that. Also, thank you very much to this message from a Grimsby Town supporter. A fair draw and a good away point against a good Walsall team. They'll probably do better than most expect them to do this season. Vernon looked off it again today. Sweeney played better and looked more like his usual self of the Mariners. Thank you very much for that. Also, thank you very much to this text from Dav, who says, I'm not too worried about the attacking side of us at the minute. We made at least 5 clear chances on goal, and one stands out from the delivery of Pat Jones. The one thing I do worry about is the defensive side, especially when Howe went off injured, when Callum Howe went off injured. Another thing which I did notice from the TV was the goalkeeper. His delivery was poor, shot stopping wasn't great either, and I know we can have a great run and get going. It's just a matter of time. Up the iron, Dav. Thank you very much. For that, we'll bring you the thoughts of Andy Butler in a few moments' time. We'll hopefully hear from David Artell shortly as well. You can text 81333, start the message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp me 08000 321 333. Alfie, the 9-year-old Ghoul Tiger, says, what a day, written off by everyone. 3 massive points roll on Coventry. Thank you very much for that. Really good to have you listening. 81333. Start the message with the letters RH. Tiger Doy, I should say, sent that message in about Hull City earlier on. I'll remember which one it is. It's all about Mohamed Baloumi. We previously ready Humberside Sport. It is Humberside Sport Live. We've got Rugby League later on, Hull FC in action, and Hull Kingston Rovers, a double bill of Rugby League later on. Let's return to the fans panel before we hear the post-match reaction here from David Artell. In fact, we can go to the fans. We can go to the post-match reaction now, and let's hear from the Scunthorpe United manager Andy Butler.
Andy, disappointment in the end. What are your thoughts on the 90 minutes?
Yeah, when you get goals like we have done as of late, you're going to cause problems. Yeah, defending was very, very poor from our standards. Lots of loose balls, lost the second contacts, not won. Lots of first contacts, not won. Add them all together, you don't get a complete performance. We did okay to get back into it. Still wasn't happy when it was at 2-all. There we go, we concede a third, which again, from a transition, which is again, it's very similar to Southend goal, if I'm being brutally honest. And yeah, it's not been good enough now.
I sense your real frustration, particularly with how that winning goal came about. It was such a scrappy finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you get players that want to run forward and want to run into the box and square defenders up and take them on and cross the ball and get players in the box. It happens. You're going to get a little ricochet every now and then, and that's what we have to take on board in our attacking aspect of the game. We never really threatened, a couple of chances we had, but yeah, I mean, overall, never like to say it, but we got beat up today. That's what we did. We pride ourselves on being physical, but didn't win any first contacts and didn't win any second balls. I mean, add them together, you're going to lose a lot of territory and you're going to be on the back foot.
Start the second half, though. Scunthorpe United came out of the box quite quickly, certainly compared to the first half.
45 minutes too late, and yeah, we can say we came back into the game, but we should start with intensity in its play, intensity in its press, directness. What we want to do. Like I said, if you give a team 400 minutes to build into a game, you're going to make it hard work for yourself. But yeah, the lads came out half time after a strong message, but yeah, wasn't another acceptable performance. But what we have to believe and what we have to realise is it's 3 games into a 46-game season. So lessons are harsh right now. We are getting done by mistakes, and we have to rectify that. But we've still got 43 games to rectify that now. So rather than being the last 3 games of the season, it's the first 3. So along the way we have got tough games and tough spells, but yeah, you have to believe in the squad and believe what we're trying to do.
A long way to go, like you say. Good for Beeston and Gale to get in the goals.
Yeah, I thought they still had a good impact when they came on. That's the rest of the squad to have good impacts. But like I say, we're always chasing the game, so there's never any sort of comfortable moment in the game. We were probably the team on the ascendancy in the second half, but again, we just like that killer instinct to lock games out and make sure we do the dirty parts right. I say, for me, I felt that we got run over a little bit today, which is never great for our side. So yeah, we can look at some positives, but the majority of the game was negatives.
The way the goals came about, it managed to equalise, but then very quickly for both equalisers at the other end, Eastleigh managed to take the lead again. Was the approach right after equalising on each occasion?
Well, all goals came from us in possession. The last goal came from our free kick, which is probably on to play short because they've dropped really deep. So we kick it long, don't win first contact, don't allow a second ball, don't stop a forward runner, and like I say, we defending was poor. So like I say, we have moments in games where we have to take a breather, especially when you've just scored, because it's a critical time of the game. But the mentality side of the players, and it did feel really threatening when we scored a second, but just we became stretched from 2 passes, which is, again, like I said, if you get stretched from 2 passes, you're in the wrong position. So again, something we have to look at.
Callum Howe came off injured in the first half. What's the initial assessment of him?
Seems to have hurt his knee. I don't really know. He's on crutches at the moment, so again, it's a little bit too early to say. He's in a bit of pain, but I don't actually know in terms of worst.
What do you want to see more of going forwards in the season? The results, the performances have been tricky so far. What do you want to see?
Just a belief back in his play. When we get the press right, when we get the possession stuff right, we're a good side. If we just slack off, switch off, then again we become an average side. That's not what we were last year, and it's not what we'll become because we'll work hard. Again, strong messages to the players at the final whistle, because that's not acceptable. Again, along with Southend, not acceptable. So the players know that, and we'll all work hard. Like I said, there's 43 more games to go in a season, and nothing's won now and nothing's lost now. So there'll be a lot of belief that we can do it.
Solihull Moors up next on Friday. How do you see that one? They're bottom of the league, 3 defeats from 3.
Right now, it's a big game. It's a big game for both teams. So yeah, we have to approach it, make sure we prepare properly. Tough game. Yeah, like I say, we have to make sure we do our bases well. Don't do bases well, then they'll come and beat us. So, which I've never said about our side before. But yeah, it's an important game for us.
Do you feel like there'll be more pressure on you going into that game, considering the start of the season for both sides?
Every game you go along, you don't get a win, is adds more pressure. So yeah, both teams will feel the pressure, but it's about expressing yourself. I'd rather players play with a freedom rather than inside themselves. If they play inside themselves, they never really get performance. The upside, the touch will be wrong, the decision making is wrong. So like I say, it's up to myself, my staff to get the players' mentality right, and going to Southend, just like Solihull on a positive mindset. But the first few days this week aren't going to be happy, and they aren't going to be enjoyable for the players, because obviously there's a lot of work going to do. But then it's pull that to bed and move on to the next one.
Safe journey back. Thank you for your time.
That's Andy Butler talking to Nathan Alban. The thoughts of David Artell in a moment's time. Deborah Lane says, well done City. I wonder if Joe Cole knows the score. He might have switched his phone off and onto Do Not Disturb. Deb, thank you for that. Nick says, 50 years ago I watched my team Hereford United beat Hull City 1-0 on the opening day in 1976. I've had a soft spot for Hull City since. Retro kit today that matched that style 50 years ago. Amazing result. Watching the running and the effort of every Hull player and comparing it to Rashford. Hard work beats idle talent every time. I don't think necessarily Marcus Rashford impressed Hull City fans with his performance. I don't think Manchester United fans would have been all that impressed with his effort in the second 45 minutes. Liz, well done City, you were well organised and made them look average. Louise, excellent start with some excellent football. Huge congratulations to Sergei and his team. This one, not a Hull fan, but always nice to see them beat Manchester United. Thank you very much for that. Well done from a Leeds fan. You don't hear that very often. Amazing Hull City, says Sean. we were the better team, superstars from the beginning. And Dave Verity says, well played the Tigers. From a Robins fan, your commentary is later on, 5:30 kickoff for Hull KR against Toulouse at Craven Park. Goalless draw for Grimsby Town. They extend their unbeaten start to the season to the second game. They were at Walsall this afternoon, watched by Matt Dean. He's been talking to David Arter.
David, what did you make to the point today?
It was a fair result. I think if any team did make a goal, it would be a nicked goal. So we've got to be pleased. It's only a point game rather than two drops. Even though we're trying to win the game, obviously, we're changing the striker, took it off, and you know we're bringing off Keane and putting much more attacking midfield on Riley. But at the same time, don't give up what you've already got in your back pocket, if you like. So it's only trying, but still no penalty on Keane. Not given. You have to literally have GVH now because of the higher threshold. But it's a penalty, 100% it is. And we've had the best chance of the game with Chelsea in the first half. So when you look at that in the sort of cold light there, without everything else, you sort of go, you've had the best chance, you've had a Stonewall penalty, and you've not given up much. But then at the same time, it's still points fair result. I'm not sitting there saying it should have been 3, because I'm a realist and I don't lie to anyone, I don't lie to the fans, and I'll say what I believe to be true and correct. So yeah, fair result, 2 decent teams I thought on the day, entertaining 0-0. On another day we could have nicked it, but it wasn't to be, and we'll take the point.
How did you see the game unfold then?
I thought they started well, then we thought we got into the game, and then like I say, our chances had the best chance of the whole game, so we've done that. I thought they had a period in the second half with lots of corners, which I thought we defended magnificent. I thought Christie was outstanding today. Just being him, if you like, without being, not having to pull off like miraculous saves, but I thought he was really competent in what he did. And I thought we then got a real foothold in the game. Should have had a penalty, and then we probably finished stronger as well, but didn't do enough. So the point's a fair result. We'll take a point. It's never an easy place to come. Certainly the first half of the season in recent history. I think they're a much better team than they were last year, which I was to play against. And Leo, he's a good coach. You can see that. You can see his team settle well. So we'll take the point and we'll move on to next Saturday.
Having another clean sheet as well, what tribute would you pay to your defenders today, collectively?
Yeah. I thought the front four were very good. We set up in a way that they commit 5 to our press, to our build, sorry. Pressing with 5, we were pressing with 4. And I thought our 4 did just as good as their 5, if you like, which helped the white players, 100% better clean sheet. So yeah, I thought we deserved. I don't think we gave up much. There was a half volley in the first half. Swedes did a very good tackle first half. The lad nearly got through. But apart from that, we didn't give up much. We had to do what, defend the corners and the free kicks because they're a tall team. And I thought we did that exceptionally well. So yeah, it's always a team effort when we score goals and when we concede goals, when we keep clean sheets. So to a man, I thought like Justin was outstanding today against the goal, like outstandingly good. What we asked him to do, we got it. You and when he come on, he was very good at it. So yeah, they've all played a part. Everyone who entered the pitch.
You went unchanged after the victory last week. Ewan still having to sort of bide his time, but looks bright when he comes on. How far is he off sort of forcing his way into the starting lineup?
It's difficult because his minutes in pre-season is really low. So if we start him, the likelihood will be coming off after 45, maybe 60 minutes. So we're trying to build him up in training, but that's still not the same as match minutes. And so I couldn't give you a number, but he's down a little bit. So there's another 50 games this season or something. So it's not about just starting in game 2, if you like, or game 3 if you include the Blackpool game. It's making sure when he does start, he's playing. So it won't be playing and not playing and playing and that can because he's been on a different sort of programme to our pre-season, if you like, because of the Premier League start today, hasn't it? We've been back 2 weeks, so on 2 weeks make a big difference in the pre-season. So we're mindful of that, and that's what it is really.
Jamie Walker and Josh Andrews dropped off the bench for this game. What's the story with both of those?
They're both games on Monday, so yeah, that's not every single fit player is been involved today. We're right down to the bare bones. That's where we're at. Maybe everyone else is injured. I think we've got 7 or 8 injuries, and I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, the facts, if you like.
What are their injuries and how serious are they?
One's serious, one's not.
Which one?
Josh is serious, Jamie's not. So he'll be out for a while. We think Jamie will be okay. Not too distant future, but that's again. I've been with 3 years and you don't really complain about injuries because they're occupational hazard. They're bloody nuisance and they're infuriating because you limits what you can do. That's the truth. They make 5 subs today, what do we make 2? It sort of tells its story really.
When you say it's serious, what more can you tell us then on that?
It's serious. They'll be out for a couple of months, I think. So that's where he's at.
What's the nature of the injury?
Knee. It was just innocuous, completely innocuous. Just running and slipped on the grass and hurt his knee. So obviously, been giving him a lot of love and support this week, and we thought it'd be a lot worse. To be fair, we thought it'd be a lot worse. So a couple of months is probably a blessing in disguise from what it was.
Is it just rest and sort of rehab then from there on in? You don't need surgery or anything like that?
No. It's all. Yeah, I don't think it is. I haven't been told that. So if he ends up in the hospital next week, don't blame me.
We're still in the window, and I know we spoke a couple of days ago. There were some interesting quotes from the York boss, Scott Lindsay, talking about a player I asked you about in Mark Shelton, and he said that there was conversations being had around him. What can you tell us?
Well, I answered that question on Thursday. The signed for them in the summer. If you can tell me one other example of a player signing permanently for a football club and then moving again in the same window, I can't think of one. So reading that what you were.
But he's talking about conversations. What does he mean then?
I'm not Scott Lindsay.
I know you would probably be able to answer that for us from this end.
I can't answer that. Who Scott Lindsay spoke to because I'm not his childminder. So that's not a question for me.
Can we rule it out that it's going to happen? Him coming to you?
You're asking me about some signings that could or could not happen in the next 12 years. Like, I think we can rule out Rodri. Can we rule out Mark Shelton? If I said yes, and it happens,
then it would end it, wouldn't it, as a story?
No, but you're asking me to end something that I don't know what would happen. Because literally anything, nothing surprises me in football. So I'm not trying to fuel it or play it up or play it down. I just go, you could ask me about another player. I don't Linnell, John Lewis, as we said that before. Is he coming? I could go, I don't know.
But some are more likely than others, as you well know, and it's in the window.
And I can answer this honestly today, and I still could be wrong literally in a day's time, because that's how the transfer, it's not an exact salary. So I don't want to, I'd never, especially someone who's contracted over the club, because I don't know what the situation is there. I don't know what the situation is with him. I don't. It's just signed in the summer. So every time I speak about it, I think, well, if somebody spoke about one of my players, I'd be like, shut up, cheeky bugger. He's just our player, leave him alone. So I'm really mindful that whatever is going on there is for them to deal with, and for us to concentrate on the players that are here fighting for the football club.
Anybody going out? Anybody interested in any of yours?
Not at the minute. I think that's a good thing, obviously. We wouldn't even sign the bell today.
What's the situation with him?
Well, he's been told he can leave, and he knows that it'd be best for him to leave.
Any interest at all in him?
Not at the minute. There's been 1 or 2 inquiries, but nothing concrete. It's one of them with Sam. I'm sure we'll see if there's a football league club. And remember, if once the window shuts, the National League can still take people on loan, which still gives him that sort of insurance policy, to be able to leave and play games. So we're all quite comfortable where he's at. And like I say, he's a good player. We wouldn't put him on the bench if he didn't a good player. If he was needed, he'd go on the pitch and do a good job for us.
I know you're working overtime, aren't you, to try and sort of do what you need to do whenever I speak with you, or seem looking at your phone, you're doing a lot of work, aren't you? How are you finding it?
It is. There's no getting on that side. It is busy. I got to the hotel at 11 o'clock last night, and first message coming at 6 this morning, and all that. It's not complaining. That's just the nature of the job. So yeah, we're trying extremely hard to improve the team further and get better with personnel as well as players' development, and that'll stop on 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock on the first, and
on a match night.
Yeah, mental, but that's how it is. And the truth be told, I can't wait for the 2nd of September.
How much activity do you envisage between now and then? Would you say?
A couple, maybe. We're doing well. Yeah, but you're asking me questions that I
you can only speak as you are talking with me now.
Exactly. So it's like it's difficult to sort of predict and not lead you with that path or tell you something that I go, I'm not sure.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
And it's difficult to sort of not tell you the truth, and then it's just been difficult because it could be 2, it could be 4. If I say 4, we've only been 2, everyone goes, what are you doing? You want 4? It's like, no, it could have been 4, but we never really wanted 4, but it might have been. And it's like, that's how the transfer works. And we sell 2 players for £3 million, we're going to get 4 or 5 or that kind of thing. So it's like,
yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Can I just follow up on the question I asked you about on Thursday? You spoke about Tories being in the country, and you were due to speak with him. Do you make any progress there regarding his future?
So Mr. Chairman, spoke to him yesterday, lovely guy. We're constant dialogue, and we'll keep talking. We'll just keep talking. Some things take 24 hours, some things take 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Some things take 6 months when you go for a play in 1 minute and he ends up coming in the next minute. This is that sort of like not exact science. So we're making progress. We keep Gini loves it with the club. You can see that he improved as a player.
You think he loves it enough to stick around beyond the expiry of his contract?
If you know that answer, let me know. I don't know anything.
Well, we wish you well with it, David. Thanks very much for your time today.
Thank you.
A robust chat between Matt Dean and David Artell there. Some final closing thoughts on an epic afternoon, certainly here at the MKM Stadium. Graham says thoroughly deserved. Sharon, this is in reference to Hull City's 2-0 win over Manchester United. Well done, Tigers, says Sharon. Proud of you. Ryan, well deserved, played brilliantly. Gavin says well done, City. And Michael, well done, Tigers. 3 points, first game of the season. Also Andy in Humberside says stay away from the Humber region, Manchester United. Well done, Hull. And up the Mariners. And Tiger Jeff says the last time that we beat Manchester United was in 1974. I remember it well and enjoyed today as much as then. Tiger Jeff, thank you very much for that. Let me give you some of the scores in the games that have kicked off at 3 o'clock, just the ones in the Premier League. And Everton lead Crystal Palace by 1-0. Ipswich and Sunderland is 1 apiece, and it's goalless between Nottingham Forest and Leeds United. London Derby to end the day, Premier League games at 5:30 when Brentford welcome Tottenham. So an afternoon that saw Hull City's return to the Premier League. For the first time in 9 years, City left the Premier League with a 7-1 home defeat by Tottenham. 3,380 days later, City announced their return by beating 13 times champions Manchester United. You can head to BBC Sounds for all of our post-match reaction on Hull City. Grimsby Town who drew a goalless draw against Walsall this afternoon in the West Midlands, and another defeat for Scunthorpe United. Their wait for a National League victory continues. Despite coming back into the game twice, they were beaten by Eastleigh by 3 goals to 2. Later on, we've got the Rugby League action. Leo Jocelyn is with you in just over an hour's time from 5 o'clock, building up to Hull Kingston Rovers and Hull FC action later on. If that's your lot, then enjoy the rest of your weekend. Best of luck to our Rugby League teams, and I'm back on Monday from 6 o'clock when you can have your say on your club. Right now, for the next hour or so, some great music and Charlie Taylor with Total Sports.
Getting you closer to your club. To your club. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Now away to our left, putting pressure on the Ipswich defence. They've done that on several occasions, particularly from this left side as they swing it across towards the back post, which grazes off the head of Hume. They have looked dangerous in that final third, although not every single ball that's gone into the penalty area has been precise enough to cause Ipswich a problem. The referee's whistle has just gone. I would say that on the basis of the play, Sunderland have been the better team. Ipswich haven't created a great deal, but the goal created by Enciso was a memorable one. He ran from inside his own half. He initially beat Luke O'Nien just short of the halfway line, then ran on. The Sunderland defence was caught out really, and it left Dan Ballard rather exposed. Enciso went beyond him, and then in line with the penalty spot, he squared it for Emerson, who stumbled it into the net really. It wasn't the prettiest of debut goals to score, but it went down well with the Ipswich fans, all created by Enciso. And then that free kick might be the goal of the weekend, possibly. The goalkeeper should have done better. 1-1 at half-time.
Indeed, I think for Emerson this is best Ipswich goal ever, never mind stumbling it in. It'll be one of his favourites because it's his first, but he would have liked it to have given them a lead at half-time and at full-time. But you're right, the free kick, listen, he's hit it really well. To place it under the bar, albeit not in the corner, you can't question the strike, but you can question the goalkeeping on it, especially given the size. I think he's actually the tallest keeper in the Premier League, this new Ipswich guy.
He's the tallest, joint tallest in the history of the Premier League in terms of players. 6'9" tall. He's 4 inches taller than Robin Roos at the other end of the pitch. Wow. And I've interviewed Christian Walton before, who's 6'5". So if I see Sherpin down in the tunnel, he's going to tower over me.
You're going to need a rest from a snooker table to a microphone.
I think this step ladder in my bag will be big enough just to get me up.
Great, so it's been a really entertaining first half at Portman Road. Ipswich are back, they led, but it's all square. Ipswich won, Sunderland won, and the likes of Alan Brazil, Breakfast King, Matt Holland, Darren Ambrose, George Burley, Ipswich legends all are here watching on. Ipswich won, Sunderland won. Let's get half-time at the City Ground in the Premier League. Stuart Pearson, Ian Danta.
Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0. The first half low on chances, low on quality as these two teams seem to be feeding each other out almost constantly during the course of this game. Oliver Glasner elected not to start any of his new signings in this first 11. And the best chance of Forest first half came to Igor Jesus from Olaina's long throw from the right. Got a good contact on the header, ran 6 yards out, but James Trafford on his Leeds debut in goal made a good smart save, plunging away to his left-hand side. Wilson thought he'd put Leeds ahead on his debut after his move from Fulham, but he was offside at the Trent End from Vogels falling from the right-hand side. And other than that, Stuart Pearce, there's not really much to report from that first 45 or so minutes.
No, both teams very evenly matched out. I've got to say, you're probably looking at two teams that are probably mid to just under mid Premier League standard at the moment on what we're watching, need that cutting edge. Forest, as the half's gone on, they've managed to find a bit more space in that central band of the pitch to get the ball into Ndoye and Gibbs White, and I think that's the key to them. They've also got to try and hold the ball up. Jesus has got to hold it up slightly better. At the moment, any fight balls that have come up, the Leeds back three have dominated that, and they need to secure ball if they can, Forest. From Leeds' point of view, they've started the better of the two slightly, certainly on victory, but as the half's gone on, that's been sort of eroded a little bit by Forest coming into the game. I think both teams will be happy to go in having not conceded a goal, that is for sure, and plenty to build on.
But there is a big Elliot Anderson-shaped hole in Nottingham Forest midfield that they need to fill rather rapidly, I would suggest. At the break at the City Ground, Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0.
A little known fact about Stuart Pearce is that he recently started to read classic books, and I suggest he adds to that list only Dante, Ian Dante's new autobiography, which has just come out. A very, very good read. Let's head to Hill Dickinson Stadium, half-time there for Charlie Adam and Matt Jones.
It's Everton 1, Crystal Palace 0 at the break, but Crystal Palace really will be kicking themselves that they are behind. They had 3 huge chances before Everton did take the lead, twice hitting the post. The first chance, Mateta played in after an error by Tarkovsky. He could only stab over the bar. There was then a stunning Pickford save from Nketiah to push that one onto the post, and another effort that hit the post from Mateta as well. And what do you know, Everton, who hadn't shown much going forward, went down the other end, and Dewsbury Hall picked himself up after what he thought was a foul that was waved away. The ball came back to him in the area, and he absolutely slammed it across Henderson and into the far top corner. It gives Everton a good 1-goal lead, but Pierre Sarge's probably not that disappointed with what he's seen from his side, Charlie.
Absolutely not. I think with the chances that they've created, big moments, and they've not managed to take the big moments yet. And Everton obviously have got the pitch and score with a lovely goal from Dewsbury Hall, but Palace, for an away performance, can say that that we've had our moments, we've had opportunities that we can take. That right back position still a key indication that Everton are definitely struggling with Mellon role at that position. That's where the big chances have come, and all down that right hand side. And they have to maybe bring Jake O'Brien on at half time, or definitely in that second half. But like say for Everton, you ride your luck and then you get your moment, and Dewsbury Hall definitely took his moment.
Interesting, Everton ahead, but probably the team with more to think about at the break. Everton 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Half-time in the Championship at West Ham, TalkSport's Will Hobbs.
West Ham 0, Charlton 1. Boos bellowing around the London Stadium. A whimpering first half from West Ham, who've been out-muscled and outrun. Lloyd Jones, the Charlton skipper, what a start to the season. New 2-year deal, days before a goal in victory against Derby last week, and he has the only goal so far. An overhead kick which wasn't struck cleanly, but it bounced and bewildered Matt Hermanson at the near post. The only clear-cut chance for the Hammers came on the stroke of half-time when Tati Castellanos got in a great position, but blocked a free header harmlessly into the gloves of a Cockwood. Will that change after the break? He's had very little to do as the Charlton goalkeeper. The vast majority of the sellout, 62,000 inside the stadium, will hope so. Half-time, West Ham 0, Charlton 1.
Let's head to Ewood Park, half-time. TalkSport's John Dunn.
Blackburn 0, Middlesbrough 1. Jeremy Sarmiento's first goal for the Borough coming after 11 minutes after a prolonged spell of possession. A ball neatly teed up to him by Morgan Whittaker. Left side of the area, right-footed shot back across the goal into the opposite corner. Borough so pleasing on the eye, crisp, sharp passing, full of energy but not creating the chances to back that up. And as they commit them forward, that leaves room for Blackburn, who've carved out some good opportunities. Ryan Elbiusu got down the right-hand side, but that was saved by Vitek. Morishta had a volley that was brilliantly cleared off the line by Luke Ayling, and just before half-time, a 3-on-2 break led to Christy Montgomery firing straight at Vitek. 6,500 Borough fans in attendance, happy at the break. Blackburn 0, Middlesbrough 1.
Both games between those two were goalless last season, so they've broken that down. Let's get the deep down, half-time for TalkSport's Natalie Pike.
Preston 0, Wolves 1. Fer Lopez's stunning solo effort the difference at half-time. Preston started well, but Lopez opened scoring in the 8th minute, driving down the right, carrying the ball into the box, coolly placing it into the right-hand side of the net. Since then, Wolves have looked confident, really dangerous on the break. Everson was forced into a good save from Gomez just before the break. Preston did look like they were getting more into the game in the last 10. Their best chance of their half fell to Clark, whose powerful volley was blocked inside the box. It's Preston 0, Wolves 1.
Let's tell you the Loftus Road whistle's gone there. Jack Cunningham.
QPR 0, Bolton 0. Jack Bonham made 3 outstanding saves to deny Cornet twice and Veal once. QPR playing some beautiful football. Veal and Cher in particular shining in the gorgeous West London sunshine. Bolton have travelled in huge numbers down from the northwest, but they've had very little shout about one opportunity. Beautiful ball over the top by Farino. The Raphabal plucked it from the sky, and from the angle, he volleyed it over the crossbar. They've only had one shot. It's QPR 0, Bolton 0.
I've done some Mary's on TalkSport. Here's Alfie Reynolds.
where it's Southampton 1, Stoke 1. Two sides looking for their first league win of the season, and they're level so far. Kyle Larin with the early opener. It was a Saints counter-attack. Too easy defensively from a Stoke point of view, but a calm, low finish from Larin, and that's his second goal of the Championship season. But midway through the opening 45, Ethan Galbraith with his first Stoke goal levelled things up. Southampton should have cut out Gallagher's low cross in the build-up, but it was superb from Bajan Ho to skip through midfield and feed Gallagher. Both teams lost last weekend, will either get their first Championship win of the season. At half-time, it's Southampton 1, Stoke 1.
In the break at the racecourse as well, Dave Rowe.
Wrexham 1, Watford 1, entertaining first half. Watford carried a real attacking threat with Mama and Nabizada down both flanks. They took the lead when right back Omar Traore joined the forward play. He crossed in Maluka Kirango to place a header past Patterson. Traore has since gone off well after a clash of heads with Thomason, who was carried on. Wrexham equalised midway through the half. Striker Keeper Moore turning provider to tee up Danny Imre to score on his home debut. The same combination nearly produced a second goal. Imre firing wide, but there was a big moment at the other end when Mama sent Zamura racing through. He looked like he was dragged back in the area by Imre. The referee gave nothing. Wrexham were lucky. Wrexham 1, Watford 1.
Half-time at Pride Park, TalkSport, Al Condola.
Well, it's Derby 1, Cardiff 2. What a first 45 that was. Cardiff found the opener on the 18th minute. A corner came in from the left-hand side. Derby failed to clear their lines, and Kean Ashford, right place, right time, rolled it home. But just 9 minutes later, Derby's Carlton Morris bullied his way through on goal and rolled in the equaliser for his first of the season. But Cardiff then regained the lead. After Ruben Colwell was played through into the Derby box, he squared a perfect ball to Yusuf Selit. With a first-time finish, he put Brian Barry Murphy's side ahead. The Cardiff City fans making the 250-mile round trip this afternoon are just one half away from a phenomenal away day. At the break here at Pride Park, it's Derby 1, Cardiff 2.
Well, they're going back to South Wales later. We're going to tell you the South Wales. And now, half-time at Swansea.com. Lawrence Mora.
Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0. A first half in which the Blades' wily old gaffer Chris Wilder has got it spot on tactically and in terms of messaging. Tactically, he switched it to 5 at the back, suffocated midfield and stopped Swansea's possession-based game. In terms of messaging, with all the off-field issues at the club, he got the players to do a pre-match huddle on the goal line right in front of the visiting fans. He got the Blades faithful going. His players have responded with a never-say-die attitude. They've also had the best chance, which saw United's Callum O'Hare crash the ball against the crossbar from around the penalty spot. At the break though, Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0.
This is game day.
Half-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, a result from earlier, live and exclusive only on TalkSport. It finished Hull City 2, Manchester United 0. Half-time, Everton 1, Crystal Palace 0, Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0, Brentford Spurs at 5:30. We'll look ahead to that shortly. Championship results from lunchtime: Birmingham 2, Bristol City 2, Lincoln 1, Portsmouth 3, Millwall 3, Norwich City 0. Half-time now, Blackburn 0, Middlesbrough 1, Derby 1, Cardiff 2, Preston 0, Wolves 1, QPR 0, Bolton 0, Southampton 1, Stoke City 1, Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0, West Ham 0, Charlton 1, Wrexham 1, Watford 1. League 1, couple of results: Doncaster 0, Barnsley 0, and Luton 2, Notts County 2. The rest are half times: Wimbledon 0, Reading 0, Bromley 0, Cambridge United 0, Leicester City 1, Burton Albion 2, MK Dons 0, Huddersfield 1, Peterborough 0, Mansfield 0, Stevenage 0, Oxford 0, Stockport 0, Blackpool 2, Wigan 0, Leighton Orient 1, Wycombe 0, Plymouth 1. League 2, 3 results from lunchtime: Bristol Rovers 5, Newport 3, Salford 0, Chesterfield 1, Walsall 0, Grimsby 0. Half times now: Colchester 0, Oldham 1, Crewe 0, Northampton 0, Exeter 2, Accrington 0, Fleetwood 0, Gillingham 0, Port Vale 1, Tranmere 0, Rochdale 0, Crawley 1, Rotherham 1, York City 1, Shrewsbury 1, Barnet 1, Swindon 1, Cheltenham 0. National League, they all kicked off at 12:30. These are all full times. Boston 1, Altrincham 0, Carlisle 4, Hornchurch 1, Eastleigh 3, Scunthorpe 2, Forest Green 0, Bournemouth 3, FC Halifax Town 4, Tamworth 1, Harrogate 2, Barrow 2, Kidderminster 1, Aldershot 1, Solihull Moors 1, Southend 3, Sutton United 2, Hartlepool 1, Woking 3, AFC Fylde 2, Worthing 1, Wealdstone 0, Yeovil 3, Gateshead 0. Scottish Premiership, Dundee United against Dundee kicks off at 5:45. Scottish Championship, Morton 0, Arbroath 1, Livingston 1, Dunfermline 0, Queen's Park 0, Stenhousemuir 0, Wraith Rovers 2, Ayr United 0. Stranraer 2 and the Spartans 1, Elgin 2.
Game Day Live on Talk Sports with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
You can know when a favourite is out of form. You can know that a star striker is injured. You can know about that new manager bounce. But do you know your limits? With Sky Bet Safer gambling tools, you can set a deposit limit so you don't spend more than you can afford. Join over 1 million others who don't just know their limits, they're setting them too. Games back. Stay in control of your game with Sky Bet. For the fans. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Game Day Live on Talk Sport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Brentford versus Spurs live today. 18 plus through via internet. Terms apply. King of football commentary. Game Day.
This is TalkSport, it's Game Day Live. It's the home of Around the Grounds every Saturday afternoon. Teams just coming back out for the second half here at Portman Road. Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, Everton leading Palace 1-0 and Forest 0 Leeds. Now we'll be off to the G-Tech shortly. Brentford Spurs is at 5:30. We'll look ahead to that. But live and exclusive on TalkSport at lunchtime, newly promoted Hull City sprang a surprise as they faced Manchester United.
Hull City, dormant for 9 years, are about to give Manchester United a tremor.
It's a group of the players, it's unbelievable. They everyday hard work, togetherness, chemistry between them.
Crossing the box by Charles, but Bobby with the header, saved by the goalkeeper Lawrence, brilliantly down to his right.
We've seen the threat of McBurney 2 or 3 times now, every time it comes in the box.
Another corner, it's with the post, a flick up, comes to McBurney, saved by the goalkeeper, off the post, and he's hammered into the net, and Hull City lead on the opening day of the season.
We weren't caught by surprise for it. We just they've done us with 2 set plays, so we're disappointed with that, of course.
Less than 18 minutes gone and Hull City lead by a goal to nil.
Short foot there, and then when we steal the ball, that we are very vertical, quick, and that we have numbers in the box, especially on the crossing.
There are 5 jerseys for Hull to aim at. It's going to be Slater hitting it towards the near post, and it's headed in, and they've scored again. Mendy, I think, is claiming the goal. He's on the end of it on the set piece, and he powered the header past Sarah Roberts.
Wonderful desire to get on top of it. There's only him who showed that real desire to get at something on it. And he's giving side a 2-0 lead. Unbelievable start for Hull.
It was one of those days where it hasn't gone for us, so we'll soak it up and learn from it.
Hull City managing the game well in the closing stages of the MKM. You just get the feeling that the noise that you're going to hear is going to be one hell of a roar.
This is my life, we are like family here also, together with our friends, and for nobody will be here easy to play.
There's the full-time whistle. That is the sound of a dormant volcano exploding and sending a seismic shock around the Premier League. Hull City have beaten Manchester United in the Premier League for the first time in their history.
Yeah, the owner, Jim Nicali, was on TalkSport yesterday saying that it's a volcano dormant, waiting to erupt, and it certainly did. This lunchtime, Hull City winning by 2 goals now, and they saw it out very well. Anybody surprised just how easy that was for Hull City to see it out against Manchester United's expensively assembled lineup? Interesting. Hull 2, Manchester United 0. You may want your say on the phone in later on with O'Hara and Candy. 03717 223344. Right, let's look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Brentford versus Spurs live today. 18 plus through our internet. Terms apply.
Well, it's Brentford against Spurs at 5:30. Ian Abraham's there for TalkSport, and can't wait for you to give us the team news in about 10 minutes, because this Spurs lineup is probably going to be unrecognisable from last season.
Yeah, good afternoon from the G-Tech. It should be unrecognisable from last season. The amount of money Spurs have spent in the summer, but I mentioned that yesterday with the manager Roberto De Zerbi, the amount of money that they spent on players. The first £100 million player to arrive at Spurs, Sandro Tonali, who apparently has been just superb during pre-season. probably 3 out of the back 4 will be new. Andy Robertson's on a free jump, Paul Van Hegger, and alongside him Senesi might all get debuts this afternoon. My worry is just up front, you know, have they got an out-and-out 20-goal-a-season striker? Probably at the moment not, but will Marmoush come in and be that man? Will someone else come and be that man? I think there's still a week to go in the transfer window, and we'll find out probably in a week's time.
After you listened to yesterday's TalkSport Daily Offer in the Fiery Fridays, they have that man, they'll then go to Middlesbrough, Will Lancashire. But that's another debate. Well, I agree. I think it's crazy. He could at least have been the second striker. It's crazy from Spurs. Brentford actually didn't end the season well. They ended last season with 1 win in 10. 7 of those were draws, to be fair, so they weren't losing regularly. I love this quote, though, from the captain, Nathan Collins. He said, pre-season, said last week, we want to make teams feel uncomfortable. We want carnage and chaos. So you're in for a good time this evening, Ian.
Yeah, they've pretty much produced that last season. Their summer recruitment has been less extensive than Spurs. Callum Wilson's coming on a free after being released from West Ham. I'm really looking forward to Mamadou Sangare today for Brentford. He's been described as the new N'Golo Kante, 24 years old, signed from Lens for £40 million. Not a lot to everybody else, but to Brentford, that is an awful lot of money to spend on one player. And I've told him pre-season he's absolutely been ripping it up. So if we get Sangare against Tanani in midfield today, I think this could be quite a special football match.
Indeed, Sangare was in the Ligue 1 Team of the Year. The midfielder they've got from Lens, interesting team. We'll get the team news from you very, very shortly. That was a look ahead to this evening's Premier League action. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly in minutes like Brentford Spurs. Live today, streamed via internet. Terms apply.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Brentford versus Spurs live today. 18 plus through our internet. Terms apply.
Goal early in the second half at Ewood Park in the Championship. John Dunn.
An equaliser for Blackburn. Blackburn 1, Middlesbrough 1. Andre Gudjonsson is claiming it will make it 3-3 at the start of the season. It came from a Sam Morsey corner over on the right-hand side, in swinging. Gudjonsson riding inside the 6-yard area, headed down. I think it took a touch off a Middlesbrough defender. Gudjonsson's celebration was muted. Either way, Blackburn 1, Middlesbrough 1, 5-0 in the second half.
Crowd bark as well, Anil Condola.
Well, it's Derby 2, Cardiff 2, and it's Bobby Clark who has got the equaliser. He was centre of the goal after Blackett Taylor weaved back and forth, eventually found a ball into the box, and there was Clark to get the equaliser. Just when I thought the first half couldn't get matched, we've already got a goal in the second. Just 4 minutes from the second half. Of course, at Pride Park, it's Derby 2, Cardiff 2.
Scottish Championship, more than 1 half, Broth 1, the home side equalising, and the Posh leads against Mansfield. Who knew that was even possible? Midfielder Ben Woods with it on 50, Peterborough United 1, Mansfield Town 0, Peterborough 1 win in 16 in the league, 1 league win since the 10th of February, and they've been terrible. And the chairman, who's well known to TalkSport, Darren McAnthony, annihilated his critics on his podcast this week. It was box office, it was very insulting. A bit OTT. I'm not sure he's going to be on the EFL board for long, but that's just a complete guess. Round the grounds in the Premier League, starting here at Portman Road. Alongside me, TalkSport's Mike Sewell.
6 minutes played. It's still Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, but Ipswich have made a cracking start to this second half and have had 2 chances in quick succession. Both of them with crosses provided by Abdul Fatawu down the right side. He ran to the dead ball line initially, crossed it in a bit too powerfully for Dyson Maeda, who couldn't adjust his body or get high enough to convert the header into the net. And then, literally a minute later, a left-footed cross in-swinger from Fatawu down the right, and Julio Enciso, in the style of Dennis Bergkamp, that goal against Newcastle all those years ago, where he turned Nikos Dabizas inside out. He flicked it with the outside of his right boot, and it nearly found its way into the far corner. Good start to the second half by the home team. Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1.
Yeah, they have. They've played well. I think both sides have actually played well, hence the scoreline of one apiece. Talksport taking you to the City ground. Stuart Pearce and Ian Dancer.
Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0 into the 52nd minute. Better start to this half from Leeds United. They finally got themselves a shot on target as the American Brendan Harrison forced his way in from the left flank to around the 18-yard line, left line, but it was well held by Matt Sells. But Harrison's just been involved against Stuart Pearce, winning a free kick just outside the area down the left-hand side, showing good persistence when so many players foul an opposing player by the corner flag. He did well to snap all the ball back from the Milenkovic.
Yeah, you've really got to understand where defenders have got absolutely nowhere to go. Now, they've got a good opportunity here. He done really well. He was very clinical with his defending work over there, and they've got a great opportunity to whip the ball in the box. You can't help thinking that maybe the key to this game and winning it might come from the bench, though.
It might do, because neither manager's gone to their substitutes as yet. Neither Glasner nor Farker. Wilson whips in the free kick and it goes over the top for a goal kick for Nottingham Forest away to our right. So 8 minutes gone, second half at the City ground. Still Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0.
End to end here at Bournemouth Road. Phillips 1, Sunderland 1. What's going on? At Hill, Dickinson, Charlie Adam and Matt Jones.
It remains Everton 1, Crystal Palace 0. 6 minutes gone in this second half. Everton have been the better side since the break. They've had a couple of chances, albeit both of them from distance. Dewsbury Hall shooting over the bar, and Tyreek George, who's been lively all afternoon, to be fair to him, seeing a deflected strike go wide for a corner. Crystal Palace, on the other hand, Charlie, haven't quite come out of the blocks, have they?
No, they've not. Second half, it's been all Everton. Couple of corners, long throws. Just talking here just before we come on air is that Aidan Hackney, I think he's been really good in that middle of the pitch for Everton, and that, you know, a debut at home, ticked the ball over, kept the ball well. Where Adam Wharton at the moment, just a little bit sloppy, giving the ball away, something that we don't expect from him. But Everton have started the second half a lot better than they did the first.
Crystal Palace not quite having the joy down the left-hand side yet that they did in the first. Merlin Roll continuing in that right-back berth. There's an Everton fan here today, Adrian, who's got a banner that says, "Will trade my girlfriend for a right-back." Everton yet to sign a full-back in this window. It's Everton 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Extraordinary. Right, Cole and Ewood Park, another one there. John Dunn.
A full turnaround. Blackpool 2, Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1. Todd Cantwell, the skipper, has given the home side the lead. It started with his shot just on the edge of the area. That was tipped away by Vitek to El Biusu, the right back, who chipped it back in. Cantwell a few yards out, couldn't miss with a header from close range. In between the Blackburn equaliser and that second goal, the Rovers goalkeeper Boaz Todd has made two outstanding saves, both from headers. First from Miles Burt-Harris down low to his right at full stretch, and then from the resulting corner from Morgan Whittaker's downward header, it was Toth, who was being linked with Celtic this week, made another save at full stretch, and then Blackburn go and get themselves a second. Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1.
Back to Everton, goal there, Charlie Adam and Matt Jones.
And it could well be game over here. It's Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0. It's Thierry Barry who's got it, the man who squirmed that huge chance in the first half. Well, he's made it 2-0 now and he's doing a huge jig in front of the Everton fans who are celebrating. Ball coming into the box, and Barry is there from close range to put it in. It's a beautiful cross by Ndai, who basically puts it on a plate for Barry in the 6-yard box. Barry, who's in between the two centre-halves, jumps highest and heads it home, Charlie.
Yeah, it's a wonderful ball from Iliman Ndai. It's actually headed, he's actually headed it onto the back of Richards. He's headed it and it's come off the back of Richards into the net. But it's a perfect ball from Ndai off that right-hand side, whips it in between goalkeeper and centre-back, and Barry gets up, but he actually heads it off the back of Richards, end up net. 2-0 Everton, started the second half really, really well.
Certainly have, and Iliman Ndai continuing to show what he can do. There's been interest in him this transfer window, reportedly. Everton will be desperate to keep hold of him if they can. Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0.
Yeah, with a couple of clubs, but no joy as Everton 2-0 up. Tranmere, by the way, in League 2 are a goal down at Port Vale. Their keeper, Harrison Mail, has gone off injured. No keeper on the bench. So defender Bobby Faulkner has gone in goal. He's on from Doncaster. He's gone in goal for Tranmere, who are a goal down. Also in League 2, Rochdale have equalised Hunter Crawley. Ethan Ebanks Landell, the former Wolves trainee. In fact, Wolves' first team player has got the equaliser goal at West Ham. Will Hobbs.
West Ham 0, Charlton 2. Tyrese Campbell caught Mavropanos napping on the ball. He bulldozed through and the Hammers cry foul. Ref says play on. Campbell burned towards goal and racked his right foot round it, ripping it into the far bottom corner. The same two scorers as last week for Charlton when they beat Derby. It's Campbell and it's Lloyd Jones. Tyrese Campbell at the club since he was 9 years old. West Ham started with much more purpose in the second half, but still yet to find a breakthrough. They look wide open on the break. West Ham 0, Charlton 2.
I think, this is top of my head, I think they were the same two scorers in the cup as well in the first round, but you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Tyrese Campbell, who was wanted, but he was wanted elsewhere. It was going to be on the move, but wanted to stay at Charlton, and looks like he'll be signing a new contract as well. He has got the second. What a scoreline that is. West Ham 0, Charlton Athletic 2. Absolutely extraordinary scoreline. Elsewhere, Premier League so far, and what afternoon it's been, Everton lead Palace by 2-0. Here it's Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, Forest 0, Leeds 0. Goal in League 2, Crewe lead Northampton 1-0. Josh March with the winner. Deep in injury time last week at Crawley has scored on 53 for Crewe Alexandra today. Crewe 1, Northampton Town 0. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Brentford vs Spurs live today. 18 plus through via internet, terms apply.
You know that feeling when your Build-A-Bear looks nailed on, then suddenly a late goal lets you down. With new Ghost Leg from Sky Bet, that game may be down, but that doesn't mean you're out. Simply opt in and create a pre-match Build-A-Bear with 5 legs or more. If one leg lets you down, we'll make it vanish and pay out on the remaining legs. Games back with new Ghost Leg from Sky Bet for the fans. Max 8 varies. Combined minimum odds 3-1. Cash bets only. Eligibility restrictions and further T&Cs apply. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it. Football in motion.
Super cool, super quick Game Day.
Goals going in. MK Dons equaliser. Home to Huddersfield 1-1. Aaron Collins second of the season. Swindon 2, Cheltenham 0. In the Derby League 2, Ollie Clark the skipper with the second for Ian Holloway's Swindon Town. Mansfield equaliser, the Bosch, Franco Michael Smith. Much trouble, has got a goal on the out, one apiece in that game. Round the grounds in the Premier League, starting here at Portman Road. Here's Mike Sewell.
Almost an hour played. Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, and this game is turning out to be a really enjoyable watch. Both teams attacking and having opportunities. Ipswich started the second half really well, had a couple of good opportunities, and then at the other end, Brian Brobby twisted inside the area after being found by Reinildo. A shot eventually blocked by Marcelino Nunez, who was on the edge of the 6-yard area to help out with this defence. Ipswich away to our left now are attacking as Sasha Lukic tries to get a shot, and now Sunderland are on the counter-attack and they're breaking away with 3 against 2, and they've got 2 players clear. The pass though goes straight to Fatawu, and then Lukic does a really good defensive job, and it's turned over already. It's been really enjoyable watch. It's 1-1.
Yeah, it has. Brian Brobby there. I mean, it was a 3-on-2. Ipswich got something on the ball, a cross-field ball, and needed to. Brian Brobby had the ball at his feet. He turned backwards towards his own goal and was tackled by an oncoming Ipswich player who was chasing back. Very strange individual decision from the Sunderland strike. Just go forward, mate. You've got more players than they have up front. Incredible. But it has been a thoroughly enjoyable watch. And actually, it's hard to predict which way this could go, because both sides are showing signs that they want to win the game.
They've had an equal amount of chances in front of goal. It is very difficult to predict how the next half hour or so will turn out, but neither of them are sitting back. Both of them are going out to win this game on the opening day of the season. We've had just over an hour's play, and it's 1-1.
It is. Ipswich Town 1, Sunderland 1. Now the game day phone with Jamie O'Hara. Jason Candy's going to keep you up to date with Brentford against Spurs, which kicks off at 5:30. Let's get the lineups. All thanks to Sky Bet at the G-Tech at TalkSport. It's Ian Abrams.
4 Premier League debuts for Spurs this afternoon. Robertson, Senesi, Van Hecke and Tonali. 1 for Brentford, Mamadou Sagari. Let's start with the Spurs team. Kinski in goal. A back 4. Right back is the captain Archie Gray. Left back Robertson, Senesi and Van Hecke are the 2 centre halves. Then Gallagher and Bergvall in midfield with Tell and Mikey Moore, who's off to a loan spell at Cologne shortly, either side of Richarlison up front. As for Brentford, Kelleher's in goal, Coyote, Ager, Collins and Lewis Potter at the back four, Yenot and Sangari will hold with Jensen, and then it'll be Atara and Shard either side of Igor Thiago, their leading scorer from last season, up front. It's Brentford against Spurs, and we start at 5:30.
Close Islands brought to you by Sky Bet, the official betting partner of Talksport's Premier League coverage, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. 4 debuts for Spurs, Sangara debut for Brentford. Kicks off at 5:30. They'll keep in touch during the game day. Phone in, make a note of the number for O'Hara and Cundy, 03717 223344. Let's take you to the City Ground on Talksport. Stuart Pearce and Diodante.
62 minutes gone. Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0. Oliver Glasner has called for Chris Wood from the Forest bench, coming on after 20 goals last season. He's on for Ndoye. Morgan Gibbs-White, as we speak, getting away down the left-hand side of the area, tries to win a corner. It's been blocked away by the Leeds defence. Williams tries to tuck it back in field, and Aina's got some space maybe to loft the ball back into the area. Tries to drive, and it's blocked away. Aina got away down the right earlier in the half, had 5 to hit in Gary Boldy-Red, put the cross deep to the far post. Jesus, who caught a save out of Trafford in the first half, headed down and over the crossbar. But you wanted to mention, Stuart Pearce, Calvert-Lewin's effect in the second half better than the first half, and what Wood's just done, having come on.
Yeah, I think Chris Wood's come on just literally to hold the ball up. They've not been great at holding the ball up. Any fight balls up there, Leeds back line have dominated that. And Chris Wood's been brought on to hold that ball up, secure possession, and bring the likes of Gibbs-White into the game. Up the other end of the pitch, there's been 3 occasions where Calvert-Lewin's got hold of the ball brilliantly, I've got to say, and brought his teammates into the game, had great opportunity to build attack, but they've just not been good enough to find a clinical pass.
And Daniel Farker's about to bring on Noah Okafor for Leeds' first change of the game. 63 minutes gone. We await the breaking of the deadlock. Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds 0.
Orient go 2-0 up at Wigan in League One. Yusuf Kamara, which was on loan at Bristol Rovers last season, was brilliant for them. On loan at Orient from Spurs. He's got a big future. He scored his first goal for the O's. Good one from here at Pullman Road, Mike Stewart. Ipswich have got a corner. Should Luke O'Nien have been sent off for Sunderland, though?
Well, he's been having a torrid time trying to keep Julio Enciso at bay, and Enciso tried to twist around him, around about just outside the penalty area on the corner, but O'Nien held on to him, and Enciso could have been away, and that's what he was trying to point out to the referee, that he might have been in the clear had he got past him, but referee Farai Halam decided to go with just a yellow card. So it's 3 yellow cards to Sunderland now. It's still 1-1.
Honestly, Luke O'Nien, I mean, the Sunderland fans, they love him, but they just don't want him in the team, I think, because he was just, it was hopeless. They're like having me at centre half. Incredible. Stays, Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1. Let's go to Hill Dickinson on Talksport. Charlie Adam and Matt Jones.
It's Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0 here, but Everton could have had a third. They have been superb since this second half got underway, and the main aggressor has been Iliman Ndiaye, who had a big chance in the penalty area. Tyreek George playing him in, and only an excellent save from Henderson prevented him from extending Everton's lead. Crystal Palace was so good in that first half, Charlie, but they've been so off the boil in the second.
Yeah, they've just been scrappy in the middle of the pitch, not really had control of any of the passage of play yet. You know, Adam Wong giving the ball away a couple of times. We made a couple of subs at the top end of the pitch, so, you know, Pino coming on, Larson and Gusan coming on now, so it'll be interesting to see how they try and get themselves back into this game. But Everton, this second half, have been brilliant, and they deserve the sort of that second goal.
They cannot handle that, can they?
No, he's been brilliant on this right-hand side, and it was a lovely ball for his goal. But again, it's like I say, when he gets you 1v1, he wants to dribble on the way his left foot, and actually then shifts it and then delivers with his right. So he's just really comfortable with the ball at his feet, and you can see why he's been linked with some clubs, and he's been a top performance since he's come to Everton.
Just over 25 minutes to go here. Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0.
Luke O'Nien's just been subbed, by the way. That's the least surprising substitution of the afternoon. Taken off before he sent off, I think. Colchester equalised against Oldham 1-1. Harry Anderson with a goal for Danny Cowley's side. Colchester 1, Oldham 1 in League 2. In the Championship, we're at the London Stadium on Talksport. Will Hobbs.
West Ham 0, Charlton 2. Lloyd Jones' overhead kick in the 7th minute. Tyrese Campbell's third goal in 3 this season after 56. West Ham playing so high and wide. Their fullbacks Walker Peters and Scars are playing as second winning wingers. They're getting caught out so often. When Campbell on the third, he could have made it 3-0. Tyrese Campbell on the counter, roared forward down the left, crossed with his left. A teasing ball, but Hermanson did well to snuff it out. Tati Castellanos for West Ham, missing 2 good headers for the Hammers, but that's been it. West Ham 0, Charlton 2.
Yeah, memory didn't serve me well. They didn't score in the Carabao Cup, just on the 2 league games. Let's go to Ewood Park. Talk Sports, John Dunn.
Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1. The Boroughs led at the break within 5 minutes of the second half. Andre Gunn-Johnson had headed Blackburn level. Middlesbrough then had 2 big chances, but Ballas stopping the Blackburn goal with 2 brilliant saves to deny Malspert Harris and then Morgan Whittaker. Then Blackburn took the lead. That was through a header from close range from Tom Catwell. Since then, Luke Ayling got a volley wide right of the penalty area, all in space, but it was well wide. Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1.
We'll tell you the detail on Talk Sport. Here's Natalie Pike.
Preston 0, Wolves 1, and what a great opening 20 minutes this second half we've had. It's been end-to-end story with a head that went just wide, Arnie down the other end with a shot that was saved by Everson. It's also getting a bit tasty. We've had a few yellow cards, we've had free kicks at both ends. Wolves started the half really, really quickly, but Preston are digging in, and they look really determined. It could go either way, this one. Preston 0, Wolves 1.
We're at Loftus Road in West London. Talk Sports, Jack Cunningham.
QPR 0, Fulham 0. We are 68 minutes in here, and it's just more of the same. QPR have no idea they haven't scored. Quick play down the right wing, and Bengue into Forku, pulled it back the corner. He picked up the top corner. Oh, he thought he did. Bonham tipped it over the crossbar. Another fantastic save. QPR also thought they should have had a penalty. Sato has been unbelievable. Left McAtee in the dust, into the box. Erahan comes across, makes no contact with the ball. Clearly clips the man. Referee says no. QPR 0, Bolton 0.
Let's take you down to St Mary's on Talk Sport. Alfie Reynolds.
Yeah, 21 minutes to go here. Southampton 1, Stoke 1. It was Larin for Southampton and Galbraith for Stoke with the first half goals, but chances in the second half, and the best of those for Southampton. Matsuki volleyed over Manning just a moment ago, also shot high and wide. They hit the post from a corner, and Larin looked like he was about to get his second. He was played through, but it was a brilliant covering challenge from Eric Bocat, sliding in to clear the danger. You feel like there are going to be more goals in this. We've played 70 minutes. It's Southampton 1, Stoke 1.
Let's head to North Wales to see what's going on at Wrexham. Talk Sports, Dave Rowe.
Wrexham 1, Watford 1, as it was at half-time. Second half has been full of mistakes really from both sides. Wrexham having the better of the play, but they can't quite find the final ball. One time they looked like they might. Imre, who scored in the first half, played in by Rathbone, right-hand side. Low shot was saved. Come to be enough by Rivalio. Watford have made several changes. Chicklets there, front line. Bravo's turn and shot, easily saved by Patterson. Their best effort on the second 45. Wrexham 1, Watford 1.
Now, bad news for Ipswich fans here at Portman Road. Mike Still.
Just over 20 minutes of normal time remaining, and their most influential player, the man that created the goal for Ipswich, Julio Enciso, is now sitting inside the Ipswich half after calling to the bench to be substituted. I think it might be a hamstring problem for him. He's gone down, he's back up on his feet now, but he's going to gingerly walk towards the touchline where it looks like he'll be replaced by Jack Clark. But Enciso's influence on the game has been huge today, so creative, such a nuisance down that right side for Luke O'Nien, who we saw substituted a few hundred minutes ago. But the way in which he engineered the goal from inside his own half, that summed up his afternoon. But he's now ending that afternoon, and Ipswich fans will be hoping that won't be for too long. But I think he said hammy when the physios went over to him, so you suspect that's going to be at least a couple of weeks.
Well, it's walked off. It can't be that bad. Big hug from Gary O'Neill, and so they've got Nunes who can play as a 10. Jack Clark can play as a 10. He's just come on for him, but big blow. I mean, it doesn't matter what happens between now and the end of the game. 20 minutes left. He's still, for me, the man of the match. He's been absolutely brilliant in Enciso, but he has gone off injured. It's still Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1. Oh, I've just been checking something. We heard from Ian Abrahams that Archie Gray, the Spurs captain, the youngest ever captain in a competitive match. He's only 20 years old, Archie Gray. I heard some Spurs fans over summer saying he needs to go out on loan. He's in the first team and he's your captain. Brentford and Spurs, 5:30. They'll keep you in touch during the game day phone in on Talk Sport, which also starts at 5:30. Let's go to Pride Park on Talk Sport and on Condola.
Where it's Derby 2, Cardiff 2, Bobby Clark's equaliser for Derby. Just 4 minutes into the second half has continued the action from the first half. Since then, both teams have turned to the bench for attacking substitutions as Turnbull and Willock on for Cardiff, and Derby turned to Hedges and Rhian Brewster. It's back and forth, end to end, and neither team are looking happy with sharing the points. At this stage, you just cannot call the way this game is going to go. 20 minutes left here at Pride Park. It's Derby 2, Cardiff 2.
In League 2, Crawley retake the lead at Rochdale 2-1. Louis Watson's penalty. And in League 1, Oxford have just taken lead at Stevenage. Gavin Adonko with the goal. Cambridge have just taken lead at Bromley as well. Ben Knight, nephew of the former England cricketer Nick Knight, has got the goal. It means not one home side is winning in League 1. And indeed, the two lunchtime games are both drawn, so no side winning at home in League 1 so far this afternoon. In the Premier League, Hull City beat Man United 2-0 earlier. Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0 is the latest score. Here it's Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1. Forest Leeds is still goalless. Championship from the 3 o'clock games. Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1. Derby 2, Cardiff 2. Wolves 1 up at Preston. QPR Bolton's goalless. Southampton 1, Stoke 1. Swansea Sheffield United running for goals. Cheltenham 2 up at West Ham. Wrexham 1, Watford 1. League 1, Wimbledon goalless with Reading. Cambridge 1 up at Bromley. Burton 2-1 up at 10-man Leicester. MK Dons 1, Huddersfield 1. Peterborough 1, Mansfield 1. Stevenage 0, Oxford 1. Stockport 0, Blackpool 2. Wigan 0, Orient 2. Wickham 0, Plymouth 1. In League 2, it's Colchester 1, Oldham 1. Crewe 1 up against Northampton. Exeter 2 up against Accrington. Fleetwood goalless with Gillingham. Port Vale 1, Tranmere 0. Rochdale 1, Crawley 2. Rotherham 1, York 1. Shrewsbury 1, Barnet 1. Swindon 2, Cheltenham 0. And in the Scottish Championship, Morton 1, Arbroath 1. Livingston 1 up against Dunfermline. Queen's Park, Stenhouse is goalless. Raith Rovers 2, 10-man Ayr United 0. Goal at Deepdale for Talksport's Natalie Pike.
And it's Preston 0, Wolves 2. And it's Adam Armstrong. He'd only been on the pitch for a few minutes. He didn't start today. He's called as a substitute and said, hey, you should be starting me. A lovely link up with Raul Jimenez. 1-2 between the two of them. And he placed the ball into the back of net. Ran straight up to the packed 6,000 stand full of Wolves fans. Stuck his arms out as if to say, here I am. It is Preston 0, Wolves 2.
And a goal at West Ham as well, Will Hobbs.
Yeah, West Ham 1, Charlton 2. Joel Pirro with the debut goal. It was an easy one. Jared Bowen, who's been busy in this second half, galloping down the right. Good crossing. Tati Castellanos missing a third chance of the half. But on hand was Pirro to wallop it into the roof of the net. Game on. Charlton 1, West Ham 1, Charlton 2.
Yeah, Joel Pirro in on loan from Leeds, obligation to buy next year. 73 goals in 4 championship seasons. 2 of those at Swansea, 2 of those at Leeds. He was championship top scorer in 24-25 with 19 goals for Leeds. 19, the lowest total for a second tier top scorer for decades. It's always 20 plus. Mitrovic got 43, Ivan Toney 31, Pukki 29 for Norwich, Chubarakpon 28 for Borough, Smollett 27 for Blackburn. All those in recent seasons. 19, a low total for Joel Pirro scoring on his debut for West Ham. Remember, Tranmere, their keeper went off and injured, and they put a defender in goal to equalise at Port Vale. Tom Ince is at Tranmere these days, signed in the summer, and he has equalised for them. Port Vale 1, Tranmere Rovers 1. Let's go to the Swansea.com stadium. Talksport's Lawrence Mora.
Where it is Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0. The Blades continuing to do a job on the Swans. They also had the best chance in the second half. Former Cardiff man Matt McGuinness missing a glorious chance as he arrived at the back post for a free kick. Got his finish horribly wrong. He was completely unmarked, spooned it away into the away fans behind that goal. Talking of top scorers in the Championship, Sam Kropotnik is on now for Swansea. Adam Meader has made way as the Swans look to get going in this last few minutes. There's also worrying stuff for the home team. Captain Ben Cabango off, and fullback Josh Key is on. We've got 15 or so to go. Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0.
There's a reason why Hull City won Sam Kropotnik, not just that he was top scorer. He's worked with Sergei Yakurovich, the whole boss, before, very briefly at Maribor in Slovenia a few years ago. But he outperformed his XG massively last season for Kropotnik. Always a good sign. Scored 23 goals from an XG of just over 13 last season. But what's he worth? 20 million, 25 million, 30 million has been mentioned as well. Here's a guide. Ollie McBurney left Swansea for 20 million 7 years ago to go to the Premier League. Inflation suggests Kropotnik should and will go for more than that. packed. Premier League then, Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0, Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, Forest 0, Leeds 0. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
There you are, still checking it.
5 minutes for a decision. Game's gone.
Has it, Roy? Fans have been saying that since forever. The game's never gone, Roy.
The goal's been given! Get it! Opt in and get a completely free bet to use on Hackers with 5 wins or more this weekend. With Sky Bet. Games back. Football Hackers only. Free bet expiry subject to respective offer details. Free bet stakes not returned or withdrawable. Eligibility restrictions and further TSCs apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Brentford versus Spurs live today. 18 plus through via internet. Terms apply.
Get pumped for a massive Monday night of live Premier League football on TalkSport.
Fulham versus Chelsea.
High-intensity pre-match workout begins at 7 with heavy-duty full-match commentary from 8.
That settles it.
It's the muscle-bound Monday night of live Premier League football
On TalkSport.
Goal in League One, Wycombe 1, Plymouth Argyle 1. The equaliser for Wycombe from Connor Taylor, whose manager, Michael Duff, said he wanted his team to show more personality on the ball after their draw at Blackpool last week. Wycombe have equalised, Wycombe 1, Plymouth 1. Plymouth, by the way, will be at Tuesday's Carabao Cup Round 2 home tie with Coventry. I'll be hosting around the grounds in the Carabao Cup second round from there. That's right, Plymouth on Tuesday, Preston on Wednesday. Welcome to my world. And I love it. Here at Portman Road, Stello Square, Mike Sewell.
Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1, 11.5 minutes of normal time remaining after a lot of chances in the early part of this second half. They've dried up a little in the last 20 minutes or so. Not that there's plenty of effort out there and willing to get forward. Both teams are actually preparing double substitutions down in front of us at the moment. But Ipswich's goal, scored by Emerson, who's now departed in the first half on his debut after good work by Enciso, and then the equalising goal, a free kick as Akpom tries to go through. Angulo with that free kick off the other side of the crossbar. But not a great deal to report in the last 20 minutes. Is there a match winner out there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I actually feel a little bit sad that Enciso's gone off. Part of me has died because he was so good to watch, and it's kind of levelled it out a little bit. That little bit of magic that one side has gone. Interested in Akpom, you know. I mean, Michael Carrick at Borough got 28 goals out of him. I mentioned it a moment ago. He's not got anywhere near that since then, but he's clearly got it in him if he's in the right team, and you know, and you just wonder. How can somebody score that many goals one season and then not replicate it? It just feels weird.
Do you want to tube out on stats? His last Premier League appearance was February 2015, 11.5 years ago. It would be the second longest behind Cristiano Ronaldo, between him leaving Manchester United and coming back to United.
Wow, that is absolutely extraordinary. What a great stat that is. Amazing. What if he scores the winner? Who knows what's going to happen between now and the end of the game? Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1. Let's go to the City Ground. Stuart Pearce and Ian Danta.
Just over 10 minutes to go. Still Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0. We mentioned James Trafford, excellent save in the first half. Matt Sells has matched it with an excellent save to keep Forest level. Muramovic on his debut for Leeds got up with a strong header 8 yards out, but a terrific save plunging to his left by Sells. Couple of changes for Oliver Glasner. He's brought on Lukanets and Javaslager for McAtee and Aina. Have you just sent Stuart Pearce, while we're waiting for the first goal? Forest are just turning the screw a little.
Yeah, they certainly are, with Territory especially, but they look like the team that are pushing and pushing, but when I say that with a proviso that they're not really opening up this Leeds back line, that do look a bit leggy when they're left one-on-one.
Particularly Vial against Chris Wood, which isn't the quickest race on earth, but Wood's well ahead of Vial. Free kick coming in from Forest at the moment at the Trent into our left. That's been cleared away. Leeds in the second half had that great chance. Oh, the ball's just hit the angle of post and bar as the ball sent in, but Trafford deals with it. Good save from Sells at the other end though, Stuart.
Yeah, it certainly was. Top save, as I say, you know, a regulation save, but a good save all the same.
Still waiting for the deadlock to be broken here. We've got 9 minutes left plus added time. Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 0.
Sunderland's new right back Thomas Meunier has just had a great volley that forced a save from the Ipswich keeper. Meunier, an experienced Belgian right back, won titles with PSG alongside Mbappe and Neymar. Won the cup in Germany with Dortmund alongside Haaland and Bellingham. He's been keeping esteemed company, Thomas Meunier, in the Sunderland side now. Let's go to Hill Dickinson Stadium, latest there. Charlie Adam and Matt Jones.
10 to go, it's Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0. A chance at both ends since you were last with us. Gesson had one for Palace, but he put it straight at Pickford from the edge of the area. And Tyreek George, who's been really lively, the ball fell to him. Nasty angle, not too dissimilar to Dewsbury Hall in the penalty area. He couldn't convert like Dewsbury Hall did, though, blazing wide of the far post. A big worry, though, for Crystal Palace, who've been forced into a change in defence. Riyad and Barry were battling for the ball. Barry tried to roll Riyad. In doing so, they both went to the ground, and Riyad basically never got back up until he was taken off on a stretcher. So that looks like a really nasty injury for him. Tomiyasu as a replacement, which will unsettle that Crystal Palace backline further, Charlie.
Yeah, but good experienced player to come on. Tomiyasu, plenty of experience in the Premier League at Arsenal. But I think the game's gone a little bit flat. Since that second goal's gone and the game's gone flat, Everton have sort of been in control of the second half. And, you know, like you said, Tyreek George has been a constant threat over on that left-hand side, and, you know, being able to dribble and get and be positive and then die on this right-hand side. So if Everton want to do something well this year, it's definitely going to be the Ndiaye and Tyreek George that are going to be the ones that are going to have to create for you. But, you know, they're just looking to see this out. A couple of subs now, Garner and now Beto on to shore it up a little bit and be a threat in the counter-attack with Beto's pace. But, you know, still 10 minutes to go, and unless if Palace can get a goal now, then I'll make it a little bit nervy here at the Hill Dickinson.
Well, there was an incredibly lively finish to the game here last year between these two clubs when Everton came from 1-0 down very late on and won 2-1. A ball ricocheting in the dying moments of the game off Jack Grealish's shin. He's not here today, but Palace will be hoping for a similar kind of comeback. Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0.
You know, I just told you about Thomas Meunier and his esteemed company he's been keeping in his long career so far. 19-year-old Chris Rigg has just been ordering him to get back into position after a foray forward. Rigg on as a sub for Sunderland. Barnet retake the lead at Shrewsbury. Charlie Lakin with the goal on 83. Shrewsbury 1, Barnet 2. That in League 2. But in the Premier League, Everton 2 against Palace. Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1 here at Portman Road. And Forest 0, Leeds 0. All your latest scores. Minutes left in these games. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rental. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. 5.5 of the 90 left at Portman Road.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League game flexibly with Now. Like Brentford versus Spurs live today. 18 plus through via internet, terms apply.
You can know when a favourite is out of form. You can know that a star striker is injured. You can know about that new manager bounce. But do you know your limits? With Sky Bet Safer Gambling Tools, you can set a deposit limit so you don't spend more than you can afford. Join over 1 million others who don't just know their limits, they're setting them too. Games back. Stay in control of your game with Sky Bet. For the fans. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it. The throbbing heart of the football machine. Game Day.
We've got another goal. It's in the Championship at Deep Down. Natalie Pike.
That is Preston 0, Wolves 3. And with 7-8 minutes left here, it's Spur Lopez with his second of the game. Wolves is third. And with that, the Preston fans are streaming out of the gates. The 6,000 travelling Wolves fans are in fine voice. It has been a long time since they have seen their team win on the road. 489 days since they last won in the league on their travels. It's Preston 0, Wolves 3.
Last Friday when we featured Wolves' opening game of the season live on TalkSport, they drew with Blackburn 2-2. We profiled Spur Lopez, said he's going to have a big season, and he certainly is. Already brilliant last week and goal scoring this week as well. But for Preston, who lost at Bolton last week, their manager Paul Heckingbottom describing the goals they conceded as shocking, sharp contrast to last season when they lost only 1 of 9 at the start of of the campaign. It has not started well. A goal in League Two. Cheltenham pull back at Swindon, but the trail 2-1. Ryan Broom, the playmaker, not the sweeper, with the goal on 85. Bromley equalised against Cambridge United in League One. Victor Adeboyejo has got the equaliser for Bromley twice. He's hit double figures in League One in his career. Adeboyejo scored on debut last week. He's scored an equaliser this week. By the way, Andy Woodman, the Bromley manager, said when he got the job at Bromley, an experienced manager rang him up, gave him the best piece of advice he's ever had: keep clean sheets. So that's what he aims for. Hasn't done it today, but they are level. Bromley 1, Cambridge 1. Are we going to get a winner here at Portman Road? Talk Sports, Mike Sewell.
Well, our hopes have been fading over the last 20 minutes or so, and it looked like either Sunderland or Ipswich, who at the moment are tied at 1-1, would come up with a winning goal, but we haven't really had any clear opportunities for more than half an hour now. Plenty of substitutions, plenty of fresh legs out there, but I think the departure, as you mentioned, of Julio Enciso for Ipswich has hit Ipswich's creativity, and as we approach the full-time whistle, it remains Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1.
Breakthrough. Goal at the City Ground. Stuart Pearson, Ian Dancer.
Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 1. Anton Stack with a free kick from the left-hand corner of the penalty area at the Bridgman end in front of jubilant Leeds United fans. Connected beautifully, and it beat Sells, Stuart Pearce, at his near post.
Yeah, did really clumsy challenge by Milenkovic at the point of the box on the left-hand side, and Stack's lined it up. You're thinking he's whipping it into the far post potentially. He's cut across it and put it in the near post. Sells won't be too happy about that. He's been done at his near post, but you get it on target. He's got it up and down over the two-man wall. Stack's got a palm on it, but a chocolate wrist sadly, and it's gone in the back of the net for Forest.
Anton Stack gives Leeds the lead into the closing stages. 2 minutes left here. Forest 0, Leeds 1.
Well, up until the final day of the Premier League season last year, Leeds were unbeaten in 8 in the Premier League. Don't forget they were FA Cup semi-finalists last season as well. Leeds United, I'd be surprised if they do well. Forest, for their part, didn't lose any of their last 7 home games last season, but they've 1-0 down with time running out. Goal at St Mary's, Alfie Reynolds.
Final minute of the 90, Southampton 2, Stoke 1. Divin Mufama off the bench with a low finish from the left-hand side of the area, and Southampton are minutes away from their first win of the championship season. Brilliant work in midfield between Azaz and Dobbin. They played it through to Mufama, and he struck it left-footed. The goal has been coming. Southampton have been pushing for it as Stoke have sat back, and Southampton have the lead late on. Southampton 2, Stoke 1.
And Divin Mufama on loan at Stoke last season scores against them this afternoon. Southampton 2, Stoke City 1. We were talking about whether there's going to be a winner here at Portman Road. It will need something special. Sunderland giving the ball away in the wrong area though. Mike Sewell.
Jack Clark shoots! And the former Sunderland player has come off the bench to potentially win it for Ipswich in the final minute of normal time. Dara O'Shea heads towards the bench. The majority of the players are celebrating in front of the Sir Bobby Robson stand to the left. And having waited so long for an opportunity, Ipswich has struck what could be a winning goal. And remember, when they were in the Premier League 2 years ago, they only won here once in that whole season in the league. They may well win on the opening day. Jack Clark scores a typical Jack Clark goal. Ipswich 2, Sunderland 1.
Oh, that's terrible from Sunderland. Lazily giving the ball away. I think it was Alderete who gave the ball away into the middle of the park, and Ipswich just cut them open with a couple of passes. And you're right, that's such a typical Jack Clark goal. Coming in from the left, gets it on his right, curls it beyond the keeper, who has no chance. Robin Roos. It's a brilliant Jack Clark goal. It looks like it could well be the winner. How long have Sunderland got, Mike Sewell?
4 minutes of added time. We've already had almost a minute of it, though. I suspect because of the celebrations, the referee will add on. So just under 4 minutes left for Sunderland, who are attacking now to try and get a point on the opening day. Ipswich lead 2-1.
Goals as they go in on TalkSport. Is that the winner for Ipswich Town? They lead 2-1 against Sunderland. Jack Clark against his old club. where he made his name. Goes in the Scottish Championship. Arbroath 2-1 up at Morton now. Barnet goes 3-1 up at Shrewsbury Town. Tom Knowles on 90 minutes. Let's get a penalty at the London Stadium. Will Hobbs.
And it's gone to West Ham with the score. Charlton 2, West Ham 1. There are 2 minutes of added time remaining, and it was Engels on the edge of the box, the new signing, whose curled shot was blocked right on the edge of the D by Connor Coventry. And stepping up now is Tati Castellanos. He thought he'd been given a penalty about 20 minutes ago, but he was then booked for a dive. So Castellanos, he's missed a few chances. He's been yellow carded for diving. Can he level the scores with 90 seconds left of the 4 minutes added on? Number 11, Castellanos, right-footed, steps back, approaches the ball, short runner, hits the post! Castellanos has missed! A Cockwood went the wrong way. It pinged off the right post and out for a throw-in. Charlton live again. West Ham 1, Charlton 2. 1 minute of stoppage time remaining.
Wow, is there anything more West Ham than that? Missing a late penalty for what would have been a point. Peterborough get a 93rd minute goal to lead against Mansfield. 2-1. It'll only be their second win in 17 games. Harry Leonard, top scorer last season. Closing stages at Forest. Stuart Pearce, Ian Danter.
Closing stages indeed. 30 seconds left of what has been added on. 3 minutes were added on here by Rob Jones, the referee. Still, Forest 0, Leeds 1. Arno Calimuendo's just been thrown on as an extra striker by Oliver Glasner, back from an Eintracht Frankfurt loan last season. But it is the free kick from Anton Stack that is set to keep Leeds in a very competitive start to the season with an away win. Here's Williams for Forest, midway point of the Leeds half. But back comes Okafor to rob the ball from him. But in steps Jesus, turns to the referee wanting a foul, but wants nothing to do with it. And Calvert-Lewin gave chase, but back it goes to the keeper. It's got to go long forward from Matt Sales here from Forest's point of view. Hits it downfield, looking for Wood, headed away by Leeds United, and they take all 3 points. Back up the M1 to West Yorkshire. Anton Stack's free kick late in the piece has won all 3 points for Daniel Farker, and Oliver Glasner starts his tenure as Nottingham Forest manager with a home defeat here at the City Ground. Forest 0, Leeds 1.
I'll have to give a third. Ryan Manning from the spot. Stoke down to 10 men, Southampton 3. Stoke 1. It's nearly time up here at Portman Road. And Mike Sewell, what a noise in this ground.
Incredible atmosphere. It's as if Ipswich are going to win promotion at the end of this game, let alone playing the first game of the season. We've had the 4 minutes of added time, although we anticipate a little bit more because of the celebrations for the last minute goal by Jack Clark, a former Sunderland player. And you have to remember that Ipswich ended last season with 9 consecutive home defeats. Sorry, the last time they were in the Premier League, 9 consecutive home defeats. Are they about to win on the opening day against Sunderland, who finished 7th last season on their return? Sunderland have possession of the ball inside their own half, away to the left, but there's not enough time to get it forward. And listen to that roar inside a packed-out Portman Road. They had so little joy during their last campaign in the Premier League, especially here at home. But on the opening day of the season, it's a player who used to play for the opposition club who's come up with a winning goal after coming off the bench. Jack Clark with a right-footed curler from the edge of the penalty area. After Ipswich had initially taken the lead in the first half, a stellar performance from Julio Enciso, who set up a debut goal for Emerson. It was cancelled out just before half-time by Nilsson and Goulos. Excellently taken free kick. And after a bright start to the second half, it all went quiet, and then it all erupted when Clark came up with the winner. It's a party atmosphere at Portman Road in the sunshine. Ipswich 2, Sunderland 1.
Well, that's fantastic. It's just been a lovely moment, a little hope between the two goal scorers, Enciso and Jack Clark. And I wonder what was going through Jack Clark's mind when he was on the bench, not on the bench, by Gary O'Neill, and he's thinking to himself, I want to be starting games. I want to be starting against my old club Sunderland. I want to do something. I want to prove a point. I wonder what was going through his mind. Well, he's come on and he's got himself the winner. For me, Mike, Sunderland have only themselves to blame because they gave the ball away. They didn't make enough of the chances and the moments that they had. They'll be going back up to the North East thinking they should have got something from this game.
They will do. It was an evenly contested across the whole game, and they will feel that they should have had at least a point out of this. They were the better team for much of the first half, even though they trailed to the goal set up by Enciso. But as you say, they kicked themselves and then gave the opportunity for Clark, who was Ipswich's leading goal scorer last season. He started on the bench, but he sent a message to Gary O'Neill.
Well, it just shows they've got a decent squad. Ipswich 2, Sunderland 1. For the second season running, two newly promoted sides have won their opening Premier League match of the campaign. And it's only the fourth time in Premier League history that has happened. Briefly, some results elsewhere. Leicester 1, Burton 2 is a full-time score. They couldn't this early in his reign, could they? And West Ham have been beaten as well. Let's get a late goal. Aston Mary's in the Championship. Alfie Reynolds.
Yeah, party scenes on the south coast. Southampton 3, Stoke 1 is how it's finished. Southampton get their first win of the Championship season, and they left it late. David Mubama coming off the bench to score with minutes remaining, and Ryan Manning sealed it in stoppage time from the spot. It was a fairly even game for much of it. There was a goal apiece in the first half, Larin for Southampton and Galbraith for Stoke. It looked like time was running out, but with minutes remaining, Mubama, a low finish into the corner, and then Manning from the penalty spot, even though Johansson got a hand on it, sealed the game for Saints. Ingleson as well was sent off for his second yellow card after he brought down a Doze. Southampton are up and running. Tom de Ecker side take all 3 points. It finished Southampton 3, Stoke 1.
Colchester have got a late winner against Oldham 2-1. It's a Lewis Temple own goal. Preston got a late consolation, but 3-1 down at home to Wolves. Full time at the London Stadium. What a story, Will Hobbs.
Yeah, what a story indeed. West Ham 1, Charlton 2. Who saw that coming? Charlton 2 from 2 in the league this season. The same 2 goal scorers as their win last week. Lloyd Jones, the captain, overhead kick on 7 minutes. Lifelong Charlton man Tyrese Campbell with his third in 3 games. A brilliant Wicklow finish in the second half. The last half hour, Charlton backs to the wall. Joel Pirot with a 75th minute tapping on his West Ham debut. He thought he had a second, but it was disallowed because the ball just went out of play before Bowen crossed in. That was the decision. It'll be interesting to see what VAR would have made of that. And then the match-defining moment in the 93rd minute. Tati Castellanos, who missed a number of good chances. He was booked for diving on 80 minutes. He had a penalty in stoppage time to grab a point. He sent the keeper the wrong way, but it pinged off the post. Not a good start to life at home at the London Stadium in the Championship for West Ham. Charlton buzzing. West Ham 1, Charlton 2.
Closing stages at Everton. Talk Sports Matt Jones.
It's Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0. We're just about to tick into the 8th minute of added time. 7 were added on. In fact, Paul Tierney blows his whistle, and Everton, for the first time in 5 years, will start a Premier League season with a victory. Although the 2-0 scoreline doesn't tell the whole story of this game. They took the lead in the first half. A really good effort by Dewsbury Hall, finding the far corner from a tight angle. And in the second, they made it to Barry, heading home from a good cross from a dive from the right, although it did hit the defender on its way in. But Crystal Palace will be kicking themselves. They had so many chances in the first half. They hit the post twice. And even in the second, there were moments, including Strand Larsen, the substitute, heading straight at Pickford from close range in injury time. So not a winning start for Pierre Sarge, but David Moyes getting an important 3 points, Charlie.
Yeah, I'd be delighted with that. It's, you know, after the back of last year in terms of not winning enough games at home, it gives you a good platform now to build for the start of the season for Everton. There wasn't that real good feel-good factor coming here today. I sensed it before the match, but ultimately the Evertonians will come going away happy tonight. There's lots of improvement, but there were some good performances for me. I thought the 2 midfielders were magnificent. Armstrong and Hackney. I thought they dominated Bolton at times during the game, which was I'll be pleased for Everton to see Hackney stepping into the Premier League. Can he cope with that level? No problem. On today's performance, he was very good. Got taken up, but you know, yeah, you need to ride the storm a little bit, and Everton did that in the first half. The second half, they were much better, and overall, you know, they were delighted with that 3 points.
They're simply more clinical, and they extend their unbeaten run against Crystal Palace now to 12 matches. Palace must be wondering what they've got to do to win against Everton. It's Everton 2, Crystal
Blackpool, Stockport 1, Blackpool 2, Horsham 1 as well. We'll bring you all the full times in a classified check at 5:15 on TalkSport. What happened at Ewood Park today? John Dunn.
Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1. The Rovers only won 4 times here last season in the Championship, so this goes down as a big win against one of the promotion favourites. And they came from behind 11 minutes in when Jeremy Sarmiento scored his first Borough goal after ending a flowing Borough move with a neat finish from the left of the penalty area. Morishita had a volley that was cleared off the line by Luke Ayling just before half-time, but just after the break, Blackburn were level. Andre Good-Johnson with a header from a Pickering corner, fire and deflection, got the equaliser, 3-3 at the start of the season for him. Blackburn fans pulled to Ballas Toff, the goalkeeper, who made 2 super saves to deny Miles Burt-Harris, and then Morgan Whittaker with headers. 10 minutes into the second half, Tom Catwell with a close-range effort gave Blackburn the lead in what proved to be the winner. Burrett kept probing, but it was shots from range, lots of pressure, lots of corners, but Blackburn were able to withstand it. Full-time, Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1.
A reminder in the Premier League, Everton were 2-0 winners. Ipswich beat Sunderland 2-1 with a late winner here at Portman Road, and Leeds 1-0 winners at Nottingham Forest for their first away win on opening day in the Premier League since 1996. Full-time at Deepdale in the Championship. TalkSport's Natalie Pike.
Preston 1, Wolves 3, and the long await is over for Wolves. Their first away league win in 489 days, and they've done it in style. Fer Lopez has been the star, scoring twice, including a stunning solo opener after just 8 minutes. Preston did make them work for it, though. They had their chances, but Wolves' quality told in the second half. Substitute Armstrong added the second before Lopez got his second and Wolves his third. Preston kept fighting. Substitute Jordan Thompson curled home a beautiful consolation from the edge of the box in added time. Preston 1, Wolves 3.
From the EFL game still ongoing. Port Vale 1, Tranmere 1. 14 added on there after the Tranmere keeper was injured. And in League 1, Stevenage just put one back actually, but that's just finished. Stevenage 1, Oxford 2 is now a full-time score. Jordan Roberts with a late goal for Stevenage, but they've still lost. Stevenage 1, Oxford 2. Back to the Championship, full-time, Loftus Road, Jack Cunningham.
QPR 0, Bolton 0. Both sides maintained their unbeaten start to the season, but QPR wonder how on earth they did not win this game. Jack Bonham made 4 outstanding saves, including a one-on-one against Cornet, one from 2 yards against Cornet, and another they plucked out of the top corner, again from Cornet. Bolton only had 2 shots themselves, but they did put their bodies on the line, and they did give their travelling fans absolutely everything. At the end of the game, they got worshipped like heroes. Next up for Bolton is they host Lincoln City next Saturday, where they're going to be looking to build on that home win against Preston. Meanwhile, QPR go to Blackburn, and I'll tell you what, they did play some really good football. They just need to finish their chances. Plenty of encouraging signs for them. Final score, QPR 0, Bolton 0.
Full-time in North Wales at Wrexham, TalkSport's Dave Rowe.
Wrexham 1, Watford 1 point share in most of the meaningful action in the first half as Watford took the lead. Omar Traore putting a lovely cross in from the right, met by Luca Kirongo to head the visitors in front, but that only lasted 8 minutes. Wrexham hit back strong as keeper Moore teed up the on-rushing Danny Imre to fire the home side level, and really the first 30 minutes was the best part of the game, although Wrexham pushed well towards the end. Thomason clipped the bar with an angled shot late on, and Lewis O'Brien missed the clearest chance heading over from a fine cross, but Watford did deserve their points. Both sides still unbeaten. Wrexham 1, Watford 1.
Full-time at Derby, Anil Candola.
Well, it finished Derby 2, Cardiff 2. What an advert for the EFL this game was. Derby came flying out the traps with 3 chances in the first 5 minutes, but it was Cardiff who found the opener thanks to Kean Ashford's close-range effort on the 18th minute mark. The home side did hit back 10 minutes later after Carlton Morris scored his first of the season with a cool finish into the back of the net. But Cardiff regained the lead through Yusuf Salik. After Ruben Colwell was played through into the box, he squared to Salik, who finished superbly with a first-time finish, then into the second half. And just 4 minutes after the break, after Blackett Taylor provided some top play on the left-hand side, he eventually found a pullback to Bobby Clark, who smashed in the equaliser. It was back and forth right until the end, but you have to say the day belongs to Cardiff. 2 points in 2 games against 2 difficult oppositions shows that this will be a very good season, certainly hopefully for them travelling Cardiff fans in the Championship. Full-time here at Pride Park is finished Derby 2, Cardiff 2.
And full-time at the Swansea.com as well, TalkSport's Lawrence Moore.
Where it finished, Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0. The Blades did a job on the Swans, and with a bit better finishing, they could have taken all 3 points. Chris Wilder got it spot on tactically, went 5 at the back. Swans had 1 shot on target all game. Now that was a flicked header by second half slam Popnik. But if Callum O'Hare's shot was an inch or so lower, if Mark McGuinness could have controlled his volley better, then the travelling fans would have been celebrating all the way back to Yorkshire. Those were the game's best chances. The Swans gave a debut to the Loch Ness Drogba as Ross Stewart came on late on. As for the Blades, it's chaos off the pitch, ownership full of battles, but Wilder will be looking for free transfers and loans in the next week because they've secured back-to-back goalless draws to start what looks set to be a tough old season. The finish here, Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0.
Full-time classifieds coming up in around about 10 minutes time. We'll get the reflections from Forest and Leeds 1 from Stuart Pearce very shortly, and from Everton 2, Palace 0 with Charlie Adam as well, and more from Portman Road as Ipswich beat Sunderland by 2-1. But let's focus on Brentford Spurs at 5:30. Let's get the latest odds from Sky Bet.
Topic of the day on Talk Sport is Sky Bet. Games back. Get in on it with Sky Bet. For the fans 18 plus gamble like all.
So 4 debuts have been made for Spurs with Archie Gray as captain. Sangari, the only debutant for Brentford, their record signing from Wolves in the summer. Brentford to win 11-10, the draw 11-4. Spurs are 11-5. Popular requests, Richarlison and Thiago, 2+ shots on target each, and 2+ fouls, 1 each, 28-1. All thanks to Sky Bet. 18+. Gamble away, Liverpool.
The Form Zone on Talk Sport with Sky Bet. Games back. Get in on it with Sky Bet. For the fans 18 plus gamble right all.
I have to say it was a brilliant atmosphere here at Portman Road. There were lots of legends in the house, Ipswich legends watching on Alan Brazil. Breakfast God at Talk Sport was here watching and enjoying every moment. On Marcus Stewart, George Burley, plenty of former Ipswich heroes loved by the fans who were watching on, and Ipswich got the win. Emerson on debut scored the first, Nelson Angulo with a free kick for the equaliser, and it looked like it was just going to end at 1-1. Sunderland then gave the ball away. Jack Clark picked it up, curled in the winner late in the game against his old club. Ipswich 2, Sunderland 1. So we have Ipswich and Hull City, who beat Man United 2-0 earlier on, with victories for newly promoted sides on the opening day of the season. Happened last season as well. 2 of the 3 newly promoted sides got opening day Premier League victories. Doesn't happen often. It's only the 4th time in history. Let's find out what happened elsewhere. Let's go to the City Ground. Forest 0, Leeds 1. Stuart Pearce watching on for Talk Sport. Just talk me through the goal. Was it just a great goal from Leeds? Was it something that Forest maybe could have done more about? What do you think?
Well, a careless challenge by Milankovic on the edge of the box. He's missed the ball totally and gone through his player, and Stack had the ball probably on the point of the box on the left-hand side, and Forest put a 2-man wall up. The goalkeeper expecting obviously a bit of violence on the ball, maybe aiming for the far post, looking at curling a touch from somebody. But Stack's seen enough of the near post to suggest that he could whip it over the wall and into the near post. He'd done exactly that, and Sells just give him too much of that near post area, and he got a hand to it, but not enough to keep it out, and that was enough to separate these two teams. Not much in it, I've got to say. Probably looking at it, the run of play, probably a draw would have been a fair result, but Leeds won't mind that. They've got a smashing away victory, and I think when these fixtures come out first day of the season, you're looking at Forest, Leeds, Everton, Palace and Ipswich, Sunderland. But if I looked at all of them, I'd say they're probably all maybe a draw potentially, certainly with an indicator of who might do well this season and who might struggle a little bit. And you've got to say Forest losing, Palace losing and Sunderland losing. Maybe there's an indicator there for us with the other 3 winning about their fortunes this season, eh?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it wasn't as if Forest didn't have chances. I'm just seeing from the stats, couple of shots on target. Took me about James Trafford in goal. We spoke about him on Monday night on the kick-off show. He needs to play a lot of games if he's to have an England chance. He needs to do well as well. Clean sheet on Leeds debut today for him.
He could be better, really. You know, very accomplished with his feet, playing out from the back, fantastic. There's an air of composure every time it comes back to him. There's no panic, which, you know, emulates through the Leeds back line. But on top of that, he made the saves he should have made. He wasn't under that much pressure today, but his debut, he's been part of a 1-0 away away victory, they're wonderful results, I can assure you, as a player, to go on the road first day of the season and win 1-0, they'll be absolutely delighted with that, as them and their fans celebrated well after the final whistle.
So, I mean, you talk about an indicator, and you're right to do this after one game of the season. People shouldn't panic, but just little indicators you can see what might be wrong, what might be needed before the window closes as well. But I think that a lot of us thought Oliver Glasner would go in there and do special things at Nottingham Forest this season. This is not an indicator that that's going to happen. So, you said that, you know, they've lost Elliot Anderson, we know. Morgan Gibbs-White, I think you said in reports that he was a little bit quiet today. So I'm just wondering, they ended the season well, didn't lose any of the last 7 home games last season. They had some big results towards the end of the season. They 3-0 at Spurs, 5-0 at Sunderland, remember, 4-1 at home to Burnley. They had the big European nights at the City Ground as well. This result is a surprise to me. So what's Oliver Glasner thinking, do you reckon?
It's a difficult one. I mean, listen, you know, I follow Forest quite closely, obviously, because of my links and whatever, but if you look at Forest over the last 3-4 years, there's been real highs, but also real lows as well, you know. They've been at the top of the league fighting up at the European end of it, but also as well, they've been looking over their shoulder. So, I think Forest, when they're in their real pomp and a real threat over the last 3 or 4 years, they had that cutting edge on the break, defended really deep and counter-attacked extremely quickly with the likes of Hudson-Odoi and Elanga. That thrust and that counter-attack wasn't there as much today. Now, Wood come off the bench. I didn't think that they secured the ball well enough before he come off the bench, I've got to say. But they've got to be a little bit quicker on the counter-attack. And listen, if you're going to get a result, Forest, and spring back from this defeat, they're away at Liverpool, which we're covering next Saturday. It's an ideal place to attempt to do that.
Stu, we'll get more from you a little bit later on. I want to go to Hill Dickinson. Charlie Adam has been there for Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0. I mentioned before, Ashley Williams, former Everton centre-back, was on TalkSport this week questioning Everton's summer business and questioning, you know, why they haven't signed a striker. It's still Barry and Beto up front as the options. Barry scored today. Dewsbury Hall got the other. Everton won by 2 goals. Now, what's the panic, Charlie? Everton fans should calm down, shouldn't they?
No, I understand where there's a lot of frustration, but, you know, off the back of coming here, new stadium last year, I think it was more about can they consolidate, can they be improved? Yes, the disappointment of last season at the back end is obviously, it took its toll on a lot of people. Obviously the comments made by Angus Kinnear and then ultimately the manager in the last previous days about European football, it was a big disappointment, and, you know, so that was something that was coming into the back of this today. So I think Everton today will, you know, fresh start. They've managed to bring in some new players. They'll still look to recruit within the next sort of, you know, the last period of this window. It will be a busy window, I think, at the back end. But Everton are not going to go and spend hundreds of millions of pounds. They have to try and navigate their way slowly but surely. You know, the Freaking Group have only been in nearly, you know, 18 months now. They've been precise in what they want to do. They've not gone and overspend, and I don't think they will overspend. I think they'll try and be clever in what they're doing. But, you know, they've got good players in this group at the moment. And what they'll have to do is keep their main players fit this year if they want to really improve on what they feel that they can do from the back end of last year as well, because for large parts of last year they were brilliant. They were up there in that sort of 7th, 8th place, and it was only the last sort of 6 games that they fell away. So yeah, can they take that to this year? And what a brilliant start for them today. Palace were good. They had big moments, big chances, but they didn't take them. And what Everton did is they took the two chances that they had, and it was a great 3 points.
Yeah, listen, it was for Everton, no doubt. We'll talk about Palace a little bit later on. On Everton, I mentioned earlier, Charlie, the stat that they lost more games than they won at the new stadium last season. I mean, a big one they won was the first ever game at the stadium. I was there for that, and it was just brilliant. They had to win that, and they did. But that is something that David Moyes needs to put right this season. They need to, I mean, look around you. It's a sensational stadium, one of the very best in the world, never mind across Europe, and never mind the Premier League. It's brilliant, but you have to be winning games in that kind of stadium. When you've been given that venue, you've got to be winning games there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he knows that as the manager. He's been here, you know, long enough previously, and he knows this football club, you know, better than most of his managers here. So he knows he needs to win football matches here. But again, what you have to try and do is keep your best players available and fit. Branthwaite is a big talent, and you know, if they can keep him available and fit, then it gives them a good platform. Like I said before, I still think they've got the best England goalkeeper in Jordan Pickford. They've got Branthwaite on that performance, Hackney and Armstrong in the middle of the pitch. Still got Jimmy Gardner come back from injury. And then ultimately is, can they go and get that number 9 that's going to go and get them that sort of 15, 20 goals? Maybe Brennan Johnson becomes that number 9 that plays at the top end of the pitch. But working with David for 4 or 5 months, I know how hard he'll be working, looking at players, getting to games. He'll probably be at a game tomorrow looking at what's available, what's going to happen in the next sort of last part of this window, trying to make Everton a better place than what it has been over the last sort of 3 or 4 years, because it's been a tough place. But he's brought a factor back and a stability in the club, on the pitch and off the pitch, that it's been needed, because obviously they've changed stadium, wonderful stadium, but it takes time. And this result today will just enhance the feeling that these supporters belong with in this stadium. And like I say, the more games they win here, it will become more comfortable here, but it will be harder for other teams to come and play.
Yeah, that is a major report. Just more from Charlie Adam and Stuart Pearce to come, but the only place for a full classified check is here. TalkSport, results are in. Let's get all the full times.
This is game day.
Full-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, Hull City 2, Manchester United 0, Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0, Ipswich 2, Sunderland 1, Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 1, Brentford Spurs kicks off at 5:30. They'll keep you in touch during the game day phone-in. Get your calls in 03717222344. Championship, Birmingham 2, Bristol City 2, Lincoln 1, Portsmouth 3, Millwall 3, Norwich 0, Blackburn 2, Middlesbrough 1, Derby 2, Cardiff 2, Preston 1, Wolves 3, QPR 0, Bolton 0, Southampton 3, Stoke 1, Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0, West Ham 1, Charlton 2, Wrexham 1, Watford 1, League 1, Doncaster 0, Barnsley 0, Luton 2, Notts County 2, AFC Wimbledon 0, Reading 0, Bromley 1, Cambridge United 1, Leicester City 1, Burton Albion 2, MK Dons 1, Huddersfield 1, Peterborough 2, Mansfield Town 1, Stevenage 1, Oxford United 2, Stockport 1, Blackpool 2, Wigan 0, Leyton Orient 2, Wickham 1, Plymouth 1, League 2, Bristol Rovers 5, Newport 3, Salford 0, Chesterfield 1, Walsall 0, Grimsby 0, Colchester 2, Oldham 1, Crewe 1, Northampton 0, Exeter 2, Accrington 0, Fleetwood 0, Gillingham 0, Port Vale 1, Tranmere 1, Rochdale 1, Crawley 2, Rotherham 1, York City 1, Shrewsbury 1, Barnet 3, Swindon 2, Cheltenham 1.
National League update on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
And in National League full times, Boston 1, Altrincham 0, Carl 4, Hornchurch 1, Eastleigh 3, Scunthorpe 2, Forest Green 0, Bournemouth 3, FC Halifax Town 4, Tamworth 1, Harrogate 2, Barrow 2, Kidderminster 1, Aldershot 1, Solihull Moors 1, Southend 3, Sutton United 2, Hartlepool 1, Woking 3, AFC Fylde 2, Worthing 1, Wiltstone 0, Yeovil 3, Gateshead 0, National League North, AFC Telford 1, Hensford 1, Buxton 1, Heaven Town 3, Chester 1, Spalding United 0, Chorley 2, Scarborough Athletic 1, Harbour Town 4, Darlington 2, Kings Lynn 1, Marine 4, Macclesfield 2, Brackley Town 1, Radcliffe 2, Morecambe 1, South Shields 1, Merthyr Town 1, South 4, Bedford Town 1, Spennymoor 1, Oxford City 4, Worksop 0, Hereford 3. In National League South, Braintree 1, Horsham 2, Cheshire United 2, Walton and Mersham 0, Dagenham and Redbridge 2, Torquay United 0, Dorking 2, Maidstone 3, Ebbsfleet against Tottenham, match was phoned, Barnham Town 2, Billericay 4, Folkestone Invicta 1, Chelmsford 1, Hampton Richmond Borough 5, Slough 3, Maidenhead 1, Farnborough 1, Salisbury 1, Hemel Town 2, Tunbridge Angels 0, Truro 2, Western Supermare 2, Dover Athletic 3. Scottish Premiership, Dundee United against Dundee, kicks off at 5:45. Scottish Championship, Morton 1, Arbroath 2, Livingston 2, Dunfermline 0, Queen's Park 0, Stenhousemuir 2, Wraith Rovers 2, Ayr United 0. Scottish League 1, Airdrie 1, Ross County 3, Cove Rangers 3, Peterhead 0, East Fife 0, Hamilton 0, Montrose 3, East Kilbride 0, Queen of the South 0, Alloa 2. Scottish League 2, Clyde 3, Forfar 0, Edinburgh City 1, Annan Athletic 0, Celtic Hearts 3, Dumbarton 1, Stirling 2, Stranraer 2, the Spartans 3, Elgin 3. Irish Premiership, Carrick Rangers 0, Coleraine 2, Dungannon Swifts 2, Bangor 0. Crusaders against Portadown, match kicks off at 6. And in the Cymru Premier, Amanford 0, Connors Key 2.
High-octane football coverage, game day on Talk Sport.
Nottingham Forest 0, Leeds United 1. Anton Stack with a free kick from the left-hand corner of the penalty area at the Bridgman end in front of jubilant Leeds United fans.
Angulo has turned into Angolo.
It's Ipswich 1, Sunderland 1. An exquisite free kick by Nilson Angulo.
And it could well be game over here. It's Everton 2, Crystal Palace 0. Tieno Barry who's got it.
The Slater looking at it towards the near post, it's headed in, and they've scored again. Snowball Mendy guiding the ball past Lawrence to make it 2-0 to Hull City. Well, just when you thought your day couldn't get any worse, the trains back to Manchester have been cancelled.
Jack Clark shoots! And the former Sunderland player has come off the bench to potentially win it for Ipswich.
Castellanos stuttered run up, hits the post!
It's off the post and away! The Charlton Athletic fans dancing in the stands. West Ham have missed the penalty, and with that is their opportunity to get a point gone. What drama!
Well, here's your headlines on a great day of football as the Premier League is back. Live and exclusive on TalkSport. Hull City scored from 2 set pieces to beat Manchester United 2-0. And they were the only newly promoted side to win. Jack Clark with a late goal against his old club as Ipswich Town beat Sunderland 2-1 here at Portman Road. Great game. Elsewhere, Leeds left it late. Anton Stack with the winner at Forest, who finished 1-0. Dewsbury Hall and Barry with the goals as Everton beat Palace, who were without Ismaila Sarr as he off to Galatasaray. And in the Championship, West Ham beaten at home by Charlton. They missed a late penalty. Tati took it. Engels, new signing. He's got a great record from penalties playing for Celtic. Interestingly, top of the Championship with 2 games in. Only a couple of 100% records left after 2 games. Millwall and Charlton. South London rules, it seems. Jason Cundy is coming up with a game day phone in 03717223344. So much to talk about. It's so the whole all the football's back, mate. I love it.
Ada, football is back, the Premier League is back, and boy, did it give us an absolute treat earlier. The whole team, Manchester United, how bad were they? They were. That is a worrying performance for United. I thought they were a disgrace. Absolutely. I don't take anything away from Hull. We often criticise by condemning the team that should win Man United. Hull were magnificent. Okay, what calls on that Man United fans, they're probably hanging around Hull, so trains. Ipswich too, the game you were at Sunderland, one late Jack Clark goal there ensures against his own club they get the 3 points. Everton 2, Palace 0. My favourites go down. Palace suffered a defeat on the road and Leeds a late goal for them ensures they take 3 points away at Forest. Millwall, my God, up the wall. They could be. They up the wall. They 3-0 over Norwich this time. As you said, 100% record there. And Charlton, my gosh, late time in the Premier League, late drama in East London as well. West Ham 1, Charlton 2. Why didn't Bowen take the penalty? That's the question I'm asking. And Leicester, my God, things have gone from bad to worse to worse to worse. Beaten 2-1 at home by Burton Albion. You are our eyes and ears up and down the country. What we haven't seen, what we haven't heard, is your call. 03717 223344. All over at the G-Tech as well. And talking about Arsenal.
Mate, on Leicester, very quickly, I said, when they went 2-0 down, it finished 2-1 to Burton in the end, at the King Power Stadium, I said, can you possibly, this early in the season, could they actually make a change? Now, they want to sell the club, so you wonder if there's the appetite to do anything at board level with Leicester City, but 1 draw, 1 defeat. Burton are like a lot of people's relegation favourites, and Leicester have lost at home to them, and had Ollie Skip sent off.
You know, I spoke to Jeff Bates a couple of weeks ago, and he kind of half joked about getting relegated again, and I don't know whether there was something in that. I didn't take it as seriously, but maybe we need to think about, could Leicester be one of those teams that tumble and tumble and tumble? Could it happen?
It could have. They're below Peterborough United, mate. That's how bad they are. That's how bad. Listen, I'm looking forward to I'll be listening to the way home from Ipswich. Nice one. I will be listening to the game day phone coming up in around about 5-6 minutes time. 03717 2233 double forward. And if you remember when we were at West Ham for the Carabao Cup, Scott Minto said, yeah, the big Portsmouth, but they weren't that great. He said he wanted to see 6 games before he judges West Ham. It hasn't been a great start for the Hammers, beaten at home by Charlton. And a London Stadium, a full London Stadium today. Very interesting. Right, let's hear from Ethan Ampadu, a winner for Leeds today at Nottingham Forest, speaking after the game with TalkSport's Ian Dancer.
A good result, as you can see with us celebrating with the fans at the end of the game. It was a very special moment. The perfect way to sort of start off the start of the season has been working so hard for the last 6-7 weeks is to make sure that we got off to the best start. The clean sheet away from home is always very difficult, especially at this ground. We know what it's like when their fans get behind and they get going. A very difficult place to come, a difficult place to teams to play against. But yeah, we're happy, very happy days.
How much confidence do you derive with James behind you now? Obviously, it's coming for a lot of money. There's a lot of good things being said about him. How's he been so far with you guys as a defensive unit?
No, it's been very good. He's obviously shown his quality in the past, and he's a very good player, very young. But the good thing is that he's willing to work very hard. He wants to improve. He wants to help us in every way to achieve our ambitions. So not just him, but to all the new signings as well. They've all shown that quality and they've all shown that hunger and that drive. So it's like I said earlier, we're in a fairly good place, but we know that we're going to work hard.
That's it, Ampadu. Leeds 1-0 winners at Nottingham Forest. Let's go there. Stuart Pearce at the City grounds. I kind of like the look of Leeds. I think they've recruited well, maybe plugged a few gaps that they had in the team last season. I'm kind of thinking, are they going to establish themselves sort of Brentford Bournemouth style in the Premier League? Is this the season where they actually managed to do that?
Well, I think there's every chance it will be, to be fair. They've got a manager that is pretty composed in his work, I think. You know, he knows the league now. He's grown the team and made good additions to the team in the transfer market. They've got a style of play that suits them. Finished the season really well, so the signs were on the cards already. And this is a great result for them, I've got to say. And they looked more than an established Premier League side today.
Yeah, I mean, they only won 2 of 19 away games this season. They've won their first away game of the season. Should Forest fans be worried?
As I said to you before, I think a lot can be seen from the results today, from this game, from Everton Palace and from Ipswich Sunderland. And I think the teams that have come out and suffered a defeat today, and I thought all 3 I would have put down for a draw, but 3 of the teams have been beaten in these games, and I'm going to throw Brentford Tottenham in the mix as well to see if there's a team come out of that and get beaten. I think it could be a fairly tough season. Forest go to Liverpool next week, another tough ask, and all of a sudden it gets very difficult. They lacked cutting edge today, Forest. They really did. They didn't hold the ball up well enough in the first half. Lacked a little bit of cutting edge for the home side today. First game of the season with a new manager, and that will be a slight concern.
Remember, West Ham relegated with 39 points last season. Probably won't be replicated this season. Stuart Pearce, thank you very much. Quick one to Everton with Charlie Adam. You mentioned Jordan Pickford, and you think he is England's number 1. I think the Pickford-Trafford debate is going to run all season, and I think that's going to be one of the little stories, well, actually quite a big story of the season. It's something we're going to be focusing on, I believe.
Yeah, you will do. Listen, James Trafford is a very good goalkeeper, but he's not done it really in the Premier League yet on a regular basis. Jordan Pickford's been here for a long time and got vast experience in terms of international tournament football, Premier League experience. So he's going to be a hard nut to move out of the way. But his performances, keeping clean sheets, playing well for Leeds is definitely going to help him. But still think Jordan's the main number 1, and we'll see how it goes. But you know, it's a big battle.
A quick word from you on. I've just had a message. A source has told me that Ismail Assar, not involved today for Crystal Palace, linked with a move to Galatasaray. I'll quote you what's been said to me. Apparently, he's gone AWOL. So, I mean, I think that without him, because he's brilliant for Palace, I think that they're going to really struggle. I mean, you can predict that Palace might be in trouble this season, but without him, I think that's big trouble. So, if he has gone AWOL, if that's true, if that source is correct, with that information, how big a problem is that for Palace?
Yeah, it's a big problem, mate. I don't believe that players should go AWOL. I think there's a way that you have to respect the club and respect yourself in terms of leaving. If Galatasaray really want you to pay the money that Palace want, he's been a great servant. He's done a brilliant job, like you said. I think he's a terrific player, but going AWOL and different things is a wrong way to go about it. Speak to the club right, do it right, and leave on good terms, because you never know when it comes round again. So no, that'll be disappointing as a player, but I thought at times Palace showed some good bits. So again, with the quality they've definitely got on the pitch, they can up teams, but today wasn't their day, and it was Everton's day, and David will be delighted, and now they'll have to try and regroup Palace and get a few players in before the window closes.
Charlie, great to have you on today. Thank you very much. Charlie Element, Everton, and Stuart Pearce at Forest on a great day in the Premier League and beyond. Game day night tomorrow, 1:30 with Sam Matchface. All the football covered on a Sunday afternoon. That show is the only one you'll need. And we're taking your calls next on the Game Day phone-in with O'Hara and Cundy. They'll keep you in touch with Brentford Spurs as well on TalkSport 03717 223344.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for us. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
You know that feeling when your build-a-bear looks nailed on, then suddenly a late goal lets you down. With new Ghost Leg from Sky Bet, that game may be down, but that doesn't mean you're out. Simply opt in and create a pre-match build-a-bear with 5 legs or more. If one leg lets you down, we'll make it vanish and pay out on the remaining legs. Games back with new Ghost Leg from Sky Bet for the fans. Max egg varies. Combined minimum odds 3 to 1. Cash bets only. Eligibility restrictions and further T&Cs apply. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Brentford versus Spurs live today. 18 plus through via internet. Terms apply.
The Sports Bar.
I took a dance woman while I decided I'm not going to try and live this
On TalkSport. Intoxicating late-night football conversation.
Okay, then.
Confrontation. And commiseration.
I don't think 90% of the country think you've got a Valentine.
And a sharp slice of Cundy.
When my dog yawns, the whole time I've got my double back here.
Punchy post-match radio with a little word on Young Lava. The Sports Bar with Happy Hour House Double, Jason Cundy and Jenny O'Hara. That's the good stuff. Take your shot this Monday night from 10 on TalkSport.
On the TalkSport app and on your smart TV. Game Day phone-in. TalkSport.
The world is listening. It's football on the line.
Green us up and have a go.
The nation's first dog football phone-in. Enter the Sports Asylum. Game Day phone-in on TalkSport.
Good evening and welcome to the Game Day phone-in on TalkSport. I'm your host, Jeremy Howard, alongside me, Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Manchester United? United. You were doing never beating Gary Neville on your gun. It's the leaky room. Ruben Amorim, can you hold him over? Can you hold him in hotel football? You were doing it, never beat the big rat, and he goes for Nicky Butt. He died of that, you know. A class of like two. Can you hold him in Gary Neville? You were doing
Gary Neville marked his out. That's unbelievable. Early show Twitter fans, get involved right now. 03 717 2233 Shocking start for Michael Carrick's title contenders. Beat 2-0 by Hull City. Well played. Elsewhere, got to talk about West Ham. Irons. 62,000 fans watched them lose at home to Charlton. What is going on? Great results for Ipswich as well in front of our very own Alan Brazil to beat Sunderland 2-1. Leeds win at Glasgow's Forest. Everton start with 3 points, and we are keeping you a live update. Big game just kicked off. 5:30 start. So this is going to be a tough watch. Brentford v Tottenham. Ian Abrams is watching.
3 gone, Brentford 0, Spurs 0, but Brentford could have scored twice in a minute just a few seconds ago. First, a really well-worked corner after a free kick had been headed wide of the post by Andy Robertson on his day. With well-worked corner, Keely's Potter shot, goal bound was blocked.
and then a lovely ball in from the left-hand side, and Nathan Collins in front to goal, 6 yards out, pretty much unmarked, steered his header wide. A bit of a warning for Spurs, who have their youngest ever captain in a competitive game today. That is Archie Gray, beats the record of Steve Perriman's by 90 days. It's Brentford 0, Spurs 0.
Yeah, big game, big game. Get involved in the show though. Some big shots already. 03 717 22 33 44.
There's no way we can lose that game. That's impossible. You can clip it, do what you want with it. Yeah. Brilliant. 4-0.
And they scored again. Mendy, I think, is claiming the goal. He got on the end of it on the set piece, and he powered the header past Seven Roberts to make it 2-0 to Hull City. Just when you thought your day couldn't get any worse, the trains back to Manchester have been cancelled.
Good team, Hull. Good team, mate. Don't knock Hull.
I'm not knocking Hull, Jay.
No one should knock Hull.
No one's knocking Hull. They deserved it.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah?
Football's back. The Premier League's back.
Back.
An absolute bang.
Oh, it's unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean,
stories already.
Yeah, there are big.
Day one.
Hull City were brilliant today. Manchester United were an absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Now, Dogu came off, right, and he picked up a booking, so that kind of made it easier, I think, for Carrick. But any one of those players could have been booked. I don't know how Guerrero stayed on, by the way. I've got no idea. They were an absolute disgrace. That is a worrying performance.
Yeah, I said they've been left short. I said it earlier on when, in the transfer window, they ain't signed enough players. They got the same back four they had 4 years ago.
But Jay, all of that,
it's nowhere near good enough.
All that's true. But that today was way, way below what anyone would expect from Man United.
You can't be saying that.
Do you know what, Jay? I put in our group, they can't be that bad second half. They were.
Yeah.
They got worse. They got worse. Santos in the middle of the park. Was it? Wow. I mean, it was an absolute appalling display. Man United fans, if they're still stuck in Hull with the trains.
That just adds to the stigma.
Oh.
No trains back.
And that just rubs salt into the wound.
Stuck in Hull.
Yeah, that's bad. So there's going to be a big party tonight in Hull. Enjoy yourselves, because...
Wait, fair play to them, by the way. 100%. I'm writing them off, saying they're going to do, like a derby and have 11 points. Bang! Well, 3 points.
Yeah,
there we go.
They still may do, but today's performance...
They looked all right.
Yeah, they did look all right. They played that 5-4-1 and it worked brilliantly. They were absolutely outstanding. But Manchester United, that's... food for thought.
Why does this always happen when an interim manager becomes the main guy? Ends up struggling. Good mate. Listen, all right. I know Spurs are playing. I'm not watching the telly, and I don't need.
I'll make noises.
No, I don't need you making noises. You've got Ian Abraham.
Right?
The Moose will tell us.
Could have been 3-0 down,
mate.
Could have been 3-0 down.
By the way, we get bopped. We get bopped by Brentford right now, so I'm not even going to look. Let's go straight to calls. John is a United fan. John.
John,
That's great. How are you?
How are you?
I'm all right.
I'm a United fan. I was in Rochdale. There's myself season ticket holder. So
yuck.
Yeah. I listened to a game. Steve Bruce on it earlier. It sounded awful, so I'm really glad I didn't see it. And then, same as worse, I travelled from North Wales to the Crown Island, listening to it, and then Rochdale on the backside, and they got the plate as well. So, yeah, I'm not.
You can't get pumped by Hull on the opening day of the new season when you've been giving it the big in, all United fans saying you're up and time.
It's a long season, just a process.
No, there's no process there, mate. You can't get mauled by the Tigers.
Mauled? They're all doing the old Tiger.
No, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. But I hated it, but I loved it.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
I'm just looking at how much joy you take from it. I'll take that.
Say that again, sorry?
I'm loving the joy you take from it.
Well, look, we've all got to wear it, right? Chelsea will wear it, Spurs will wear it. Today, Man United, you've got to wear it, and unfortunately you. And it was listen, Hull Wrexham, they were so well organised.
Yeah.
But then, how the lack of energy and cohesion for Man United, there was no zest, there was no, so passive. It was shocking.
Keeper's been the best player.
Lallens?
Arguably. Yeah. And, before he scored, before he pulled a couple of saves off. I just don't think it's no, I say it now. I only heard it.
Yeah.
It would have been nice, I think.
All right, John, listen, thanks for your call. I'm going to go to Midnight Mark. He's Man United fan. Mark?
Hello, boys.
How are you, Mark?
Yeah, all good, thanks.
What happened?
Taking nothing away from Paul. Played brilliant.